Wow,
Hello?
what a transition.
I know, incredible, right? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first local in the DC area on Pokemon Champions. My name is Adi, joined by Eric.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good. I'm excited to commentate and cast some games in the brand new game. We got some DMV regulars here. We got a lot of interesting Pokemon and teams to show off for you guys. So hopefully we're able to give you a good show.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, this is first time on hosting a stream on Pokemon Champions. So cut us some slack. Let us know if anything goes wrong, if you notice, because yeah, this is the first time doing this, but it should be. And again, we expect things. Maybe things will break. I don't know. We'll see. I'm nervous.
I'm not going to
but
manifest it, but we can always cross our fingers
I'm echoing on the other mic.
a little bit. Yeah, I think it's like picking up slightly your voice.
If I increase the noise gate, is that going to solve the problem?
I think that would kind of solve the problem. I think.
Okay. Am I still echoing?
Look like it.
Hold on.
I think it makes it. I think if I just talk in a reasonably, yeah, that looks like it's fine. I think also like keeping the mic angled away from you should help too.
Okay. And then I will also try talking a little more quietly, and that should work.
Oh, and it looks like that, just right on cue. We have round 1 pairings.
Yeah. Okay. So we have 16 players. We actually capped out this local. We have 16? No, we have 15.
15.
We're missing out on one.
Somebody has a bye.
Yeah.
Congrats
So
to Brian.
And so the way we're doing this, the way we're hosting it, is that we have a code that I should probably hide before we switch over. And we have the top 4 tables over on one private room that we can spectate any of the top 4 tables, and then the other players are in a separate room. And so the matchups that we have here, we have Kalen Brown versus Matthew Gendrew. I should have asked for pronunciations beforehand. We got Alex Hoke versus Tova Weiss. We got table 3 is Nick Rubin versus Stefan Strokes. And table 4, we got Andres Salvador versus Darius Helmick. I guess I can read out the other tables too. Lacey Lebovitz versus Mihir Desai, Christopher Horsey versus Costanza Castro, and Deontay Hughes versus Lucy Strader. And then the bye goes to Brian Tice.
Tice? I think it's Tice.
Um,
Congrats to the bye. Congrats for the bye.
So those are the 15 players we got at locals. Sorry. You can tell them you should have the room code. If anyone wants to come on stream in between rounds and you want to hang out here, we'll call you in as you're ready. Yeah, that's the only thing. So we're just gonna, like I said, we're gonna have a kind of casual stream. We're gonna be commentating, and we're gonna hopefully get players' interviews and just get everyone's thoughts, the entire local scene's thoughts on Pokemon Champions as we're going.
Yeah, plenty to talk about, plenty to yap about. Brand new game. Yeah, we were just hoping to put on a good show for you guys. We have some, like I said, we've got some DMV players that maybe you guys recognize, maybe some new faces. Definitely some new faces to me as well. So I'm excited to see what everybody's cooked up for this new format. By the looks of the team sheets, we do have some interesting stuff popping up already. We won't spoil anything yet, but we've got some fun stuff. It's a for fun local at the end of the day. We're not playing for championship points until what, June, May, end of May for champions. So plenty of time for players to cook. Plenty of times for players to come up with some fun stuff to try out at locals. But yeah, just going through the team sheets here. What is something you're hoping to see today, Adi? What are you looking for? What kind of spice are you looking for?
Maybe I should have said this before I started looking at the team sheets, but I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see the team on top right here. There's an Alakazam team at this local, and I think this is super cool. Sci spam never dies, you know what they say, and so that's the team that I'm hoping to get on stream at some point today.
Yeah, if you don't get Delphox, we got the next best thing. It's called Mega Alakazam, i.e. the Pokemon that can actually abuse Expanding Force. But yeah, I'm seeing some, I'm seeing some normal stuff. I'm seeing some Charizard. I'm seeing some Floette. I'm seeing, so the metagame staples so far. I did just see a hard Trick Room style team with like Gallade, Farigiraf. So that's an interesting combination of Pokemon, especially without like something like Indeedee present. I know Hatterene's a little bit lonely in this first format, but yeah, I've seen Gallade is still perfectly viable as a Trick Room setter. I did just see a Cast form in there, so we'll see if that ever shows up on stream. But there is indeed a Cast form in the field.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got a good mix of stuff.
And yeah, I'm especially excited because it feels like we're back to Weather Wars, and so almost every single player it feels like they have a weather setter, be it a Charizard Y or a Tyranitar or a Pelipper. Um, there might have been a Frostlass. I don't know if I
I
saw
was
a
going to ask if
Frostlass.
we had all 4 of them present.
So yeah, we got some. So that's I think going to be the core dynamic of this early format where uh, oh my God, this is a crazy team as well that we just got. Yeah, so I think that's going to be the core dynamic of this format is everyone's going to be playing these weather wars with, and usually when we have weather wars, we're used to it being with restricted Pokemon. Now we got it with Mega Pokemon, which adds a completely different dynamic to how this play out.
Yeah, we had plenty of Weather Wars back in the day with the Megas, with especially Charizard being a thing, and I think those, I mean, once the like things like hail got buffed or changed to snow, I think we saw that represented a lot more, especially once we got Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales. But now every single weather condition has a viable setter. We have Charizard for Sun, we have Politoed and Pelipper available for Rain, we have Tyranitar for Sand, and also Mega Tyranitar. And also now we have Mega Frostlass, and also Alolan Ninetales is in the game. So all 4 weather conditions likely to be represented in some form or another. I know people have been making teams with all of them. So the Weather Wars are now, I think, in the most full effect form as possible. But yeah, I'm excited to see what we got in our first round here.
Do you have a matchup that you want to see specifically?
No, it's hard to choose. We could just go safe and just go table 1.
Table 1 with Kalen and Matthew.
Yeah.
Kalen, of course, very skilled player, and really excited to see. I'm trying to find what these guys have cooked up. And I found Matt, found Kalen. Where's Kalen? But I think that one makes sense. As soon as we are just waiting. In fact, we can show you the view that the spectator mode in case you haven't seen that before. So this is what the spectator mode looks like. Oh right, we don't have the teams yet. But we will fill that out.
Adi assured me that he is going to be able to do this on the fly, so I'm just sitting back and watching him do his movie magic.
Yeah, I have no idea. This is the part that's going to be tricky, is getting the teams up, but we will have.
I tried to tell him, guys. I tried to tell him.
Okay, I like this matchup. This is a good matchup. If
Yeah.
we can get Kalen's matchup on, and we will have some of the Pokemon that you expect to see, some strong players and some strong teams. Actually, I'm looking at it. I didn't realize that is Plant God, is Matt. So we got maybe 2 of the stronger players in the tournament already in round 1, which is really exciting. Very appropriate for table 1, and it looks like they're still connecting.
Yeah. So how does it? Are we allowed to just like select the room we want to and click spectate, or do we have to wait for them to actually start?
Yep. As soon as they start, we can spectate.
Okay, perfect.
It looks like.
Do they? I've actually never used the spectator mode in this game, so.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to look up how to take a screenshot on my Mac to figure out.
He told me, guys. He told me he could do this on the fly, and I'm starting to believe him less by the second. Told you it was going to be difficult.
I promise we're gonna get this to work. We're gonna just work.
Technical difficulties, guys.
I see that at least one table seems like they've already started.
Yeah.
That's okay. But yeah. Hello. We got our lovely Tio here as well.
Spectating, taking a look on how the process is going to work. We're still learning this. This is, I think, our first time actually doing this, so we'll figure it out.
So, what are you excited to see today? Anything stand out to you as we were poking through these team sheets?
I'm honestly just kind of excited to see some high-level Champions gameplay. I'm just like, I know Adi and I were talking on the ride over. He's like, yeah, I'm cooking with all these different Megas and stuff, and I'm just sitting here. It's like, yeah, I've been running like Charizard and Mega Kangaskhan. I have Sneasler and Basculegion on every single team I've made so far. So I'm more so, I guess, a different, like, mentally coded player where I'm just like kind of just seeing what's good early on, and yeah, just like kind of figuring out like what the best Pokemon are, what the best teams, and just seeing like the high level gameplay. But yeah, I think we have definitely a lot of players that are capable of showing us that. And hopefully we will get some sauce picks, metagame wise here and there. But yeah, I think we got a good selection of players here to show off what exactly the first inaugural Champions metagame will look like. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see all the metagame staples. I'm excited to see Charizard. I hope somebody's bringing Kang, because I think Kangaskhan is a really good mega choice right now, and I think it's a little underrated.
You know, I was telling Eric on the way here as well. I'm a little sad that people seem to have immediately decided, I'm going to run Charizard, I'm going to run Gengar, I'm going to run Floette. When it's like, we got so long until like serious events start for this format. We can have some fun. I mean, there is a lot to explore, and people have started to figure out some of the more underrated megas. We just saw Delphox win a really big online tournament in the last couple of days already. So I think there's a lot of room, and I think it's a lot more fun to try out some of the fun, to try out some of the different stuff, and then we could always go back to the good stuff later on. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that. It's like I said, first time doing this, so hopefully not too many technical difficulties. Let us know how the audio levels are, and obviously we did not get the teams in time, but we'll get that. That's game changing. Oh my god, it's incredible. But yeah, so this team, we didn't get to talk through team preview, but we do see Kalen with a sand team using both T-Tar, Garchomp, and also the Floette, and Gamora with a Mega taken on Plant God, Matt using Aerodactyl, Floette, and more of a balancey core that can set up a little better with Incineroar and Sinistcha. Yeah, and Glamora, I think, is a really, really nice option as a secondary mega. So you can even bring your Floette with it and choose which mega to evolve it, or what to not. So honestly, it still does decent damage even without it. Get that Death boost from the Sand. Although we do see Kalen choosing to Mega Evolve it, get that big damage boost, and then more importantly, get the big speed boost. I guess not on this board state though.
On a little bit of tangent where we're like, oh, Aerodactyl's kind of in an awkward spot here because Rock Slide, not really the best offensive typing into a sand type core with Pokemon like Garchomp. and, you know, these high defense Pokemon like Tyranitar and Glamora, but Glamora, unfortunately, as it is able to survive the turn, not able to get an attack off because Aerodactyl doing what fast Rock Slide users do best, get those Rock Slide flinches.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for dealing with the bearing with us during technical difficulties, Eric. I hate to break it to you, they did not hear most of what you said.
Oh, fantastic!
You've been accidentally muted as we reset.
Well, I basically TLDR Aerodactyl Rock Slide flinch, very good.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big draws. I mean, Aerodactyl. One of the things that people have been looking for in this format are rock types, right? Charizard Y is everywhere, and so being a Pokemon that has a rock type move that is faster than Charizard, be it Glamora or Aerodactyl, it just seems like one of those roles that is essential.
Just got another one.
Another flinch. I mean, that's the classic VGC experience right there.
Real VGC is back, everybody.
Oh man, and I do love being able to see the number of turns left on the top of the screen as well. We do see this is the last turn of Tailwind for Matt, and so this is it. He's really got to. This is the turn for, I think, Kalen to have a chance to KO that Aerodactyl and maybe get the speed advantage back, because otherwise, you know, you're going to struggle. But again, also, 2 Pokemon on low HP, it's very easy here for Matt to take maybe 2 knockouts and then get Tailwind up the next turn and continue to keep control of this game.
Yeah, it just didn't help that the Glamora hasn't really been able to take advantage of any of the turns that it's been on the field because it's already taken a massive CC from Sneasler. It got flinched by Rock Slide, and now it just protected on the last turn, so now it's very susceptible to just getting knocked out here by the Sneasler or the Aerodactyl, but Matt playing it very smartly here by protecting the Aerodactyl, probably expecting the option that you said where it was probably going to get targeted down, so Matt wouldn't be able to get a second Tailwind up, but now with Aerodactyl still being the fastest thing on the field, it's more than likely going to get the second Tailwind up, and even without the Tailwind, Sneasler does have its Unburden activated because of the close combat. So Sneasler, like these 2 Pokemon are still sitting in a very good position. But speaking of Tailwind, we do have a counterpoint to the Tailwind setting. We have the Talonflame that comes out here, which will actually also be able to set Tailwind for Kalen's side.
Yeah, Talonflame is an interesting choice on this style of team because unlike other Tailwind setters, it needs to have Gale Wings to be able to set Tailwind first, and it notably will lose its Gale Wings after 1 turn of Sandstorm. So a little bit of anti-synergy there, but right here, it's got max speed. It's guaranteed to move first on this turn if it clicks a flying type move. But like you said, that Sneasler does have Unburden and is naturally faster than Garchomp, unless it's Choice Scarf Garchomp, which I didn't check on screen.
It is not.
It's not, and so that means that. Oh, we just see an Acrobatics.
Oh, that KOs.
That's crazy. I did not think that would knock out. And there's notably no item on this Talonflame.
Yeah, so that Acrobatics is going to be fully boosted.
That's so clever. And that's partially because, 1, I believe this is the last turn of Sand, so the Talonflame actually will not lose Gale Wings as a result of clicking that instead of Brave Bird, as we see the Garchomp go down. But then, also, it allows it to, like, this is a format where there are not a lot of good item choices, right? There's a very limited number of items. We saw that on Pokemon Champions release. And Kalen taking advantage of that by just saying, I found a Pokemon that doesn't need to use an item. It's actually better without. All right, and so we see, I believe these are the last 2 Pokemon from Kalen, but Matt still has 1 more Pokemon in back. Probably that Floette that is so powerful. We still haven't seen at all facing down against 2 Pokemon that probably don't want to face down against Floette and Sneasler at the same time. This might be a little tricky for Kalen to get out of.
Yeah, especially with the Incineroar coming into the back at basically full HP, has the Fake Out pressure on board. So able to stall turn and also just get the permanent Intimidate drop on both of these Pokemon. Interestingly, the Tyranitar is Focus Sash, so it will be able to take at least 1 hit from these Pokemon. But, I mean, it's not really doing much back versus a Sneasler that's still oh, it's not healthy at all, but yeah, Sneasler still being easily the fastest thing on the field here. It's still threatening a lot of offensive pressure. Tyranitar could potentially try to go for some Rock Slides of its own. Since it's a Focus Sash Tyranitar, it probably means it's a little faster. So maybe if it has the speed advantage with Talonflame's Tailwind, it might be able to try and score some Rock Slide flinches on its own to maybe try to swing the tide of the game here. But yep, Tyranitar just getting knocked down to its Focus Sash here. Going to be left with 1 HP left, which means Talonflame is also now going to be able to get an attack off here. Actually setting up the Tailwind for Kalen's side, so there is a bit Did Aerodactyl set Tailwind before it went down?
No.
Okay.
The Gale Wings.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the acrobatics. Yeah, so Kalen will have the speed advantage here. So, I mean, we've seen it in the first couple turns from Matt's side. So the Rock Slide flinch game is still very much in play. Never mind. Incineroar is able to break through the flinch, Flare Blitz the Tyranitar, and with all but Talonflame left for Kalen, it looks like this will be a drop to game 1.
Yeah, really well played. Important reading the team sheet, but despite that Gale Wings KOing the Aerodactyl, just getting speed control up and putting in a lot of damage while Aerodactyl's in the field. Those Rock Slide flinches obviously pretty huge as well. Yeah, just outpacing Kalen with that offensive core of Aerodactyl, Sneasler.
Yeah, Aerodactyl, while not being like the most offensive Pokemon in the world, just offers so much utility and just like a speed tier that is very much unrivaled in this format by a lot of the non-Mega Pokemon. So it's also just, you know, if it's not doing damage, it's sitting there being insanely disruptive with Rock Slide, and you're just like increasing your chances of just being so far ahead in the game. And I think we just saw that first off from Matt's side, where Aerodactyl was just able to get 2 Rock Slide flinches, basically deleted majority of Glamora's HP before it was able to do anything. So Aerodactyl, one of those Pokemon that's definitely picking up in usage, and Talonflame just taking a beating here from Moonblast, not able to really do that much damage back, and with the combination of Moonblast plus Flare Blitz, oh, it actually survives. It hangs on with 1% health, but unfortunately, it will be going down to the Sandstorm, and that will be game 1 going to Matt.
Yeah, that Sandstorm, absolutely huge in this game, because remember, the Talonflame was threatening that Sneasler in the end game, but, you know, Incineroar came in, got a fake out, even though the Talonflame can protect, it's still taking Sandstorm Chip and losing its Gale Wings, making it slower than the Sneasler. That really was the, you know, a big part of that game 1. And where are they going? There they are. Okay.
Oh, I guess you can pick which perspective you want to watch. That's cool.
I sure can. Yeah.
All right, and I guess now we have a moment to talk about team preview. What do you think? What do you think the adjustment here for Kalen looks like?
Yeah, I think Kalen, maybe it's so awkward with Talonflame because it feels like he got overran in Tailwind. It's just that Matt's team gets to go faster, and Kalen wants to set up his own Tailwind with Talonflame, but can't really do that in front of an Aerodactyl without essentially losing your Pokemon for free. So I wonder if, you know, I think that, you know, maybe Glamora has to lead, has to just, you know, Aerodactyl so hard to knock out, right? It's got a Focus Sash. You can't take it out in one hit, even if you hit it super effectively. But maybe that's the approach, is you can't let Matt get a second Tailwind up. That just was, that would be debilitating. If you can survive the first Tailwind, get your own Tailwind up in the mid game, and then try to leverage your Garchomp in the late game. I think that's the route that I expect Kalen to take. That's what he tried to do this game and didn't quite work.
Yeah, it is tough because like Aerodactyl, it's obviously looks like public enemy number 1 here because you want to deny that second Tailwind, but Sneasler being a lead, as it just also puts up so much offensive pressure. Like it has damage into Tyranitar, and you know, if it activates the Unburden boost, it can outspeed things like Talonflame in Tailwind, and like, you know, can get a lot of damage onto Garchomp as well. So it can just be a very oppressive lead. Matt instead deciding to sub in the Incineroar here, potentially anticipating a switch up from Kalen's side, as Kalen also going to switch up the leads here. We have Rotom and Garchomp.
Yeah, and I like the Rotom adjustment a lot. Obviously, I mean, you're looking at Incineroar, Aerodactyl,
yeah.
Rotom's putting in a lot of work here, and you know, if you fake it out and then this Garchomp gets a free attack off as well, right? So yeah, no, Rotom was a really nice adjustment here, and I think Matt's lead was a little passive. Like it's not really threatening very much, and it allows you are getting a Tailwind off guaranteed, but you're allowing Kalen to get a lot of damage off in the early game.
Yeah, but unfortunately the damage here not going to be super great from Kalen's side. Does get an Earthquake here, but notably is intimidated and also lessened by the Incineroar Shookaberry. So just a little bit of chip damage being exchanged from both sides here. But yeah, I do agree with the point with Matt's lead being very passive, as in like now you're in a situation where, okay, Incineroar is not really doing anything on this board. Kalen really holding all the cards for damage, and Garchomp does have a lot of avenues of which it can spread that damage. But Aerodactyl just once again going to go for the Rock Slide, perhaps fishing for maybe a flinch or two to try to get this Incineroar a chance to reposition, as Parting Shot does go into the Garchomp. So Garchomp now sitting at -2 attack. So whatever it clicks here, probably not going to be doing a crazy amount of damage here, but we'll have to see what switches in here. It's going to be Floette. So Floette in a decent position to switch in here, then it doesn't have to worry about too much physical damage. Going to switch into the Stomping Tantrum. Still does a lot of damage, and Rotom is unfortunately going to get flinched here, so that potentially denies something like a Thunderbolt to break Aerodactyl's Sash, or maybe like a Will-O-Wisp into one of these Pokemon. Yeah, so Kalen just not breaking free from those flinches.
That's huge, especially because Floette, gets a lot of stats when it Mega Evolves, and so being able to throw some damage out before it Mega Evolves is really threatening. And so, getting half on is huge, but if you got a Hydro Pump onto that slot as well, that would be absolutely, that would be great for Kalen, or getting Chip on the Aerodactyl instead, missing out on both of those. Now the Floette Mega Evolves, it's going to get Fairy Aura, and it's going to start doing big damage in Tailwind. I mean, this is a tough position all of a sudden.
Yeah, I do like the Glamora switch in potentially here, because if it does get hit by Rock Slide, it does set up Toxic Debris. I mean, maybe if the Sneasler's not in back, maybe it can get a Poison off on some of these Pokemon. So you're going to scatter the Toxic Spikes. Maybe a Poison on an Incin would be helpful. But yeah, like you said, Floette now at full power. The Dazzling Gleam doing so much damage with that Fairy Aura boost. Glamora didn't even look like it resisted any attacks when it came in here. But now Rotom finally gets that Thunderbolt off an Aerodactyl. Going to bring it down to Focus Sash. But yeah, like now Matt just has an entirely new form of Assault in this game. Oh, does get the Paralysis. But I mean, judging by how much that Dazzling Gleam did, well, Aerodactyl will interestingly still be faster than Glamora, so you still have the double spread move threat coming here. But there is only one more turn of Tailwind.
And that's the big thing now, is that Kalen can now stall out Tailwind, and because of that paralysis, he can guarantee that Matt does not get a second Tailwind off. In fact, he will have the fastest thing on the board with that potential Mega Glamora that will threaten the Floette with a Poison-type move. Also threaten Aerodactyl. I believe Rotom outspeeds Aerodactyl, so now all of a sudden, I would expect maybe Matt to switch in the Incineroar, try to get a Fake Out live to get a free turn here, but yeah, that paralysis is huge. Kind of maybe offsets the flinch that would have otherwise maybe knocked out the Aerodactyl last turn.
Yeah, so we talked about it in team preview how important getting the second Tailwind up might be, but now Kalen is in an opportunity where he can very much easily deny that second Tailwind, but gonna have to take some attacks before that is able to be realized, as the Dazzling Gleam gonna knock out the Rotom here, so critical hit not really mattering at all. Rotom goes down here, so like you said, Aerodactyl being paralyzed is going to be slower than stuff like Garchomp in the back, so this will allow Kalen to switch in something like Garchomp. It does have Rock Slide too, so it's able to spread its damage out, maybe try to pick up 2 knockouts here with some extra chip onto Floette, but no, just going to opt for Talonflame here. We saw that Talonflame in the first game, able to just easily pick off the Aerodactyl with Acrobatics, but also now in a position to get up that second Tailwind here, and while Kalen's able to remove the Aerodactyl, and maybe this is the point where Kalen starts coming back into this game.
Yeah, and this is the interesting part where the Glamora, I believe Mega Glamora is 1 point slower than Mega Floette naturally. Now, I don't know if all the Floettes are running max speed Timid, and so there is a chance that the Glamora could outspeed it, although getting the Tailwind off would guarantee it. It's also the awkward spot where, well, you get Tailwind off, but then you're allowing the Floette to get another turn off, get another attack off, or you're allowing the Aerodactyl to get a Tailwind off, one of the two. You can't deny both of those things.
Yeah, the Incineroar comes back in here, is going to be taking the Toxic Spike, so it's going to be poisoned as it switches in here. Finally, we're going to see the Mega Glamora here. Yeah, we honestly don't even know if this Glamora is max speed Timid, so there could be a little bit of an interesting speed interaction here, but Talonflame uninhibited, able to get this Tailwind off, so we know for a fact Glamora will be faster on this turn, and this will allow it to fire off a Dazzling Gleam into both sides. Able to do a respectable amount of damage to Incineroar. Floette able to eat it up pretty well, but this Moonblast single target from Floette is going to knock out the Glamora despite the resist. Floette's Fairy Aura just proving to be too strong for even a resisted hit. And now Kalen does have Garchomp, does have oh yeah, Rotom's knocked out, so yeah, it'll literally just be up to Garchomp here. But I mean, if there's one Pokemon that can potentially do it, it might be Garchomp with this Talonflame, because I mean, Earthquake plus Acrobatics looks pretty good on this board.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Floette is in range of both an Acrobatics and an Earthquake here, and so Incineroar's Fake Out won't even stop that. If you obviously don't Fake Out, then it goes down to the Garchomp. The Shaka Berry got eaten earlier in the game, and so yeah, there's really not a lot that Matt can do. We'll have to see what his last Pokemon is, if that can maybe help turn around this game.
Yeah, Garchomp just going to go for the Protect here. Matt reading it here, going to go into the Talonflame. So Floette, will it be able to get a hit off here? Actually, Matt making the full-on read, just gets the Moonblast into the Talonflame. Does a ton of damage into Talonflame. But yeah, Garchomp just taking the option to Protect there, making maybe a little bit predictable, but ultimately safe. You do have the threat of Dazzling Gleam also, so that would have also been an option that Matt could have gone for. But still have 2 turns of Tailwind to take advantage of here, and I think just, I mean, the Aerodactyl's already down to its sash, it's paralyzed, so, I mean, Earthquake plus Acrobatics into honestly whatever you want looks pretty good for Kalen here.
That felt like a really passive turn for Kalen. When, as soon as Tailwind expires, if there's a Sneasler in back, you're all of a sudden back on the back foot. And so, once you've lost your Gale Wings, it could get really tricky, so I'm surprised he didn't attack with the Garchomp there. He would have been in a great spot. Now Matt just giving up that Aerodactyl, understanding that it's paralyzed, it's never going to really get another attack off in this game. Much rather have the Incineroar to get another Intimidate, just get the free switch, going for an Earthquake, protecting the Floette, right? So now all of a sudden, again, another turn of Tailwind gone, you're going to have Fake Out live, you're going to have both Pokemon at -2. Yeah, again, depending on what he has in back, right? Obviously, a super effective attack might be good enough, but Gambit now probably bulky enough to take these attacks from both these guys. Yeah, we'll see if Kalen can find the damage with these last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, the Incineroar intimidating both of these will definitely make things a little bit tougher, and like you said, the cycling out of Incineroar, you have the Fake Out to stall the Tailwind turns, and like you said, if there is a Sneasler in the back, Sneasler maybe going to be faster than both of these Pokemon after Tailwind expires, so yeah, Garchomp is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here, as, yeah, it just feels like Kalen spent a lot of these Tailwind turns just protecting, and it really makes it awkward to, take advantage of these Tailwind turns and try to find those last bits of damage that you need to close out the game. I think Kalen probably would have been in a better spot if it was like a 2v1 situation. He was able to pick up those 2 knockouts with Earthquake. But yeah, depending on the Pokemon that's in the back, the heavily chipped Mons, the Talonflame, and the Garchomp might be susceptible to being picked up by these last 2 from Matt's side.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a -2 Floette. I don't know why Floette damage calcs, but I think this is, sorry, -2 Garchomp. I still think the Floette goes down to an attack from here, right? So now Kalen managing to get a second Tailwind up, the Talonflame not going down. -2.
It's going to come down to this.
Yeah.
It's able to pick up the knockout.
It does pick up, and I think that, we're going to see what Matt has in back, but I imagine it's that, I don't actually know. Well, I feel like no matter what it was, it might have had a reason to switch in there. You see the Sneasler. Which, you know what? And this is the thing, I got to start reading the team sheet. Sneasler does not have Fake Out. I was kind of curious about why he didn't try to get a Fake Out in earlier in the game. Does not have Fake Out. Instead, is the White Herb with 3 attack set with Unburden. So if it had been able to get Unburden off earlier in the game, it would have been in a good position, outspeeding both the Chomp and maybe taking an attack from this. Yet it survived an attack from this -2 Talonflame. So, but yeah, losing, not being able to get Sneasler in earlier in the game, get its Unburden off, is really going to cost Matt this game.
Yeah, it was in a position to be faster than Garchomp. There was maybe a Dire Claw way out of it if the Talonflame was, as we saw, was not able to pick up the knockout with Acrobatics. But game 2 going to Kalen, able to, play a much more, staggered Tailwind game there, and ultimately coming out on the advantage with those Tailwind turns. But we'll have to see what game 3 brings. Just 2 Tailwind teams going back and forth. I also did not read the team sheet. I was assuming that Fake Out was going to be on Sneasler, but I guess not really necessary for this team. Yeah, is it just 3 attacks?
3 attacks. It's got Throat Chop.
Throat Chop. Okay, yeah. So yeah, no option for Fake Out there. So maybe potentially in this game, Sneasler getting Unburden online might actually be something to keep in mind for later on.
Yeah, I mean, that is such an effective way of nullifying Tailwind. On the other hand, yeah, using Throat Chop over Fake Out, does have some really good applications, especially Floette can struggle against, say, Mega Gengar, for example, and Throat Chop is very effective against that. But on the other hand, we see here not having Fake Out, having double Fake Out and being able to say, well, you can't protect it from my Incineroar's Fake Out because I can just switch into Sneasler and get another Fake Out live. That would have been so damaging. So Kalen, even though he maybe didn't take full advantage of his initial Tailwind turns, because he knew he was able to get a second Tailwind off, managed to control that endgame and put, show exactly how threatening the Garchomp is in this metagame and how threatening it is next to a flying type Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be ultimately like which side is able to maintain the speed advantage, even in the Tailwind turns, because we saw in Game 2, the Paralysis on Aerodactyl definitely limited its effectiveness a lot. And, without the Unburden being activated, Sneasler just became a non-factor as well. And I think in Game 1 we saw with full power Aerodactyl and full power Sneasler were able to exert a lot of pressure. And, yeah, we're actually seeing a complete switch up in Game 3. Matt going for the Sinistcha Floette mode. Meanwhile, Kalen going back on the Hyper Offense with Talonflame and Glamora.
Yeah, this is the sort of other mode that you see on this team is the Combine Floette. We mostly saw it throwing out, attacks, but it does have Combine, and with Incineroar and with Sinistcha, it can be really, really hard to knock out, especially with special attacks. Kalen's team not filled with a lot of special attackers. Obviously has the Rotom, and maybe if you get a Combine or two off, the Glamora doesn't, do enough damage to the Floette to power through it. But with Glamora on lead, you don't really have the turns to click Combine very consistently here, unless you can manage to get a Fake Out onto that thing a little earlier in the game.
Yeah, I was going to say that this lead, not really super favorable for Floette because of just how much offensive pressure is from Kalen's side. Also, Sinistcha not really in a great spot. If it wants to Rage Powder here, it has to risk taking an Acrobatics plus an Adaptability boosted attack from Glamora, which either one, honestly, Sludge Bomb does neutral damage. And Acrobatics obviously going to be super effective. No Resist Berry on the Sinistcha either, so Acrobatics going to be doing a ton of damage. Going to activate the Citrus Berry. It might be close on whether or not it's able to survive an attack from Glamora. It probably will with just a little bit of HP left. But Floette actually being faster than the Glamora here. Very interesting to note here. So you were talking about those speed interactions. Very similar speeds here. Power Gem actually able to just take the knockout on Sinistcha. So able to remove the Sinistcha very early on. And we were able to finally get the answer on who is faster between the Floette and the Glamora as King Gambit hits the field.
Yep, which either means that it is max speed Timid Floette, or it is a little slower Glamora. But max speed Timid does make a lot of sense. Getting Combines off consistently before Charizard moves, before Glamora moves, definitely could see that being really valuable. And I actually like the pin that Kalen set up, because there's not a lot of things on Matt's team that can take a flying move and a rock move. That combination is a pretty strong pin into basically all of his options. Just the King Gambit, which is coming in right here, and doesn't have a great way to hit it, because I've got to find the Talonflame. Yeah, it doesn't have a fire move on this team.
Yeah, Glamora just going to try and protect itself here with Spiky Shield. The King Gambit is it Swords Dance or is it Iron Head? It is. Wait, he wrote Kowtow Cleave twice on this.
Did he?
I'm assuming. Yeah, I actually don't know. I guess we'll find out. It is Swords Dance. Okay, so we have Swords Dance, Double Dark coverage. I guess Matt, taking this turn to set up a free Swords Dance in front of the protecting Glamora. Talonflame, as you said, has no coverage to hit this King Gambit. So Matt just sitting here with a +2 King Gambit in front of two Pokemon that are not going to enjoy taking Sucker Punches.
Yes, but that's the best thing about Sucker Punch. You only get to pick one target, and you get to.
Could honestly click Kowtow here, because none of these Pokemon are threatening. Because we saw the coverage move for Glamora was Dazzling Gleam, so it doesn't have anything like Earth Power. So I mean, if you want, you don't have to play the Sucker Punch mind game here. You could just rip a Kowtow into either one of these Pokemon and just claim a knockout, and not really worry about taking much damage in return.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but Kalen going to go on the offensive here with Tailwind. Going to try and get Glamora a Sludge Bomb into this Floette. Easy one-hit KO. The adaptability on this Glamora, picking up knockouts left and right here. But the most important threat on the field, the King Gambit, has been left completely alone, as Kowtow Cleave easily able to one-shot this Glamora from the HP that it's at. And yeah, trade of knockouts this turn, but Kalen is still ahead. However, his boosted King Gambit is still on the field, and depending on what Pokemon is in the back, you could argue Tyranitar, a pretty good Pokemon to have in this spot. But instead, no, we're going to see Rotom here. So Rotom can actually play around these Sucker Punch Mind Games pretty well because it does have access to Will-O-Wisp, but Talonflame kind of in an awkward spot here because it's not really doing much damage anymore after the Intimidate.
Yeah, but both ground resists are gone, and Kalen still has a Pokemon in back. And judging from the way his team is built, I got to imagine that's a Garchomp, which I don't know. I mean, maybe the plus it's gonna have to be a +2 Sucker Punch picking up that Garchomp, or a +3, +4 Sucker Punch. Otherwise, I know he has a Shock Berry on the Incineroar, but this is a little bit of Earthquake food right now.
Yeah, but no Protect on this Rotom means it is easily susceptible to Fake Out, Kowtow Cleave. This is what I was worried about. If it is Garchomp, then it's very much open to a... I guess it'll depend on whether or not Sucker Punch KOs, because this is non-intimidated, soft sand boosted, potentially Earthquake here coming out from Garchomp. So I guess it might have to come down to whether or not Earthquake is enough damage, or if Sucker Punch is enough damage, because the Talonflame can't really meaningfully chip the King Gambit. I mean, I guess it could, but I mean, the -1 Acrobatics not really doing a whole lot, so maybe not able to make the difference here, but yeah, it might just come down to whether or not this King Gambit is able to survive the Garchomp Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake.
I mean, this is closer than you think, because this Incineroar does have a Shock Berry, so it can take an attack from Garchomp, and we do see baiting out the Sucker Punch, maybe going for like a parting shot here, trying to reduce the Garchomp damage output. Acrobatics also just getting a little bit of chips, hopefully putting that King Gambit in range of an Earthquake. Yeah,
I'm sitting here thinking, I almost forgot that Incineroar doesn't have knockoff anymore, so there's no option to knock off the Garchomp's item. But interesting to note that the Incineroar did get Feather Danced, so it is working with a lot less attack. So if Matt wanted to go for potentially like a Protect play and try to get some damage off with Incineroar into Garchomp to maybe put it into Sucker Punch range, that's maybe an option that could go for. Honestly, even Incineroar in its weakened state probably gets enough chip damage. It probably doesn't take much chip damage to knock this Garchomp into Sucker Punch range. But Kalen, instead wanting to protect the Garchomp the first turn, it is able to live the Sucker Punch, and also the Rough Skin able to get some extra little chip onto the King Gambit. Talonflame able to get some last minute chip of its own. And Garchomp going to fire off this Earthquake here. As you said, Incineroar is going to easily be able to tank this with the Shuka Berry. But King Gambit, after all that chip, most likely going to fall here. Yep, and Incineroar able to hang on. Let's see if Incineroar is able to pick up the KO on this Garchomp. And I think if it's able to, I think Matt might be able to take this set.
Yeah, I think that second Acrobatics into the King Gambit might have been a little greedy.
Oh, it does get the knockout.
Yeah, because it was not very high. Just 20 hit points left. Like, you are taking Rough Skin recoil, and you are, I believe this only has Flare Blitz. So I think that the Incineroar still has the damage to beat this Talonflame. Matt made the right calls in the early, especially, calling that Protect, going for Sucker Punch, and Flare Blitzing the Talonflame. That was super, super important damage. And I just feel like, if Kalen, that last turn, if he had gone for Acro into Incin, it might have been in range. Now it's really close. Is Flare Blitz going to pick up? No.
Yeah, not even close after the Feather Dance earlier in the game.
Oh, right. So what was it? At -3?
I think it was only -2 because I only got Feather Dance once.
Yeah. So actually, that Incineroar, I forgot about the -2. That was huge. That was a huge deal. It was not close at all. Yeah, Kalen putting himself in a position where that Incineroar could never actually deal with the Talonflame. Again, reading the team sheet, knew it only had a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, ensuring the knockout onto the King Gambit, proving to be the X factor in this game. And Kalen Brown going to be the first winner here on stream at the DMV local here. Going to be moving to 1-0. Really, really tight set. A really similar philosophy type teams here, but ultimately Kalen's Tailwind proving it to be the superior one.
Yeah, super well done, especially with that Feather Dance early in the game, putting that Incineroar down to -2, and then realizing that he can win the end game 1v1. The Garchomp living that Sucker Punch, huge, huge deal, right? 20 hit points, that was really the difference maker there. Protecting to try to bait out a Protect from the King Gambit, maybe see if the Incineroar wanted to hit the Garchomp first to try to chip it down, because obviously that could have been a play. Instead, yeah, just getting the Protect turn right, getting all the damage he needed, and just barely managed to eke out that game in that 1v1 Talonflame versus Incineroar endgame.
Yeah, interesting that we saw the pivot to Sinistcha and Floette in Game 3. I think Kalen's philosophy towards this matchup was, just try to get as much pressure and try to just keep the Tailwind advantage on your side as much as possible. And I think that, Glamora just being led into Floette and Sinistcha was just like too much damage for those two Pokemon to handle. So ultimately, the just straight up aggression was the way to go here. And interestingly, benching Sneasler, which did so much work in games 1 and 2. yeah, just interesting decision. But I think ultimately, like in these Tailwind mirrors, like you just kind of have to be the one who is the aggressor and just keeping on top of the damage trades.
All right, I'm gonna see if we have time to grab Kalen, and he wants to hop on stream. You want to hop on stream?
Sure. All right, hopping on stream here, we have our not Victor from round one. We have Matt. Matt, tell us a little bit of what that game plan was looking like after the first two games and why you thought the pivot to the Sinister mode was probably the way to go.
It was looking rough. I was afraid of the Rotom coming in game two, and like I thought I could handle in game two with the same setup, and then it ended up getting a little difficult. And so I thought maybe like the Trick Room mode would help me because there was just so many threats that I was worried about. Like I kind of got saved with all my flinches in game one, but like the Garchomp is kind of hard because it does a lot of damage to the Floette, and then like the Talonflame has the priority acrobatics for the Sneasler, which also was just a pain in the butt. And so I was thinking hopefully the Trick Room mode would help me, and then he double targeted the Sinistral, was kind of unfortunate. I was really hoping on that. And I think also part of the problem was I don't know Mega Glamour's base speed. So knowing that might have helped, but like I mean, I felt like I kept it pretty close. I think the King Gambit was a good bring, and it was maneuvered pretty well. And like maybe if I had read the first protected the Garchomp and double targeted the Talonflame, then I probably would have escaped with the win. But yeah, tough set.
Yeah, it was definitely very close. There's definitely just two combating Tailwind philosophies. I know that Aerodactyl and Floette are kind of picking up in the metagame a little bit. What are your thoughts on the way Floette in the metagame and like the way players are building it, and why do you think Aerodactyl is the right call for this team?
I'm still like not super sold on Floette. Like part of me feels like maybe my brain has been broken from all the like one shot craziness that we had in Scarlet and Violet. But like I feel like I'm just not very good at like knowing how much damage Floette is going to do and how much it can afford to take. But I really like Aerodactyl. Like with this on this team and just like on like other teams in general because I feel like the speed tier is amazing and like Rock Slide is very nice for cheating games as you saw in my first game. And then also the dual wing beat is very useful for Sneasler, which I feel like matches up very very well into Floette. So I really appreciate having the Aerodactyl with the Sneasler. I feel like that kind of mode like it lets you go really fast and then also mitigate certain threats with the stabs of Aerodactyl. And then Aerodactyl also, I haven't really tried mess with this much before, but Aerodactyl also gets Wide Guard and Roar, which I feel like could be pretty good tools for the meta that we have right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon that's picking up a lot in popularity. It definitely has a lot of good application with like the fast Rock Slide and dual Wing Beat being a really good addition to its move pool. As far as like the metagame so far for champions, what are you thinking so far of like the overall just like how the very early metagame is and just sort of your general thoughts on how the game's going so far for you?
It's like really, really different. I like it seems like we have a lower power, like much lower power than what we've been used to in Scarlet and Violet, and so it's also I'm not a super big fan of like so many items being gone, but it's also I think kind of returning to Pokemon's roots in a way, and like in the sense that like for the first time in a while, like Incineroar can actually like intimidate everything, and you can fake out the Whimsicots and stuff like that. So I think it's I guess interesting seeing what it
Thank you
might be
so
like to
much.
go back to a more like balanced format with a relatively low power level. And so I'm interested in seeing how like the other Mega Evolutions play out too. I feel like there's a bunch of different plays to play Floette in particular with like balance or like Trick Room versions and stuff like that. I've already seen tons of teams that have like really different Pokemon on them. And then I also think the weather options we have are also like very strong again this year. So I'm interested in seeing how that plays out.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely a lot that's left to explore in the metagame right now, and I think there's just You know, a lot of cool stuff that we can still see out of the early Champions format. All right, it looks like round 2 pairings are up, but before you go, I'm going to ask everybody that I interview on stream this. What is one Pokemon right now in the metagame that you think is underrated and more people should be using?
I'll admit I haven't used it very much, but I think Mega Aggron has potential. I would love to see somebody try to find some friends for it.
Yeah, Mega Aggron, you know, it's got body press now, so it's got a lot of good tools at its disposal. Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining me on this interview. Good luck in your next rounds, and hopefully we'll see you again, maybe for Top Cut.
Yep, thank you for having me.
And meanwhile, I'm going to try to get Adi back here because we do have round 2 pairings up. So we'll be getting into that very shortly. But yeah, I mean, I guess I have some time to read chat if you guys have anything you guys want to talk about. Never mind, Adi's on his way back, so right on cue. Oh, okay. We have time?
I don't actually know how much time.
Oh, we have round 2 pairings up, so yeah. So we might not have that much time.
All right. We're so back.
We're so back.
What is round 2 pairings look like?
So at our 1-0s, we have Alexander Hoke versus Darius Helmick. We also have Brian versus Kalen. We also have Costanza Castro versus Nick Rubin. And we have Deontay Hughes versus Lacey Lebovitz. And I think that does it because I think we now have a 16, right? Or no, we still have a bye. Okay, that was just an extra team sheet. But yeah, we have those are the players we have at 1-0 right now.
Now I gotta ask, I think there's a couple matches. Alex and Darius, 2 very good players. We just had Kalen on, so I don't want to put him and Brian on. But I really want to watch Costanza and Nick because I know Nick's team.
I feel like you have an invested stake in this matchup for a reason that we'll get to in a second.
I just like the thing about cool teams is I'm always scared the cool teams are going to lose. You know, so you got to pick when you want to put them on. So I think we're going to go with which table is that?
That is
table 3.
Table 3. Yeah.
Okay. Here's Nick's, and here's Kansas.
All right, looks like we're going to be hopping into that match. And Adi, tell us why exactly this matchup piqued your interest while we have some time.
Yeah, so last night I was hanging out in call with the boys, and me and Don Check and Tommy DeRosa, who, if you know them, they always cook up something interesting every format. We cooked up a gravity team, and I was really excited to see. We were like, let's put gravity in Flapple. Let's see what Flapple can do. And so I was really excited to see that Nick Rubin also brought a team that has gravity on it as well with Meowstick, which is really cool. I'm very excited. This one is with Alakazam. It's Psy Spam. Psy Spam, it never dies. You click Psychic Terrain and then do big damage with your Mega Alakazam. So maybe the most interesting Mega in this entire tournament, if you ask me. And I'm excited to see if it's any good.
Yeah, Audi very obviously disappointed with the absence of Flapple, but still a very interesting concept here. We have the gravity plus the psychic terrain set up from Meowstick, non-Mega. Sorry, Mega Meowstick, you weren't just quite good enough to make the cut. But Prankster is still a very good ability to have in this format, not a very common ability in this format. And Meowstick has a lot of tools that it can take advantage of. It is a very, very wide move pool. This one just going straight support, psychic terrain, helping hand, gravity. Oh wait, sorry, there's a luring voice on this set, so it does have an option for a little bit of damage if it really wants to. But yeah, we were kind of talking about this team when we saw it first off, that gravity really only applicable for one move in this entire team. And is going to be the Focus Blast from Alakazam, because Alakazam, despite what it looks like, it does actually touch the ground and is able to take advantage of Psychic Terrain, so it is able to use Expanding Force at the expense of Delphox not being able to. But yeah, it's an interesting choice for this metagame, because I feel like this metagame is not very kind to Psychic types because of how many good Dark types there are, and I guess the lack of Steel types is a pretty big advantage for it, but stuff like King Gambit, stuff like T-Tar being everywhere like makes it really hard for Psychic types to really pop off. And obviously knowing DD, so there's no manual Psychic terrain, or there's no auto Psychic terrain upon switch in or entering the battle here. So interesting choice to bring in Alakazam, but I mean, hey, maybe it's able to do some stuff.
Yeah, I think the sad part is it's probably a little better when your opponent does not expect you to click Gravity Focus Blast into your Tyranitar or into your King Gambit.
That's one way to get rid of it.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think that, with the game coming out and everyone practicing in closed team sheet, people are probably building for the best of one ladder. And this team looks like a best of one team for sure, where you're not going to expect the Miastic to click Gravity, but his opponent in this best of 3 tournament will be able to see that. And that is notable because Costanza is actually on a Sand team on the other end, using the classic Tyranitar Excadrill combination, along with Corviknight and Sinistcha, which I think is one of the stronger cores, the T-Tar Excadrill Corviknight core, that people aren't really using nearly as much as I expected, but actually has quite a presence at this tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that we're seeing Tyranitar 2 times in a row as we were going on about the weather wars being a thing. Yeah, we're getting into the match right now. I want to edit the stream info.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting seeing Tyranitar being looks like the most dominant weather setter in the game right now. But yeah, we're actually seeing our first instance of the weather war come up here with Pelipper versus Tyranitar. Not a traditional rain team. We do have the rain mode with Pelipper and Basculegion, but no Archaludon, just instead going for the size spam approach. Sneasler, interestingly, not able to do its usual size spam tricks with Psychic Seed, but still utilizing Unburden pretty well in this format, and I think will be a very good Pokemon in this matchup just because of the fighting coverage that threatens Excadrill, threatens Tyranitar, and then Dire Claw, of course, being really good into Primarina and also having close combat for Incineroar as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's interesting that, Nick almost having like a 2-2-2 style team that we saw a lot more of in Scarlet and Violet, where you got the size spam mode, you got the rain mode that's probably going to have to play a big part in combating Sand. And then you've also got, like you said, that Sneasler that also, once it gets that Unburden off, so good into Sand. But, if Costanza doesn't choose to bring Tyranitar, I think the size spam mode is going to run over him, right? So it's going to be this tricky dynamic, and we do see 2 very anti-size spam Pokemon off the lead, with Tyranitar and Corviknight taking down 2 Pokemon that are decidedly not size spam users in Sneasler and Schmiz. What does that say?
Schmizzacot.
Schmizzacot.
Yeah, I think Nick reading into this lead pretty well here. The Corviknight obviously going to be a very difficult Pokemon to remove, I fear. But Sneasler, like you said, after getting the Unburden boost off, really good into the Sandstorm mode because it's able to outspeed Excadrill and get that close combat into it. So my real question here for Nick is, how is he going to remove the Corviknight? The Corviknight is kind of a huge roadblock here, but Tyranitar just going for Protect here, trying to not get faked out or take a close combat for its troubles, as Fake Out Tailwind comes out from Nick's side, so just immediately getting the speed advantage, even though it was already on the field because you have 2 faster Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, just an interesting board state here because, I mean, everything to Corviknight's left is going to be not excited to face down Sneasler, but Corviknight itself, I think, is sitting in a really good spot.
And I missed it. What did the Corby click?
It got flinched by Fake Out.
It got flinched by Fake Out. Right. So Corby in an interesting spot because it really wants to set up support moves, right? It has Bulk Up, it has Tailwind, it has Roost once it takes some damage, but this Whimsicott is a pretty big impediment to that because it can Encore it if it clicks any move that isn't Brave Bird. Of course, this is a very Brave Birdable board state, but is Corby able to do enough damage without getting a boost off is maybe one of the big questions here.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, if Corviknight is able to get a boost off at all, it's like the majority of Nick's damage into it is physical, with the main special attack I guess you have Pelipper's Weather Ball, but the majority of what Nick is probably going for here is probably physical damage. So if that Whimsicott ever gets removed and Corviknight starts to get those bulk ups off, it could be a very, very huge problem to remove. But the Excadrill switching in here for the Tyranitar, able to save the Tyranitar from getting knocked out by the close combat, as Corviknight, as you said, just going for the Brave Bird, able to do a ton of damage to the Basculegion switching in here. Basculegion, interestingly, the Choice Scarf set with just 4 attacks, not running the Swift Swim with Pelipper, but it's in a position here where it could possibly get some damage off and help maybe take down this Corviknight while it doesn't have any boosts.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, preserving the Whimsicott, as long as the Whimsicott's around, it's really hard for Costanza to manage to get a click any moves except for Brave Bird on Corby. And like we said, Corby is probably their win condition. So now, like that last turn, that was a perfect turn to click Bulk Up. But now, maybe there's a flip turn coming out on that Sneasler. from that Basket Legion, excuse me. And if you can bait that Corviknight into clicking a support move and it gets Encored, all of a sudden it is so much less of a threat.
Yeah, and Nick just going for the Aqua Jet to try and pick off the Excadrill that protects there. As Sneasler going to go for a close combat. Should still do a decent amount of damage to Corviknight. Yeah, big hit off on Corviknight. Sneasler, worth noting that it already did consume its White Herb, so it will be taking the defense drop there, as Corviknight just taking the opportunity to fire off another Brave Bird into the Basket Legion and just removes it from the battle. So Nick now down one Pokemon, but able to get a decent amount of damage on the board. This Corviknight, now being at low HP, is very, very good. As I was talking about earlier, it is a bit of a roadblock for Nick to deal with in certain situations. And yeah, even though having to give up the Basket Legion there, one of the primary damage dealers, I think the amount of damage that Nick was able to get on the board is definitely worth it.
And it's interesting that Costanza chose to target down the Basket Legion and not the Sneasler when he had a chance to take either knockout. And maybe says something about what the last Pokemon is, because Tyranitar is being threatened by both these guys, but it's really being threatened by Sneasler, I think a little more so. At least if your Tyranitar goes down to a Wave Crash, you're taking the Basket Legion down with it with a lot of recoil, threaten it if it doesn't get targeted. Doesn't really do much into Sneasler, and Sneasler also so fast just takes down this Corviknight, like we said, was maybe one of the most important Pokemon on the team. Moonblast, taking down this Excadrill. I guess we'll have to see what the last two are and whether or not, taking down the Basket Legion was so important. I imagine it's something like maybe an Incineroar that can intimidate that Sneasler. And I don't know. I try to figure out what could win the game here.
Yeah, we mentioned in Team Preview how potent Sneasler was going to be in the matchup, and this is exactly the reason. Like, once it gets the Unburden boost, not a lot on traditional Sand teams that want to take close combats from it, and also Dire Claws for that matter. This Tyranitar, interestingly, is holding the Tyranitar, so it is just susceptible to getting knocked out by a close combat. But there is a Primarina on the board. Primarina may be able to take a Dire Claw, but I don't know if the Dire Claw plus Moonblast double up is going to be enough. Or it's going to be too much for it. Yeah, it's a really awkward spot for Costanza here, because if you just leave Tyranitar unprotected, it gets risked of getting knocked out by close combat, and then Primarina not going to survive a double up.
This is where I wonder if that was supposed to be a knockout into the Sneasler, because then all of a sudden the Primarina is far, far safer. Now, I mean, you're obviously Sneasler can't hit both of them, right? And so you do have to choose between clicking close combat into Tyranitar, clicking Dire Claw into Primarina. And we do just see Nick go for Protect, trying to maybe bait out a Protect, see which one they can safely target. Interesting that Connie also went for the Protect on the turn that they Terra'd when didn't need to, but I guess what are you really losing there either?
Yeah, just Mega Volleying the Tyranitar, the Primarina gets the Moonblast, does a lot of damage to Whimsicott. But
I was going to say, I think that's what they were losing.
Yeah.
Was if they was protected, they could save their Terra for another turn, get Sandstorm back up on the next turn. Now, even without the special defense boost, probably not going to come up. But again, I also kind of think the last mon is Pelipper, and so being able to maybe take a knockout and then get your Sand back up once the Pelipper's on the field, I feel like that was the way that maybe they had a chance to win the game.
Yeah, it's just a really tricky board state, because like neither of these Pokemon really want to be going up against Sneasler, but interesting choice to just Moonblast the Whimsicott and not try to remove the Sneasler. But yep, now Tyranitar unable to protect itself, going to drop to the close combat, and with Primarina, yeah, basically all by itself here, and like you said, just like Nick just having the Pokemon advantage here, will just easily be able to clean up this last Pokemon here, as Primarina going to take the Moonblast. Takes it pretty well, but yeah, just might be too many Pokemon for it to deal with. Moonblast goes into the Sneasler. This Sneasler has dropped its defenses several times, so Moonblast going to be an easy knockout here. And I guess we'll see what the last Pokemon here for Nick will be. It is going to be Pelipper.
Yeah, it's a showing that didn't have to bring the size band mode. Obviously, when you look at the team sheet, and we were literally looking at the team sheet where the first two mons are Alakazam, Meowstic, right? So that's the first thing that you see, top of mind. And then really smart of Nick to realize, there's a Tyranitar, there's two Dark types, two Steel types. My size band mode probably not going to be able to power through this. Instead, I'm going to rely on my other four Pokemon that are, four good Pokemon. That's the premise. Like I said, it's a 2-2-2 style team, so you can bring any combination of those twos and have it work out, and this time correctly assessing that the rain mode was the scary one. Rain Sneasler were the big threats towards the Sand team, and dropping that Sidespam mode altogether. Now we're going to see, does Costanza respond and try to bring something else, maybe leave themselves a little weaker to the Sidespam mode, or do we see Nick in game 2 say, you know what, hey, if that Corviknight doesn't show up, if that Incineroar isn't showing up, maybe I can Sidespam through my opponent.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a back to the drawing board moment for Costanza here, as we saw that the Sidespam mode didn't come, and we just saw the Sneasler just kind of honestly like soloing the entire team. So definitely a situation where that Pokemon is going to be public enemy #1 in team preview, and I think maybe some different targeting with stuff like Corviknight's Brave Bird and just like threatening more damage, because I feel like Costanza was spending a lot of that game protecting, and also a very dangerous game in front of Whimsicott. But just very passive turns, and Nick's 2-2-2 slider like hyper offense style team was just able to mow it down. So yeah, definitely tried to get into a position where Sneasler isn't able to get off all those free hits.
Yep, and that's where I'm looking at the Sinistcha that didn't show up to this game, and thinking Sinistcha is really good against Sneasler, can redirect attacks a lot more safely. Incineroar can potentially get intimidate it, get fake outs off, and make the Sneasler have a little harder time powering through something like that Corviknight that we saw, maybe missing a knockout on the Primarina. But then all of a sudden, if you start bringing your Sinistcha, you do start to open up maybe more of a weakness to the other modes of the team. But yeah, Sinistcha I would expect to see in game 2 being a lot better into the rain mode and a lot better into the Sneasler.
Yeah, Sinistcha, it does have to watch out for Pelipper's Hurricane, and does have to watch out for Last Respects. But yeah, also this Sneasler doesn't have Throat Chop, so this Sinistcha, very good, helpful redirection for the Sneasler, and maybe an opportunity for it to slow it down a little bit, and maybe giving some opportunity to Corviknight to maybe set up a little bit if it doesn't get caught by Whimsicott. The Whimsicott does not have Focus Sash, so possibly able to just be removed off the field with one single Brave Bird. So I feel like if Costanza is able to remove the Whimsicott and maybe like try to get some bulk up stuff going, that Corviknight can take over the game in a situation where it's pretty primed to do so. But the game 2 leads here, we have Incineroar Corviknight going up against Whimsicott and Sneasler, as Sneasler is going to consume that white herb right off the bat, activating Unburden.
Yeah, and once again we're in a similar spot where this Corvi is really threatening. It can take do a fat Brave Bird into either the Sneasler or the Whimsicott, but in order to really take over this game, it's not going to be throwing out neutral Brave Birds. It's going to need to get a bulk up off, and it's so hard to find a turn to bulk up when at any point Whimsicott's on the field. It could potentially click Encore into you and then nullify your Corvi. So really, really awkward dynamic. But I keep thinking back to that turn 2 last game, where if Connie had called the Whimsicott switching out, gotten a bulk up off, all of a sudden maybe it has enough bulk to take some more attacks from that Sneasler and turn the game around.
Yeah, definitely, Sneasler's still in a really good spot to start doing what it does best here, as Incineroar going to fire a fake out into the Basculegion, so not even being affected by that, as Corviknight going to take this full power close combat. Does a respectable amount of damage. Still takes it under half, but Corviknight going to fire off this Brave Bird, this time into the Sneasler. With the minus defense is going to be an easy knockout there for the Corviknight, so Connie doing this game a lot differently, taking out a knockout on turn 1. Unfortunately, going to have to take a lot of recoil for Corviknight's troubles there, but yeah, we saw how big of a threat Sneasler was in last game, and it's just immediately removed off the field.
Yeah, and now, now all of a sudden, it's going to be a lot harder for Nick to find the damage, because you've got a Whimsicott and you've got a Pelipper, and Pelipper, again, presumably there's a Tyranitar in back that could turn off the rain, so Pelipper a lot harder to position when you have one fewer switch in. And yeah, so now you're really relying on that Basculegion to really take over the game, really do a lot of damage. Now, is there a water resist if there is a Tyranitar, Corviknight, and an Incineroar? There's only one Pokemon left. It has to be the Sinistcha or the Primarina, and neither of those, especially the Primarina, doesn't actually really want to take rain boosted wave crashes, right? So it is going to be very reliant on this Basculegion to do the damage to win the game, but the Basculegion is still in a pretty good spot as far as the Pokemon that Connie could have back.
Yeah, it's just going to be a question of whether or not Nick can maneuver around the weather switch-ins here, because Pelipper's usefulness does go down quite a bit if it's not able to have those weather balls in play. If Tyranitar is in in the field, as Bastion Legion is just going to be able to fire off a full power Wave Crash. No switch in from Tyranitar here, as the Incineroar is just going to be removed right off the field. And Pelipper also getting an attack off here into the Corviknight. That brain boosted Weather Ball able to just remove the Corviknight right away. And just like that, Nick responding to losing arguably one of their most valuable Pokemon on turn 1, to just giving 2 knockouts right in response. So we'll have to see what Costanza's last Pokemon are. It's going to be the Tyranitar and the Excadrill, but unfortunately, since these are the last 2 Pokemon, the Sandstorm might not be here for long, but Nick does have a bit of an interesting decision that they have to make in terms of what Pokemon they want to target and how they're going to possibly reposition this Pelipper.
Yeah, just because both the Excadrill and the Tyranitar do have Protect, and currently they are both in range of, I believe, being able to knock out this Bastion Legion. So now all of a sudden, again, because this Bastion Legion is a single target attacker, and so much of all the KOs basically have to come from this guy, if you call the slot right and protect the right slot, you can very easily win the game. Now, right now, the Excadrill is faster than the Bastion Legion, I believe, and so I believe it knocks out here as well. So now all of a sudden it's going to come down. You're going to have to be able to find a way to get that Whimsicott in, potentially get a Tailwind off, and then get 2 attacks off of the Bastion Legion, which easier said than done.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Bastion Legion like kind of has to take a lot of recoil too, because like Wave Crash is probably the most clickable move on the board, and like you just kind of want to click Wave Crash as much as possible here. As Excadrill actually going to go for Earthquake here. Nick instead swapping out the Bastion Legion for Whimsicott, and Whimsicott able to eat that Earthquake there. So Nick potentially making a good call here, as Pelipper going to go for Weather Ball. This is Rock-type Weather Ball, so just serving as a means of breaking Excadrill's Sash. But now, since the Pelipper hasn't switched out, Sand is still in play, and it will be for this next turn. So bit of an awkward spot for these two sitting in front of Excadrill.
Yep, and also notably breaking Pelipper's Sash with the Sand, which is pretty good. And yeah, so now, again, it gets a little awkward. I thought the Pelipper maybe, could also have Click Tailwind to give Bastion Legion the speed advantage. But now, because there was no Rock Slide coming out, and instead of Protect, the Pelipper is just still on the field. The Pelipper can switch back out if it really wants to, if it's willing to take that risk, and maybe get Rain back up and get speed control. Or also, the Whimsicott can get Tailwind off, and then the Bastion Legion very, very safe. The problem is the Pelipper not really doing anything on this board state. No damage coming out from this guy with Weather Ball and Hurricane as his 2 attack moves.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky spot to be in, but actually Pelipper going to stay in once again and just go for Wide Guard here, protecting from potential Rock Slides and Earthquake, as Whimsicott goes for the Encore into the Excadrill. So now that means this Tyranitar is going to have to take Earthquake, while Nick's side becomes completely undamaged by it thanks to the Wide Guard. And also, interestingly, no Mega Evolution coming out from Connie's side, as Tyranitar just going to take a full power Earthquake, as this Rock Slide's going to be blocked by Wide Guard. So very good play there from Nick to potentially use Connie's tools against them.
Yeah, really clean way to find the end game. I thought the Whimsicott brought in Tailwind up, and if it was taking a high horsepower, it probably was brought in to take Tailwind, but it was probably going to set Tailwind off. But because Connie clicked Earthquake when there really wasn't much of a need to, the Bastion Legion would have gone down to a horsepower. I think it does more damage, and the Pelipper was immune to it anyways. And so instead, putting themselves in a really awkward position where now they get Encore, now they're basically guaranteed to go down to another Earthquake, and can just get walled out by this Wide Guard for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah, potentially saving the Mega there to maybe like turn the tables on Weather in the following turns there, but now just going to use the Mega Evolution. Nick just going to go for another Wide Guard here, probably just going to launch a Moonblast into the Tyranitar, as Excadrill is going to go for another Earthquake, as it is Encored into Earthquake, so it's kind of the only thing they can do here. We saw how well Whimsicott took that. Not going to be taking too much damage there. Actually, no damage at all because of Pelipper's Wide Guard. And so just basically no damage on that turn, but I mean, I feel like the writing's on the wall a little bit here for Connie's side, as Tyranitar easily in Moonblast range, and Excadrill, I mean, it's got to contend with only 2 more turns of Sand and 2 very healthy Pokemon, and even if the rain doesn't come back up, the Scarf Bastion Legion is still eagerly waiting in the back for its chance to just clean up this game with Wave Crash.
Yep, I mean, easily in Moonblast range, easily in Earthquake range too. So yeah, this game is 100% locked up. Just keep clicking Wide Guard. Whenever the Excadrill runs out, you just click Encore again, and there's nothing you can do because the Tyranitar will always go down to the Excadrill, funnily enough. So yeah, putting Connie again, compromising position because of Earthquake, and I'm curious how that game would have gone down if they had locked into High Power instead.
Yeah, just very nice setting up of the end game here from Nick's side as the chip damage in the Excadrill. Not going to be the major needle mover here, but yeah, it's going to take just a couple more attacks here for this Excadrill to go down, and it looks like Nick will be able to lock up this game and get advance to 2-0 in the tournament. Just really well played, I think, both games, and I know, Audie, you're sitting over there very sad not having to see the Meowscarada, or having not seen the Alakazam mode, but maybe if we see Nick later on in the bracket, we'll get a taste of what Alakazam can do.
I think so. I mean, first off, I just want to say Nick played the Whimsicott super well, understanding how important it was not just to have it in the early game and the ability to threaten the Tailwind, but also having it the threat of Encore at any point in the game, threatening the Corby, making it so the Corby could never really get set up, punishing the Excadrill for clicking Earthquake when when you had a wide guard user and you could Encore it there. Just really clever play to take full advantage of what Whimsicott gives you. And showing off exactly how powerful the Pelipper Basket Legion mode can be alongside that.
Yeah, just a lot of good tools to handle the Weather War here, and yeah, just proving that Swift Swim Basket Legion don't even need it. You could just run Scarf Adaptability and just fully take advantage of the water type damage, and obviously the boosted last respects also. And yeah, just like well positioned Basket Legion, it could be an early game powerhouse with just firing off wave crashes. It can be saved for the end game, like right here, and just be a very strong sweeper in any different part of the game. So Pelipper, Rain proving it's still one of the cores to beat, and yeah, just has the Scarf Wave Crash here. No more sand, so Excadrill going to be slower than the Basket Legion. Wave Crash picks up the knockout, and yeah, Nick will be moving on to 2-0.
All right. Do you want to see if we can get Nick on for an interview?
I think we should.
All right. Is it my turn to do the interview? Do you want to go grab him?
Yeah, I can do that.
Sweet.
Be right back with winner of round 2.
And perfect timing because it looks like I just got disconnected from Pokemon Champion somehow. So hopefully the room is still up. Yes, actually we can do that now. Let me reconnect to the room. Okay. So we're going to take a quick break to be able to change our setup slightly. So we're going to turn our table. So give us 1 minute, and then hopefully we still have time to talk to Nick. Okay, we should be good, I think. Okay. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Using that mic.
Hello, hello.
All right. Hello. We are here with the winner of round 2, Nick Rubin,
Yes, Nicholas Rubin, or the Mismatcher.
the mismatcher.
Twitch.tv/the Mismatcher, just in case.
One and only. There you go.
Yeah.
And first off, congratulations.
Thank you,
2-0,
thank you.
first local. And you had a crazy team.
Yeah, I really hope that match showed everyone at home how good Mega Alakazam is and all the things that Mega Alakazam can do, its strengths. Yeah. So that's probably Mega Alakazam itself's worst matchup, which is partially why I have the rain mode on the team. And the other thing is, so I actually streamed a few matches with this team last night at twitch.tv/the Mismatcher. And Connie, my opponent, is a friend of mine, and she was watching the whole thing. So I know she'd seen me fighting all those other teams. And she didn't pay that much attention, she said, but she knew like my rough game plans too. So I also had that headspace going on. And I was trying to think, I'm just like, man, Alakazam really can't touch anything here with 2 dark types, Incin and T-Tar, and Excadrill. I mean, I have the Gravity Focus Blast, but then that leaves Mega Alakazam open, and if anyone sneezes like the next town over from him, he faints. So I had to like be careful there. But I'm like, well, I think I have enough tools with the rain mode to just take it even without a Mega. That I was able to go for that game plan, and I was glad it worked out.
Yeah, it worked. It worked really well. We saw exactly how powerful the Sneasler could be.
Yes.
In that game 1. Just powering through basically the entire team, it felt like, with Primarina, with Corviknight taking 2 close combats, Tyranitar. And then game 2, what I was really impressed by was your ability to preserve the Whimsicott.
Yes. And that was a very fun endgame to figure out, being able to use Pelipper sitting in the sand for like 8 turns there. I was afraid I miscounted Earthquake PP or didn't count enough, and I was going to lose on running out of Earthquake PP. But yeah, preserving the Whimsicott because that was kind of a tough opener because I'm not Sash, and you kind of do need White Herb on this team because I'm not Sash, she can kind of Brave Bird either slot. So either kind of have to make a hard read like I did turn 1 and try to get value. Game 1, I'm like, the nice thing about Alakazam is even though I didn't bring it, the pressure of Alakazam kind of forces her into a certain team unless she's making a hard read. And then that allows me to counter team that team more easily. Yeah, game 1, I was able to get the fake out off and delay it by 1 turn. But game 2, I'm like, I think Tailwind in the back is valuable because, it's a weather war, but she has a bit of the advantage because she can Mega T-Tar and take the weather control back. Mm-hmm. But if I can have Tailwind, I can still outspeed Sandstream with a lot of my mons and keep progress that way. Yeah, so preserving Whims there. Then, of course, the Encore into Earthquake to force her to knock out her own mons slowly as I just wide guarded over and over. That was a good time.
That was a really funny way to 100% lock up the end game.
Yeah.
I really appreciated that. But yeah, I do, we didn't get to see it, but I just want to hear a little bit more about the Alakazam and Meowstic. Why did you bring it? What is it supposed to do? And has it actually...
I was back and forth. I came up with the idea. I was experimenting with it. And, what's funny is despite trying to make Psy Spam work in a game it doesn't as obviously work as well in, I'm actually a bit of a Psy Spam hater in previous formats I played. So I'm not like a Psy Spam enthusiast desperately clinging to it. But I kind of thought, I'm like, well, this is something that is not on anyone's radar because it's difficult to get up. And because of that, there are some teams, like my round 1 opponent, had no dark types and had a Psychic Resist, but Helping Hand Expanding Force can turn some Psychic Resist into just, neutral hits. So it can just roll through a lot of teams if they're not prepared. And especially in the closed team sheet format, Gravity Focus Blast is also very strong. And Gravity isn't just for Focus Blast. Trace is also a really funny ability on Alakazam because it can help you sometimes and hurt you sometimes. I have Trace an opponent weather setting ability to reset their weather for them. When you trace a Swift Swim or a Sand Rush, it can just win you the game on the spot and it's great. But if you trace a Levitate, which is not that uncommon in this format with Rotom everywhere, then you don't get your own Expanding Force. So that's the other reason for Gravity, is so I can Gravity myself back down after that. And then I had it also does weird interactions with, Sucker Punch Bird. But yeah, the other interesting thing about it is, like I said, I just think Psy Spam is not something that most people are prepared for, so you can run through some teams. The problem is Incin and King Gambit are great Pokemon. Tyranitar are great Pokemon that are on a lot of teams. that also happen to counter Psy Spam. So it's not like completely well positioned, but if you play around with it and you find the right mons in the back, Sneasler, of course, can take all of those down. Someone suggested Glade to me too, which I thought was interesting because you could also take advantage of the psychic terrain if you want. But no, it feels like an interesting team. It took me a bit to figure out how to pilot it, but then once I felt like I kind of got in a groove, I was able to just go through ladder pretty consistently. I won 8 games in a row, and then I lost 2 in a row to a Quick Claw Garchomp. 2 Quick Claw Garchomps, 2 different opponents, and then I decided it was time to go to bed last night.
So the interesting thing is, I think there's actually a lot of different megas you could choose for that Psy Spam team. We just got Mega Delphox has Levitate, so it really gets to do that. But we also have Mega Meowstic as well. Did you consider any of those guys?
So I did consider Mega Meowstic, but Mega Meowstic is just Mega Alakazam, but less in every way. And generally, I feel like in BDC you want more. Alakazam is one of the most min-max mons of all time, so you can just blast through things. There are a few mons that like to live on 5 HP, which are a little annoying. So I've also learned you have to position it basically. So if you can get Psychic Terrain, Helping Hand, Expanding Force, you can just roll through most things. So it's playing so you get that, even if you have to delay it a little bit, and you know you can set it up in the back.
Yeah.
Although your opponents can play out your trigger. Yeah, so Meowstic is just slower than Mega Alakazam. Mega Alakazam outspeeds Sneasler. It outspeeds everything, but Dragapult is nature dependent. Mega Meowstic doesn't. Mega Meowstic also has Trace, so you have the good and bad of that. It's slightly physically bulkier, but in the end, it didn't seem to work. Mega Gardevoir, I would try out.
Yeah.
Base 100 speed, I feel like you need some other forms. On the nice hand, on the good side of it, you can actually live things, and you have a secondary stab that does more than tickles. I would try out Mega Gardevoir too. I built one, but I never actually tried it. But yeah.
It's funny how Psy Spam never dies, no matter what.
No, it doesn't. And I was normally the guy who's trying to kill Psy Spam and end it, but today I'm carrying the torch. It's fun. But man, the whole time I'm playing, I'm like, wow, imagine if I had a mon that could set Psychic Terrain on switch in, or Psychic Terrain and Helping Hand in the same turn. Or imagine a mon that could set Psychic Terrain and do Redirection. That would make this team so much better. Right. However, it would also mean that it would be a meta team and more people would be looking out for it. So a little bit of a push and a pull.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, you just it's not as fun to play when it's already cool and everyone's already using it. But when you're the special snowflake, you know, it's so much more fun to use.
And I also feel like with new metas and new games, I feel like people tend to figure out offensive cores a lot quicker than they figure out defensive cores.
Yeah.
So I think if you want to try to do well at a first meta event, find something super offensive that combos people don't have the defensive backbone, and then just try to steamroll through games.
100% agree. All right, it looks like we do have our round 3 pairings up, so I will let you go.
Go to that.
Any final words? Any shout-outs?
Yeah, shout out to Nicholas Rubin / The Mismatcher at twitch.tv / The Mismatcher. You should check him out. I just started streaming again yesterday after taking like a year and a half off, which is why I'm in my promo arc. But thank you so much to both of you for commentating.
Of course.
And to my friend Andrew, who I was going back and forth on for ideas for this team. So thanks to him as well.
All right. Good luck.
And God.
That's
God too.
All right. So I'm trying to check out. It looks like there's 2 2-0s, and we've seen, sadly, they did not play each other. If we had Kalen and Nick, we would have gotten the 2 2-0s.
Oh, the lighting is so much better over here too.
Yeah, I like it.
Wow, really leveled up.
The other 2-0s are Darius and Lacey, who sadly are not playing each other. So I don't know. What do you think? Do we spectate one of the people we've already seen, or do we pick a different matchup? I think we pick a different matchup, right?
Try doing one of the 1-1s.
Yeah. I want to check out team sheets before I commit.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at Brian potentially.
Yeah, I was looking at that one
too. He usually has the real teams.
Yeah.
Who's he playing? Tova. This would be a fun matchup. Maybe.
This is the Trick Room team.
Yeah. I think I could see Trick Room.
Okay.
Good. All right, let's check that out.
Yeah.
We'll get Darius and Lacey on at some other point.
We'll see him at 3-0. Maybe.
Probably. Okay. Every time I transition, I'm always worried it's going to break. That's usually when bad things happen. And also did not catch. Oh no, it didn't save my. made my changes. I made all these changes to make this so much better. Didn't save. Unfortunate.
Doing a lot of the on-the-fly technical maintenance here. Is to be expected. Just some growing, but we never tried to stream a local from this place before, and it's surprisingly working. Like, well, as well as the technology will allow.
This is more the fact that I have an old laptop and less the fact that that we can't host locals. And in fact, I've been very, very impressed by the spectator mode so far, and it's made it so easy and so painless to do this.
Yeah. Like, hypothetically, this works very well in a store that is able to provide stable, good Wi-Fi. That's just kind of the accessibility concern, is like the availability of like good Wi-Fi able to host, like, because this is only a 16-player local, right? So like for this to work, we have like multiple Wi-Fi networks going, where our players are on one, we're on a different one, and then also like, yeah, this stability of said Wi-Fi is, you know, it's a logistical concern that I think a lot of people are having right now. But I mean, in a place like this, like, yeah, I mean, if you're able to get all the favorable conditions going, like, the spectator mode is really cool. I was chatting to some players out there, and I literally just walked up to people just watching another match, like, from their Switches, and that's so much better than, like, if there's a hype match going on, like, you can just watch it from your own Switch, like, away from the table. And that seems like a really cool thing to have at regionals too. If you're able to like spectate matches that are like close by you in proximity by just like tuning into your own Switch's spectator mode, like that's in theory a really good thing. It's just like the logistics of how it all works remains kind of a big question mark. But I think we're seeing here that with the ideal conditions, this is pretty cool.
It's really cool. And I'm just thinking about, you know, how this might work at a regional. Assuming they do use the same setup, I think it'd be really cool if they, for example, had backup stream matches. You could put two stream matches in a room, and it'd be really easy to be able to pull that off. So
yeah,
it opens up a lot of opportunities for how to live stream Pokemon. Someone who is more professional than I can probably figure this out a little better, but
yeah, we need tech support help if we're opening a job application for tech support.
But yeah, so this time we are going to be looking at two more fun teams. This time, one of the teams, Brian, is on a similar team to what we saw earlier with T-Tar Excadrill with Sinistra. This time, no Corviknight, instead using a different partner for Earthquake, using Telepathy Gardevoir.
Yeah, we've been seeing Gardevoir a lot. The Telepathy, the non-mega ones with Telepathy next to Garchomp as an Earthquake partner. So Gardevoir offers a lot of cool utility. It's Scarf, it's got Icy Wind, it's got really good coverage for Tyranitar with the Moonblast, and Moonblast Psychic offers pretty good utility alongside an Earthquake spamming Pokemon like Excadrill. So you just have that like Steel Fairy Psychic coverage, which is pretty good to try and lock up games with. Milotic is a very interesting choice here. I think it's a Pokemon that we can talk about a little bit maybe, but Milotic I think is positioned in a pretty interesting spot. We'll get to the team on the right in a second, but it's in a good spot right now in the metagame with Incineroar being everywhere and a lot of like strong physical attackers to deter the Intimidate. There's a lot of good Intimidate Pokemon in the metagame right now, and Milotic is a very good deterrent for a lot of those. But yeah, enough about that. Let's take a look on this team on the right here with the Drampa and the Mega Golurk. I'm assuming they're both holding the Mega Stones.
They sure are, and I like it. I think that if you are running a Heart Trick Room team like this one, you do actually get to run double Mega, because you have, you know, honestly, a bunch of these new Megas are very clearly like Trick Room Megas, also Crabominable, another newer Mega that usually used in Trick Room. We see a Gallade. This one does not have the Mega Stone, but that's also a potential Trick Room Mega there. So you got a lot of options here, and showing that Trick Room is not dead, even though people were complaining about the IV nerf, or without being able to run minus speed IVs. It's still, you know, you're still using Pokemon that have base 30-something speed. They're still going to go first in Trick Room, and the question is, can Drampa and can Golurk do enough damage in Trick Room to actually win the game in that short period of time?
Yeah, both of these megas are actually interesting choices in this matchup because Drampa having Cloud 9 does shut off the effects of the Sandstorm. So even though you still see the Sandstorm swirling and twirling on the screen, Excadrill is actually not getting the speed boost. Though, I mean, you are facing a hard Trick Room team, so Excadrill is going to be faster anyway. So, yeah, Drampa is an interesting choice here because it does have the option to turn off the weather effects of the Sandstorm, which also includes the special defense buff to Tyranitar. So also Golurk, potentially a very good choice in this matchup too, just because of how good offensively it is to Tyranitar Excadrill, and just how strong Mega Golurk is also. It's a very, very strong attacker, and also has access to Unseen Fist, so it turns out Urshifu is not dead either. But yeah, we have both very valid Mega choices in this this matchup here, but we're gonna see what T-Tar and Excadrill have to offer in this turn 1.
Right, and I mean, Unseen Fist is huge, because especially if you can get into Trick Room, right, you could potentially hit an Excadrill through Sash, right, which is crazy. It'd take the knockout. So many people want to spend turns protecting to stall out Trick Room, but Brian's saying, I don't need to protect to stall out Trick Room. I can just knock out the Trick Room setter, getting rid of that Focus Sash Sinistra right away, and entirely denying Trick Room. Instead, we're going to see whether Drampa could do it out of Trick Room with a big Heat Wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sinistra not the protecting type of Pokemon, so not able to withstand the onslaught of Iron Head plus Knockoff, which is kind of a concern I have for a lot of these Pokemon on Tova's team, as, I mean, like, Gallade doesn't resist either of that combination. Hatterene is weak to at least one of those moves. Farigiraf is also weak to one of those moves, so I'm kind of just sitting here wondering, like, how are you getting up Trick Room in this matchup?
And we might just see the answer. It might be reliant on this Gallade, which, you know, maybe not the highest physical defense stat, but is threatening the Tyranitar with Sacred Sword. We don't know how the speed interactions work. And notably, Sand is turned off right now. So, yeah, not like this. Not that it really matters against a Trick Room team. The speed boost is not going to come up. But, you know, not getting the special defense boost might come up against this Drampa, except it doesn't actually have a dragon move, so maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just full coverage moves. It's got Snarl, Thunderbolt, and Heat Wave, as we just saw in the last turn. But yeah, I mean, Drampa, I mean, still got a decent amount of damage off on Excadrill, but gonna have to find its position here in the Trick Room. But actually, we're gonna see both of the Mega Pokemon appear, potential Mega Pokemon here. Oh wow, yeah, the high horsepower plus knockoff combination, easily able to dispose of Gallade here, and that's 2 Trick Room setters down for Tova, and now you just have both of your Mega Pokemon left, and these Mega Pokemon potentially have the same problem to where I don't know if either of them can withstand knockoff plus a hit from Excadrill. And it looks like we're just going to see a forfeit, and we're moving on to game 2.
Quick game 1, moving on to game 2. Obviously, Trick Room teams, you need to be able to get up Trick Room, and there's a lot of different ways to prevent your opponent from setting up Trick Room. You know, people might run Taunt. You've got Hatterene to block Taunt with Magic Bounce. People might try to click Fake Out and take a KO, and you got Farigiraf to do that. But they also might just throw 2 attacks into your throw 2 attacks into what your Trick Room setter is, and if you can't deal with that, you are going to struggle. And so there are ways to deal with that. You can lead Sinistra next to another Trick Room setter, right? And that might be a potential adjustment to guarantee that, you know, you get the Rage Powder plus Trick Room combination. It's a little more passive. You don't really want to lead Sinistra a lot of the time because of Hospitality. And but yeah, I think that made a lot of sense. Brian just saying, I'm going to throw out 2 attacks, and if you do lead a redirection, maybe I'll just click Box Slide and dare you to do something about that. Try to flinch you.
Indeedee, where are you? we need you, Indeedee.
Everyone.
Psy spam is down bad without you, Indeedee. But yeah, we are. I like what you were talking about with the possible like redirection plus Hatterene. It's like, you know, it's kind of like the good old days, but you know, you lost a lot of value with that Psychic Terrain being lost. But I think that's, yeah, the only way forward here for Tova here is like being able to redirect the attacks away from the Trick Room setter, because as I've said multiple times last year, it's like none of these Trick Room Pokemon can withstand the double up of knockoff plus either high horsepower or Iron Head. So yeah, it might have to be a redirection plus Trick Room angle. And then, like, I guess if you get the free knockout on Sinistra, you do get the free switch into one of those Trick Room sweepers. So that might be the way forward that Tova has to go.
and just not a lot of responses to Golurk if Golurk can get in position. But it's just, especially again, Unseen Fist, good ability. Even with the nerf, let's see if Tova can get the Golurk into position this time around. Drampa not doing a lot, and this time we do see the double Trick Room Setter lead with the Rage Powder from Sinistra, hopefully being able to protect the Farigarath and help them get a Trick Room initially.
Yeah, we saw that the double up was necessary to take out Sinistra because obviously the Excadrill is going to go first, so Sinistra's not going to have to take knockoff. Also, the Sinistra's Focus Sash, so it would have been able to survive a double up regardless, but yeah, now I think we're in a position where Tova is going to be able to get up that Trick Room. There is a potential option here if Brian wants to go for it, and it is involving clicking the Rock Slide button and trying to get the flinch, but Brian just not willing to give Tova the free KO and switch in. Instead, just going to go for the Mega Evolution on Tyranitar straight off on turn 1, switching into the Incineroar, which has a very favorable matchup into both these Pokemon. Maybe not even looking for the knockout here. Instead, just trying to position these two Pokemon for a lot better of a position under Trick Room, as maybe forcing Tova instead to make the repositioning play. Brian is going to click Rock Slide here. We'll see if Rock Slide is going to do the Rock Slide thing. Unfortunately, no for Brian, as Trick Room goes up. But I would argue this is an even better position now, even with Trick Room being up.
You know, this is the mind game that every single hard Trick Room player has to get really good at. Is now Brian has the choice between, you know, throwing out damage and threatening a potential hard switch into a Trick Room sweeper, or just playing very passively, clicking Parting Shot, repositioning, and saying if you don't hard switch out, you're never going to get enough value from you Trick Room terms. But you know what? If Tova can maybe call the Parting Shot slot or the knockoff slot and get the Golurk into the other slot, and it's a free switch, that might be enough.
Yeah, luckily Sinistra does have the ability to redirect attacks into it, so it could potentially try to, like, knock itself out here and try to position one of those Pokemon for free, but Brian, potentially seeing that ahead, is going to be just trying to go for a Parting Shot here, just going for Protect to try and stall out a turn here, but Sinistra going on the offensive instead, going for a Matcha Gotcha. Does a little bit of damage to Incineroar, but obviously not going to hurt the Tyranitar. Gets a little bit of recovery back, but yeah, we're still kind of in this situation where Tova does have to reposition here because none of these Pokemon are doing any sort of meaningful damage under Trick Room. So I think it's like you were saying, Audie, like, do you make the read of, you know, trying to call the Parting Shot and trying to call the attack turn, or do you potentially try to just let one of these Pokemon go down? And even with all that being said, like, you still only have 2 more turns of Trick Room left. Yep,
and you know what? There's going to be something getting a Parting Shot. I almost kind of surprised there wasn't a Rage Powder last turn to guarantee that the Sinistra gets knocked out so that there is the free switch. Because these Hyper Voices, I mean, just chipping away at it, but now Tova basically has to get another Trick Room off, and it's questionable whether or not they can do that, given how we saw it get denied in Game 1.
Yeah, so we finally see Sinistra go down, as, you know, Farigarath able to get a little bit of damage here with the Hyper Voice onto these two Pokemon. It's unfortunately going to have to take a knockoff for its troubles, and Farigarath not able to withstand the knockoff there, as Tova will be brought down to their last 2 Pokemon. And yeah, the Trick Room turns are waning, and that Tyranitar, the Excadrill are still healthy. We still have an unrevealed 4th Pokemon from Brian's side. I worry that it might be too much for these last 2 Pokemon to handle, but maybe there is a potential way forward if Gallade is able to be in a position where it could maybe set up a second Trick Room. But I mean, I just think the offense might be a little bit too much for Brian to handle.
I think
Tova to handle.
Tova to handle, yeah. I think so too. Obviously, this can't really deny a big Earthquake this turn with Unseen Fist, but Unseen Fist now only doing a quarter, and also Earthquake, notably, I think does not actually proc Unseen Fist either. Right?
Is it only moves that contact?
I thought it was only contact moves.
I guess we don't know because we've been using Urshifu this whole time, and all of those guys' moves are contact. So
this is the old like punching gloves thing, I believe.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think that Earthquake might not even actually hit the Protect, if I recall correctly. Headlong Rush will. That being a big buff for Golurk, but that means not being actually. You know, we're talking about this. It doesn't even have Earthquake on the set. It's Headlong, Heavy Slam, Poltergeist. But yeah, so being able to
all of these should be hitting through Protect, ideally.
But Headlong, you know, being able to target maybe the Tyranitar slot, we see it switch out, calling that Incineroar being threatened by the Gallade, but There's only oh.
It's Chompleberry? Oh, I mean, this is not going to be enough to knock it out.
I think Sacred Sword would have picked it up, but I think we're going to see a Sacred Sword go into the Tyranitar slot instead. And we also see something interesting with speed tiers, where I think Incineroar and Gallade have the same speed stat. And because there are no longer IVs in the game, Tova is no longer able to guarantee that Gallade is slower than Incineroar, moves first in Trick Room, and maybe could have, gotten a Sacred Sword off into that slot, and instead having to try to do it the other way around, Sacred Sword going into the Tyranitar slot, and of course, the really, really smart to mention, into the Sinistcha, taking that fighting move for free, would have taken a ground move for free as well. So really, really smart with Twitch there. And now this is the last turn of Trick Room, I believe. And so I think that Brian is in a great spot to be able to stall out Trick Room and then take over the game from there.
Yeah, just really excellent reposition here from Brian. Just able to... if you had one more Trick Room setter left, you could have set up a little cheeky little double Trick Room play to call the last two turns of Protect. But I think Brian just has such an insane amount of momentum in this second game. I think he's just very easily able to stall at this last turn of Trick Room, switch out the Sinistcha, get the Incineroar back in and get another Intimidate down on these two physical attackers. Gallade, unfortunately, not able to hold the Clear Amulet anymore, so it's susceptible to Intimidate. But we're finally gonna see Mega Golurk make its appearance here on stream. Unfortunately, a very neutered form of Mega Golurk because it's been intimidated a couple times. But I mean, I guess it'll be able to do some damage through Protect as Gallade goes for Wide Guard, potentially to protect Golurk from the Matcha Gotcha. As Golurk gonna go for Poltergeist here once again into the Incineroar. We saw how little damage this did the first time. And yeah, Incineroar actually going to survive the turn, maybe able to live the Sandstorm chip as well, maybe able to get a fake out off, and I think, yeah, Brian has all the oh, Sandstorm expires, perfect, so Incin will guaranteed live this turn, able to stop the Trick Room with a fake out, and then Excadrill possibly able just to reposition here, or just, get some more damage off.
Yeah, and that's, again, Trick Room, I feel like, if you're playing a hard Trick Room team, you kind of got to be willing to ball out a little bit. On that turn, Poltergeist went into the Incineroar slot, calling the Sinistcha switch into that slot, and the Sinistcha switch into the other slot, right? And so you get that turn right, and you take a KO onto the Sinistcha, and you get a Sacred Sword into the slot that is not the Sinistcha. Maybe you have enough damage to win the game, but getting that, and it always feels like it comes down to that one pivotal turn against Hard Trick Room, getting that one read wrong, also reading the turn 2 wrong, where you didn't correctly call the Protect and get a free switch into your big damage dealer, right? Just losing momentum slowly but steadily, getting one turn wrong here, one turn wrong there, and Brian just playing it really safe and managing to, looks like, pick up the win.
Yeah, and I just think it highlights how, Hard Trick Room is so close to being, I hate to use the word usable because that feels a little harsh, but it has so many extra tools now with with really good megas to abuse Hard Trick Room. The problem is that the mechanic changes to Pokemon Champions, like you said, the removal of IVs and the ability to optimize your speed stats to make sure that you're guaranteed slower than your opponent's Pokemon. And now you have interesting situations where Pokemon like Gallade could potentially speed tie a Pokemon like Incineroar, so you just don't have those guaranteed boards anymore. And now you just have a lot less support options for setting up the Trick Room, so it sort of leaves you very open to getting just bulldozed by your opponent's hyper offense. Hyper offense is everywhere in the metagame right now, and without certain tools, Trick Room can kind of struggle to stop those Pokemon from just kind of abusing the Trick Room setters. As we're actually getting a second game here, we've hopped into Nick's game against Lacey. Another Weather War here, as we have Charizard Venusaur going up against the Peli Arch this time. And Adi, it looks like we were just too late. The Alakazam is already down.
I wanted to hop into this game. The last one went by pretty quickly, and I was like,
we were so close. We could
catch a little bit of Alakazam action.
We were so close. Maybe this is game 2. Maybe we'll see a game 3. I don't know.
Hopefully.
We have a Sylveon here. Sylveon making its first appearance on stream. I think it's it's a really good Charizard partner back in the day, but yeah, Sylveon still able to be a really good Pokemon in this format. As Basculegion, I mean, I was gonna say it looks like it in a good spot to sweep with Last Respects, but Nick with only 2 Pokemon left, and it looks like Lacey still has Charizard in the back. Might be a bit of a tough sell. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on how the speeds work out.
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch up to this board state, but it looks like, yeah, the Charizard hasn't even Mega Evolved yet, so maybe getting the ability to set up Sun, but one of the reasons that Basculate Legion is so strong is it has the ability to knock out Charizard even in the Sun, depending on how these two Pokemon are trained. And
especially with the base 150 power last respects now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So again, it might just come down to I'm still working in team sheets and everything, but adaptability, Choice Scarf, last respects, probably should pick up either KO that Nick wants to, and then we'll see what's in back. But the Incineroar is down. The Incineroar is the best resist, so it might come down to Sleep Powder.
Potentially, I think it might be an interesting target to target Charizard there instead of the Sylveon, but maybe Nick reading the fact that Lacey would think about the wide guard and not click. Oh, it actually survived. I'm sitting here thinking I was not expecting Basculate Legion to survive that. I'm not expecting Basculate Legion to survive a lot of moves, but Sylveon Pixelate Hyper Beam. Yeah, that was an incredible survival. This Basculate Legion must have some bulk on it, or Sylveon this might have some bulk on it. But I think you're right, Adi. I think it might come down to Sleep Powder, or just maybe Lacey can win without it, because Venusaur is guaranteed faster than Basculate Legion, so you can pick up the last.
There's Tailwind up.
Oh, yeah. So it's not guaranteed.
And we didn't get to see the Venusaur.
Oh, it's not Focus Sash.
It is Focus Sash, but it had been chipped earlier.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, Sylveon having to take the recharge turn, not great, as it's going to have to take this Weather Ball in the Sun. That does more than enough damage.
Yep.
And, yeah, Sylveon not doing anything this turn because it has to recharge. And, yeah, it's just staring down two faster Pokemon that can KO it. So it looks like Nick will be winning this game and maybe the set?
We'll see.
Question mark?
But that Hyper Beam not taking the knockout on Basculate Legion is pretty crazy. Now, notably, again, Juicy Sylveon is leftovers. It actually has Calm Mind on the set. It's Calm Mind, Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, which is a really interesting set. Sylveon doesn't have the best options for a single target fairy move, right? It really wants to take advantage of Pixelate, and Hyper Beam is so strong, especially when you have something like a Wide Guard Pelipper on the field. But yeah, if that had knocked out, I think this game might have gone a little differently.
Yeah, I'm probably suggesting that it's a little bit of a bulkier Sylveon. Probably just focus on setting up those boosts. And it looks like the trainers have exited the room, so maybe that indicate. Oh no, wait, we're back. Okay, so that we might have a game 3 on our hands.
Okay, whoops, not join queue. Oh no, I haven't done that before. I have not actually seen that feature before, and I don't know.
Oh, it's assuming join queue for battling.
Yeah.
Funny. But yeah, it looks like we're getting a game 3. So maybe, Adi, we'll finally be able to see the Alakazam pop off.
Oh, I've been waiting so long. I think this is a good matchup for it too.
It is really good because there's no psychic resist.
There's one psychic resist.
It's called Incineroar, but besides that, there's no psychic resist.
Now, that being said, if you do click Gravity, you are giving the Garchomp free reign on Earthquakes or ground moves, and you are giving the Venusaur Sleep Powders that are more accurate. So it is not necessarily a button that you want to click, even though it might let you get a Focus Blast off into the Incineroar. So the question is, if you do decide to go Meowstic, which I don't think that he brought in Game 1, can you still beat the Incineroar in Sun?
I think maybe clicking Gravity isn't so bad, because the only Pokemon that really doesn't want to be grounded is Pelipper, but the rest of the team can still get hit by Earthquake, so maybe it's a worthy trade-off if it means getting a KO into that Incineroar. But maybe you're good enough into Incineroar if you're able to position the weather well enough, because you just have powerful water type damage, and as you said, Basculate Legion does have some pretty crazy calcs if it's a certain nature and training that it can sometimes pick up these one-hit KOs. Unfortunately, with Sun and Intimidate, not quite able to get there, but with Fake Out on the board, Basculate Legion is potentially able to reposition itself here, so perhaps saving itself for a better position down the line. But yeah, Nick has an interesting decision on what he wants to switch in here.
This is, I literally saw this lead come out, and I was like, oh my god, I've seen this too much in Reg Age. I can't do this again.
We're back.
Sizzler Bask versus Instant Charizard. I just had to deal with this a year ago. VGC is back.
Yeah, we're going to see Incin switch out here for the Venusaur, potentially trying to catch the water move, not on the Incineroar here, as Charizard just going to use the Mega Evolution turn 1. I was thinking that maybe Lacey could potentially preserve the Charizard Mega Evolution here, just in case Nick wanted to switch in Pelipper, and maybe just, it makes Nick maybe think twice about having the Pelipper switch in here, but Venusaur just going to take the fake out here as Basket Legion, going to go for the flip turn. This does allow Pelipper to come in freely and take away the Sun, because now the Charizard has Mega Evolved already, so you know, Nick having the option to just shut off the weather immediately. So we do have Pelipper coming in here, but yeah, both of these Pokemon, yeah, it's going to be a water-type Weather Ball now. I mean, this is still going to do a lot of damage. It's still almost one-hit KOs the Sneasler here, but yeah, I'm not actually... I don't think Lacey's in that great of a... or not that bad of a spot here, because I think, in theory, the Venusaur could be faster than Pelipper, so you could just, like, put it to sleep and then reposition your Charizard, and Sneasler maybe not able to pick up a knockout here, so, I mean, you have some options here to reposition.
Yeah, and that, you know, might have been how the Venusaur got shipped in game 1. But yeah, exactly. I think Venusaur still in an okay spot, has the ability to, I think, KO Sneasler from here. I don't, despite the fact that it does not have a ground move, I think Energy Ball or Sludge Bomb might get there.
I was about to say, like, you were talking about, yeah, it might be able to deal with Sneasler here. I was like, but there's a move called Dire Claw.
Right, and that's, you know, historically that's been the most consequential status. Now, actually, I think that, hey, taking a sleep turn, you have a, you know, 1 in 3 chance of waking up right now, and then you're guaranteed to wake up next turn. You just got your Sun back up, so if you are going first, you're not like, the way that the odds work out, this is maybe not nearly as bad. Again, Pelipper might have to hit a Hurricane and Sun to KO this Venusaur. Otherwise, Venusaur is eventually going to wake up. There's no way to stop it from waking up.
This is true, but I think the loss of last turn is potentially consequential, because if you had the opportunity to put the Pelipper to sleep, or maybe the opportunity to break Pelipper's Focus Sash too, maybe that lost turn is what matters more here, and also just allows Venusaur to get KO'd by 2 Dire Claws. So,
was there Tailwind up?
I think Sneasler had Unburden activated.
Right. So,
because
okay,
of the Incineroar. Yeah,
forgot about that.
Yeah, so Nick able to just pick up the knockout on Venusaur, able to switch out the Pelipper in for the Whimsicott, making the call out that Lacey just wasn't going to click a fire move, and he is correct. She did not do that. So now Nick has the opportunity to set up Tailwind, maybe to get some speed control for his Pokemon in the back. And meanwhile, we have Sylveon coming out here. And as you said, this is a Calm Mind Sylveon. Probably not in the best position to maybe set up Calm Minds, but also, like, it's interesting, right? Because, you know, Whimsicott's being threatened with a knockout here, but also the Pelipper switch in is just very free here because Lacey's down 2 Pokemon, and now Nick basically has won the Weather War at this point.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even if Lacey had clicked Heat Wave and taken 2 knockouts on that turn, you still have Pelipper, Basket Legion in back that almost certainly can clean up, especially since we saw it live the Hyper Beam, right?
You also have this play where you can Encore Charizard into Solar Beam.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Not a Mega Meganium, can't quite get free Solar Beams off whenever it wants to. And yeah, assuming that there's Basket Legion back, I guess the win condition is that Alakazam is the last mon, and maybe the Sylveon can clean up, although now you have just Calm Minded in front of an Encore Whimsicott, so maybe not.
Yeah, now both Pokemon are Encored. We've seen Encore be kind of a bit of a scary move in this game for other reasons, but like Whimsicott just proving again why it's so good. It's just able to take these passive turns and these repositioning turns and just take them fully away from your opponent here, as Charizard is going to be able to get the Solar Beam off. This will still do a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately it is into the Whimsicott, so not doing any damage there. And Pelipper, with this Charizard Encore locked, able to get this Weather Ball into Charizard, easy 1-hit KO, a second 1-hit KO for Pelipper during this game. And yeah, Sylveon locked into Calm Mind against 4 of Nick's Pokemon. It's looking like it's curtains.
Yep. But we see Nick again really like leveraging that Encore in the late game really well, second straight round, finding a way to like 100% lock a game up, and that's something that, you know, players are going to have to get used to playing against a little more. It may be something that, you know, not super familiar with at the start of a generation, but it's not just about taking that knockout when you can. It's about realizing what's going to happen on the next turn, especially when your opponent has Prankster, Encore, things like that. Disable Pokemon like Mega Gengar and Whimsicott are so good at, punishing you for not thinking 1, 2, 3 turns ahead.
Yeah, Whimsicott just, you know, probably just Pokemon that's very, like we saw in the last set, Nick made that really good Encore play into the, I'm forgetting, it was the Excadrill, Encoring it into Earthquake, so, like, you're just seeing the versatility of the move Encore, and just, like, how its distribution isn't great in this game. Like, I think Whimsicott's, like, one of the only relevant Pokemon that get Encore. I guess Delphox is on that list now, but yeah, just very, very well played. Nick, is a player that used Pelipper like almost exclusively in Scarlet and Violet, like very much like all the time was using these sort of rain teams. So I think the Weather War was something he's very accustomed to, and I just think it's very much muscle memory transferred over from the previous generation.
Yeah. I think that was the last match of the round, but I am going to quickly see if anyone wants to hop on mic with you.
Okay.
We're going to see if this doesn't break anything.
All right. Be right back.
You can keep chatting.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll be filling some airtime here. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream. I know we've had a couple hiccups here and there, but this is like the first time we've ever done any kind of streaming thing at this particular venue. So, I hope everybody's enjoying the broadcast. I think we've had some really fun games to showcase. Yeah, I guess we're trying to find somebody who wants to yap on stream about Pokemon Champions, and yeah, I mean, if you guys have anything in the chat you guys want to ask or any questions that I can answer, yeah. All right, it looks like we have our guest on stream, the winner of our first round 2 set, Brian Tice.
What's going on, guys?
What's up? What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think they should be able to.
Sweet.
So talk to us about that game. When you're seeing, that kind of like hard Trick Room team, like what is kind of going in your mind? Is like what is my game plan into dealing with this?
I actually haven't played against a Trick Room team.
A lot of us haven't. Yeah,
it's kind of a different game now, so they don't have a lot of the strong damage items. They're not as starting necessarily, but I guess my plan was just double the person that could set up Trick Room. It was pretty simple. I think the Sinister had Focus Sash, so I was just like trying to just double that, and at least in game 1, the Drampa wasn't really doing anything to me. Like, I figured if he heat waved the Excadrill Focus Sash, then like I'm still alive. I could just do another attack next turn anyway. Just deny Trick Room, basically.
Yeah, it seemed like a matchup where you said, like Trick Room doesn't have a lot of its like normal tools at its disposal, so it kind of does. It has a lot of issues. Like, you were able to position a really nice position in game 2 where you were just able to lock the Furry Giraffe and the Sinistra on the field, and just kind of make their play have to force them to reposition and waste their own turns of Trick Room. What exactly drew you to the team you're using right now? We've seen a couple T-Tar Excadrills in the field. We've seen a lot of Tyranitar in the field, and we see, interestingly, Milotic on your team. So take me through like what kind of drew you to this team and this idea.
I basically started playing in 2024 Reg H, so I gravitated towards Tyranitar when I first started playing VGC. So I just thought it'd be a cool opportunity to actually use Mega Tyranitar because I never used Megas before. So that was basically it. I saw Paul Chua had a team basically the same as this one. He was just running a Mega Stone on the Gardevoir. I'm running Choice Scarf. There's some fun things you can do with telepathy. Choice Scarf next to Excadrill, so that's kind of fun. I haven't really got to use it though. Like, I'm not bringing it to the Trick Room matchup, and my Lodic's kind of just the anti-Incineroar Pokemon. So I've basically just been running the same 4 most of my games. Yeah, that's basically it. Paul Chua's team mostly.
So you started playing last season, and you haven't really had an opportunity to fully, you didn't play back in the 3DS era where Megas were brand new. So talk to me a little bit of how like this experience of like, you're not using Terra anymore, you're using a completely different mechanic, and how that's kind of like maybe informed how you've approached the game differently.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting because I've never not played without Terra, so it's kind of nice being able to like know that this guy is weak to, quad weak to fighting, so my damage is going to stick unless he switches or protects. It's definitely something to consider, I guess, when you're making your moves. It's just fun playing with Megas because never played with Megas before. I've learned a couple things, like Mega Tyranitar gets 10 points of speed faster, and then like it changes the attack order because my Melodic's pretty close in speed, so I figured that out today too. So I think it's just definitely a breath of fresh air playing without terrestrialization. It's kind of like goes back to how I used to play with like the dominant strategy is like Tailwind next to or like Earthquake Tailwind strats seems to be like pretty strong too. Yeah, so it's kind of funny seeing that.
What are sort of your impressions of the early Champions meta? Like, what do you think is working? What do you think isn't as good as you thought it was going to be? Maybe some stuff that some underrated stuff you might be looking at, or some future team plans, or just overall thoughts about the current like early format Champions.
I guess, I mean, it's basically a weather-centric format, so all the weather megas. I guess Mega Floette's a pretty standout mega right now. I think it's pretty strong. I lost to it in the second round. I think other than that, trying to think of any other, not really any, like Mega Charizard, that's another weather setter, so I think it's mostly just Floette and the other weathers. That's what I've found so far as the meta. I mean, pretty much Incineroar, Sinistcha on every team. Basically, your Fire, Water, Grass core. Incineroar is just like the most used Pokemon right now.
Right.
And I guess there's no Amoonguss in the game, so Sinistcha has a lot more value. Yeah, I think things are starting to mellow out a little bit, but I feel like there's still a lot of room for discovery, like a lot of untapped Pokemon still. It's early days, it's like day 4, so
yeah,
it's pretty fun so far.
Yeah, I guess we have our round 4 pairings coming up soon, but one question that I've been asking everybody that I've been interviewing is that what is one underrated Pokemon in this format that you either think more people should be using or one that you'll be probably using yourself because you see potential?
Well, I was going to say Aerodactyl, but I think now it's started to not be underrated anymore.
I have the same answer about Aerodactyl. It's like if you asked me 2 days ago, I would have been like, dude, we need to start using Aerodactyl. But now I think everybody's caught on.
I think if I had to pick one, I would say like Rotom Wash, like Levitate with Will-O-Wisp. The support set kind of gave me a lot of trouble.
I think Rotom period is a good answer. I think
Earthquake next to it.
Yeah, it's like I think Rotom. I think a lot of people are using Rotom Wash, and that was kind of the case all those years back. But I mean, like eventually people started branching out to using the other Rotom forms. So I mean, yeah, I think Rotom in general is worth
Pokemon.
like yeah. I mean, like
Just
Rotom.
low power at least.
Yeah, and even like Rotom is like a pretty standard set. You have the Water move, Electric move, Will-O-Wisp, but like I think once people start getting creative with the Rotom sets, because Rotom has a lot of new tools, so I think we have a lot of room to experiment with Rotom. But Brian, thank you so much for joining me on stream. Good luck in your next round, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you later.
Yeah, hopefully 2-1 right now. So
Yeah, we just got to win out. All right, welcome back, Audie. We now have our round 4 pairings up on the. Yeah, so.
And we are very annoyingly have streamed every single one of the 2-1s, like at least exactly one of every single one of the 2-1 matchups.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the ability to hop between games, technically this is not probably something that we shouldn't have been expecting. Like, I mean, with the ability to jump between games, like we can have as many people on stream as possible.
So table 1, Darius and Nick, they both locked up pretty much top cut. I think maybe A21 will miscut because of the buys that we had.
That's true. Yeah.
Because it looks like we have 3 tables of 2-1s. So we're going to have 1x1 miscut.
That's tough.
Which is tough. So the 2-1s, the people on the bubble playing the win-in. We just saw Brian and we just saw Lacey as well. So they are going to be playing each other. We saw Kalen in round 1. He's 2-1 taking on Christopher Horsey, who we have not seen. And then we have Costanza, who we saw. Was that the person who took on Kalen?
That was she played against Nick.
You played against Nick.
Yeah.
Taking on Mihir, who we have not seen yet. So is there a matchup that y'all want to see in chat, or is there a matchup that you are excited to see?
I guess we did just watch. Yeah, this is awkward because we've seen a full game out of like all of these players. I guess we technically haven't seen Darius yet. I mean, we could do the 3-0-1 if we wanted to. Yeah, we'll probably see both Nick and Darius in cut again. So maybe we might want to try to pick a win in here.
So what if we do? I'm partial to I think Christopher, and Kalen, but I gotta find Christopher's team sheet before I decide. I want to see if there's anything cool here.
We know Kalen is running the Mega Glamora, so I think Kalen might be the only sole representative of Mega Glamora. So I'm interested. to see
yeah,
that.
we're watching this one for sure.
Oh, okay.
Chris has the Mega Megania.
Oh, I was watching a little bit of their games out there, and I saw Mega Megania. I was like, oh, I wonder who's running this, and I think we finally have the answer.
Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like we're dealing with another Sand team. So we have another Tyranitar and another Excadrill. We notably, Kalen did not have Excadrill. I think Kalen has Garchomp instead. So, I mean, yeah, we're getting a lot of Tyranitar today, guys. I mean, technically, we've seen 3 different kinds of weather, if you want to count the game we watched Lacey play earlier with the Charizard and Venusaur. So we have seen 3. don't know if there are any Frostlass in the field. It doesn't look like it, but we have a lot of Tyranitar. So, I mean, maybe that says something about, you know, these players, like either Tyranitar is the top dog to beat, or potentially Charizard is the top dog to beat still, and just everybody wanted to counter it. Kind of like a real, like, Worlds 2014 scenario with Mega Kangaskhan. But, yeah, we're going to be seeing a full-on Tyranitar mirror match in this round.
Yeah. And I mean, I wish we could probably pull up usage stats. It would not be too hard to do, but yeah, a lot of Tyranitar, and honestly, like there was a lot of Charizard. There will be. We could have picked a Charizard match too. 'Cause I know me here was also on the bubble, is also using Charizard, and I believe that Darius had a Zard on his team, and he is locked into Cut. I gotta find that too. So there's again, like I said, this tournament. Lots of weather. Basically, every single player in Cut contention has a weather setter on their team, pretty much.
Yeah, we're like, even though we're not seeing every single type of weather represented, we're seeing weather represented in almost every single team that's probably going to be advancing in this tournament. And you know, we've seen a lot of the same suspects. We've been seeing Tyranitar, Excadrill, Sinistcha. But, like, a lot of these Tyranitar teams, despite being, like, the same type of idea, have been very unique in their own ways. Like, Kalen's team is more of a Talonflame offense team utilizing Mega Glamora and a normal Tyranitar. And then we've seen teams like Christopher, which we're going to see here, and Costanza earlier, just, like, straight up just going with the Tyranitar, Mega Tyranitar and Excadrill. So just a lot of different philosophies surrounding these. Also, I believe was Plant God running T-Tar Excadrill as well?
So too,
okay, yeah. So like we've seen a lot of different philosophies and approaches to these kinds of T-Tar teams. And actually, interestingly, from Christopher's side, we have the Garchomp and the Excadrill, so you can kind of pick and choose what ground type attacker you want to use in this particular situation. And we have an Aerodactyl once again. For Kalen's sake, I hope this matchup against Aerodactyl doesn't go like the first one did. But he was able to pull it out, so I mean, like, that's just a testament of how good of a player he is. But yeah, I mean, again, we're just gonna see an offense mirror match here, like another just Tailwind mirror match, and also just another Sand mirror.
Yeah, and you know, I think one thing that's really cool about this Sand team that Chris has is the Meganium, which is a Pokemon that we talked about early on. We were speculating this might be a really good Pokemon to put on weather teams because it essentially gets to have a second weather on your team without having to commit to changing the weather. And so Meganium being able to hit through Tyranitar's special defense boost with its solar beams, and its really, really powerful solar beams, really might be the key to winning those mirror matches. Obviously a little worse into Sun, because it doesn't not only get its ability, essentially, it has no ability against Sun teams, but then that's where the Mega Tyranitar on Chris's team can really be leveraged. So I like the way this team is constructed.
Yeah, we saw this in Kalen's first matchup, the Feather Dance on Talonflame. A very interesting tech here, able to lower Garchomp's attack stat by 2 stages with priority because Talonflame is at full HP. But I would say that, yeah, it actually makes the difference of Talonflame being able to take that Rock Slide. But I would have said early on, if there was no Feather Dance in this matchup, that Christopher had a potential advantage here because of the Garchomp moveset, because he is running Dragon Claw as Kalen is not running Dragon Claw. And also, interestingly, this Aerodactyl is Citrus Berry rather than the conventional Focus Sash, so maybe potentially a bulkier Aerodactyl here. But Talonflame being able to use Feather Dance, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because you do weaken the Garchomp, but at the same time, you haven't matched Tailwind, and now since Talonflame has taken so much damage, matching Tailwind becomes a lot more difficult.
Right. And so, yeah, so now I think that Kalen, you know, yes, you managed to survive a turn with your Talonflame because of Feather Dance, but now, like you said, you're never going to really be able to get a Tailwind off, and is the Talonflame actually going to do anything unless you can somehow stall out this Tailwind, maybe bring it back in later in the game after you KO the Aerodactyl, but that's asking a lot out of this Talonflame. However, the Garchomp, not super duper threatened, unless you said it does have Dragon Claw, so it could take the knockout here. But no, because of that -2. So really trading the Talonflame not for Tailwind support, but instead for, you know, almost like an Intimidate user in some ways.
Yeah, maybe you have a way forward here if you're Kalen, because like right here you're able to just KO the Aerodactyl here with Rock Slide, because Kalen forewent the Dragon type move for instead that Rock coverage, and actually is a pretty big difference maker in this particular scenario because you're able to get the KO on the Aerodactyl. So maybe, like you said, if Talonflame is able to maneuver itself potentially out and then come back later in the game and maybe be in a position where it's faster than the opposing side and get up a second Tailwind, maybe that's the way Kalen secures this game here. But these two Pokemon are still heavily chipped, and now the full HP Sneasler comes out onto the field. So Sneasler kind of you can take its pick of what it wants to KO here, and yeah, I mean, with that being threatened, this could be an opportunity for Garchomp to potentially maneuver itself out.
Yeah, but I wonder if this is a switch in to a potential Dire Claw. We do see a Rotom switching in. Caesar just protecting. Caesar was in an awkward spot because yes, he can take one KO, but it might be taking attack from the partner. And Garchomp, this felt like the turn that Garchomp had a chance to switch out if it wanted to switch out, but from that -2 attack drop, instead doing very, very little damage with the Rock Slide, trying to pick up that Talonflame, but doing hits to these two, the Rotom and the Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, Rotom is able to get in here for free, so able to dodge some potential Dire Claw shenanigans. But this Rotom, as we saw in the first set, does not have Protect, so it will unfortunately have to take some damage here. So maybe, hopefully, praying for no Dire Claw shenanigans if you're Kalen here. But also Garchomp, in a good position to now click its own Earthquake with the Levitating partner, especially since now we've seen the Excadrill switch in on the Garchomp Protect, so maybe Christopher calling that possibility out and maybe judging that Excadrill was a safer switch in here, as Garchomp's going to protect itself from the close combat, as Rotom is able to get the Will-O-Wisp up onto Sneasler. That is huge, since Sneasler is going to be the fastest attacker on the field, even with Tailwind being gone, and those close combats were definitely threatening knockouts. And Dire Claw was also threatening a knockout into Talonflame. So getting this thing weakened is very good for Kalen's side.
Especially since we noticed, we've seen 3 Pokemon revealed. We've seen all 4 Pokemon revealed. There's no Mega on Chris's side. Is that right?
Does not appear so, no.
Yeah, interesting. So now the Tailwind expired. All of a sudden, you can't get Sand Up. You don't have a Sand Setter to make this Excadrill go fast. It is going to be slower than this Garchomp. And Sneasler, is it going to get there? With a burn, no, it's not. So that burn was huge, allowing the Garchomp to take another turn, not only do some chip damage with Rough Skin, but also potentially getting a big Earthquake off before the Excadrill. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, the Excadrill went faster than the Garchomp.
This must be a really bulky Garchomp.
It must be a very bulky, yeah, it must be a very bulky Garchomp, yeah, because it allows both Pokemon to move first, and then I mean, Garchomp's been unintimidated, undropped in its attack stat. It just gets a free Soft Sand Earthquake, which is able to just KO Sneasler and get Excadrill down to 1 HP. Does Rotom flinches? Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, like, all you have left from Christopher's side is the Garchomp, which has been a little weakened, but, Rotom could easily just get a Will-O-Wisp off into this thing, too. And, yeah, Kalen still has a full health, unrevealed Pokemon in the back, so potentially still an opportunity for Kalen to just, bring in that Pokemon last, maybe even under Tailwind, because Talonflame basically has a free Tailwind whenever it comes back in. So, yeah, I mean, Garchomp's going to try and protect itself, maybe calling Kalen's Protect and Will-O-Wisp play, but no, Excadrill just going to fire off an Earthquake. We're going to see if this is enough to maybe take out the Garchomp here at this range of HP. Yeah, it's going to be enough there. Garchomp not having a lot of HP at all. The critical hit, not going to matter a little bit. But we'll see if Rotom instead goes for Will-O-Wisp. Yep, it is going to be blocked by the Protect, so Christopher calling that correctly. But like I was saying earlier, now Kalen has the opportunity to get that Tailwind set up, maybe let Talonflame go down, and then, get that last Pokemon in to clean up this game.
I kind of think that the only way Chris could have won that is if they took 2 knockouts on the same turn, and the last Pokemon was Tyranitar to give the Excadrill speed boost, because it's always awkward when you're playing these sort of weather mirrors. You're like, well, do I want to bring my T-Tar and give my opponent Sand? Maybe not, but like, so now maybe potentially both players drop their T-Tar altogether, saying, I don't want to give my opponent the benefit. I'll take the benefit if I can get it, if my opponent chooses to bring their T-Tar. But now, because of that, this Excadrill is actually not actually very good. It's just not the fastest thing on the field anymore. Obviously, it does beat Garchomp. That was a big deal. But Talonflame, still faster than it, can actually get another Tailwind off, and now all of a sudden, you've got the fastest thing on the field, and it's going to be really hard to deal with this Rotom, especially now that it is moving first.
Yeah, with the Tailwind up and now the full HP Pokemon coming. I guess this is good information for Christopher now that you're able to see Kalen's last Pokemon and maybe get some information for the next game to maybe see what Kalen's going to do. Yeah, but the Will-O-Wisp able to eliminate the Excadrill, and even if it is the Tyranitar that comes in, not able to give Excadrill the speed boost to maybe contend with the opposing side speed-wise, but it is going to be Floette, and Floette under Tailwind, not going to be what Garchomp wants to see here. So a fairy move from Floette, just going to be able to take this game for Kalen.
You say that, but where there's a Bright Powder, there's a way.
Oh, does this Garchomp actually have Bright Powder?
Oh yeah, it has Bright
it
Powder.
has Bright
This game
Powder.
is not over. It's pretty close to over.
Oh, it's
but
Bright
not...
Powder and Sandveil. Wonderful. Okay, so it's technically not over, because Rotom also possesses very inaccurate moves. So if Floette wants to do the thing, okay, it's not going to do the thing. I thought I was about to commentator's curse it right there, but it does not do the thing where it activates Bright Powder. And Kalen will be taking this set, or taking this game, and will be up in the set 1-0.
Yeah, Kalen playing that really well. You know, realizing that it's actually less important that I get speed control. You have the bulk to be able to survive these attacks. You know, it seems like he's super bulky on the Garchomp. So knowing that, because again, we thought it was crazy that the Garchomp was as slower than the Excadrill, but it doesn't take that double up. It doesn't take that burnt close combat without basically all of that bulk investment. And so, yeah, I think that, you know, realizing I have a super bulky Garchomp, it could take over the game if my opponent can't Dragon Claw it for free. And get that Feather Dance off. Yeah, really clever, unexpected play from Kalen, and I'm curious if he's going to get away with it again in game 2, because I think that was probably some unexpected damage output.
Yeah, it's very valuable information here for Christopher to know, like, the bulk of that Garchomp, and also, like, Feather Dance actually paying super dividends, like in both sets that it's appeared. Like, it basically won Kalen the set the first time, getting the Feather Dance into the Incineroar. But now it's even doing more work by allowing Garchomp to take a super effective Dragon Claw from another Garchomp, and really leveraging the lower speed and obviously just the more increased bulk that this Garchomp probably has at its disposal. So I think if you're Christopher, you're going to have to sort of play a game where you don't want your sweepers getting you know, weakened by Feather Dance, but the problem is a lot of your, like, Christopher's entire team was physical, so Feather Dance actually has a lot of mileage in this matchup. So yeah, like, Talonflame, you could spend a turn maybe setting up Tailwind, but I mean, like, it's also kind of a tough call in front of Aerodactyl here if you have no means of disrupting it, whether or not you want to get Tailwind up. But Sneasler's on the field now, so you have the option to fake out this Talonflame and flinch it and immediately just remove the Gale Wings.
Yeah, we saw the Talonflame live a Garchomp Rock Slide after a Feather Dance, but Aerodactyl gets Stab on Rock Slide, which might be the difference maker if you do choose to Feather Dance it. Also, you know, Fake Out is live, although even though Fake Out is live, you also kind of want to Dire Claw this Floette. A lot of decisions to be made. Do you want to deny Tailwind? Do you want to set up your own Tailwind and match? Do you want to try to threaten the Floette? Do you want to try to threaten the Talonflame in the early game? We do just see right off the bat,
no Fake Out.
No Fake Out.
Oh, the Sneasler doesn't have Fake Out. Never mind. Disregard everything I said about Fake Out being an option. But yeah, so Talonflame just had basically a choice of whether or not it wanted the free KO on a Sneasler or if it wanted a free Feather Dance. But it chooses the KO on Sneasler. And now this interestingly leaves the Floette to kind of just do whatever it wants here. Probably just going to fire off a massive Moonblast into this Aerodactyl and just bring it. Oh, this Aerodactyl is also not Focus Sash, so it's not going to be able to take this. Yeah, Floette just proving way too strong. And Kalen just stepping on the gas immediately just takes 2 knockouts in the first turn of this game.
That's the big question mark, right? Obviously, you know, not having a Focus Sash on it, really interesting because you keep it for your Excadrill instead, right? Deciding that's the better user of Focus Sash. Probably a lot of bulk on this Aerodactyl you'd think to be able to take attacks just like that one, but no, Mega Floette with that Fairy Aura boosted Moonblast does so much damage. It's unbelievable amount of damage, taking an OHKO on that bulky Aerodactyl, and all of a sudden now putting Kalen in the driver's seat and Chris down to their last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one Pokemon that these T-Tar and Excadrill don't want to see, it's the Garchomp, especially knowing now that it's more defensive and now holding, it also holds soft sand, so like these earthquakes are going to be doing a lot of damage. I mean, Kalen doesn't exactly have, well, I guess he has one earthquake partner still left, and that earthquake partner happens to be very, very good against these last two Pokemon, and we saw exactly how good it was in game 1, which is going to be the Rotom Wash, which comes in expectedly to relieve Floette from being having to take an earthquake from its partner Garchomp. But yeah, even if you protect this turn, if you're Christopher, that earthquake is basically inevitable, and now you have Rotom positioned in here, able to, you know, pick up the last bit of damage on either of these two Pokemon. So Kalen, you know, looking in a position to clean this game up.
Yeah, probably not a lot that you can do at this point with two Pokemon that do so well. Excadrill, you know, again, we talked about Excadrill taking the Focus Sash from Aerodactyl. One big downside of that is it loses Focus Sash if it chooses to attack the Garchomp. And we saw that last game where, you know, had to make maybe some suboptimal attacking decisions like clicking Earthquake to avoid losing it. Earthquake not doing a lot into Rotom. Yeah, so now in a really awkward spot. Going to lose that Focus Sash from the Rough Skin. And, you know, Earthquake should just be able to clean this game up.
Yeah, this Garchomp just in a fantastic position to just click Earthquake. We're going to see how much damage it does. Cleans up the Excadrill here and does a lot of damage to that Tyranitar. But Tyranitar has quite the uphill battle ahead of it here. Just getting the knockoff onto Garchomp. Still not even able to KO. That's a very, very strong hit from Mega Tyranitar. And Garchomp just able to eat another massive physical hit there. As Rotom going to get the Will-O-Wisp onto the Tyranitar. And this all but seals it up for Kalen here as Tyranitar basically has no way forward from here. So Kalen going to win this set 2-0 and possibly more than likely move on to Top Cut.
Should move on to Top Cut. Again, that Garchomp's bulk being so important. If the Garchomp goes down there, you know, Chris could still win the game. Hydro Pump's not 100% accurate. You're still, you know, Will-O-Wisp not 100% accurate. You're still threatening big attacks. You can KO Talonflame, which probably can't do very much in response to this Mega Tyranitar. But because this Garchomp is so unbelievably bulky, taking double taps from Garchomp and from Excadrill and from Tyranitar, just like it's nothing. It you know, really showed how valuable investing in bulk, even if it means maybe underspeeding some Pokemon like Excadrill, it still seems like it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have the Tailwind option on your team, you can afford to build these Pokemon out to be a little bit more bulky. So I think it's a very good choice there, and it definitely proved how useful it can be. Kalen taking a bit of an interesting approach with this kind of Tailwind hyper offense style by building his Mons a little bit bulkier to account for that Tailwind option. And as I think we saw it earlier too with the Glamora too being slower than a Floette, so it may be indicative that the Glamora is a little bit more bulky on that side. But I guess we're gonna hop into another game here. We have Brian and Lacey. Yeah, another winning in. We saw Lacey a little bit against Nick in the last round, but yeah, going up against Brian here, we're gonna see if oh, Brian was just telling me how he hasn't really been using Gardevoir today, and we see Gardevoir on screen now, so that's cool. But Brian down early in this game, down the Incineroar here, and yeah, we have a fake out here into the Excadrill. This might indicate that Tyranitar is going to have to switch into a big hit here from Sylveon. Yep, the Hyper Voice. Is this Calm Mind boosted? No, doesn't look like it. But that is still a very big hit to have to take from Sylveon.
Yeah, again, we're just hopping in this game. Don't know if this is game 2 or game 3. Don't know what we've seen so far. I guess we've seen a Sneasler over on Lacey's end. So, you know, it's hard to commit to your Sun mode again in front of Tyranitar right instead of Sand. It's one of the best possible counters. I wouldn't be surprised if the last Pokemon on Lacey's side of the field is that Garchomp, right? Yeah. To try to clean up. And now with that Tyranitar, low health, the Excadrill chipped down, lost its Focus Sash, I believe. Incineroar gone. I mean, we really are in a position where Garchomp can potentially clean up unless we're looking at a Gardevoir at back. The Choice Scarf.
Yeah, the Gardevoir is in the back here. It's waiting for its opportunity. But Lacey able to switch the Sneasler in here. Probably going to protect the Sylveon to try and protect it from an Iron Head because it is chipped. And even though this Excadrill, I think, is intimidated. So I think even at that amount of HP... No, we're not going to see a Protect on the Sylveon. Oh, we get the catch with the high horsepower on the Sneasler switch in there. So Brian able to just fire a high horsepower into the Sneasler switch, and as a single target rock slide going to go into Sylveon. Not quite enough for a knockout. Let's see if Sylveon's able to move here. Sylveon is able to get the hyper voice off, not able to claim a double knockout, but yeah, Sylveon's still in very, very close range of being knocked out. And like you're saying, Adi, that Scarf Gardevoir is in the back here with Incineroar at, I think, pretty low HP. And if there is a Garchomp in the back, there might be a way for Gardevoir to close out this game with everything being so chipped.
Yeah, and I mean, Gardevoir is going to be so good against Garchomp. It's going to be so bad against Venusaur or Charizard, right? So it really might come down to what Lacey chose to bring it back. Now, obviously, Incineroar threatening Fake Out.
Oh, it's just, we're going to see a forfeit. Lacey's going to be the winner.
Oh.
So maybe Brian not seeing a way forward. Maybe he knows something that we don't.
I am very curious about that endgame.
Yeah.
Because I thought that, I guess maybe they knew what was the last Pokemon. I don't know, because if it was Charizard, I don't think that Brian could come back from that game.
Yeah.
But if it was anything else, I think there was still a game to be played.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe there was something that we were not privy to. Maybe there's something that the spectator mode wasn't showing us correctly.
All right, so we got one last win in. Again, one person who goes X1 is going to miss top cut. So, and we don't know who it's going to be. But this is the third and final player who is.
Kalen just pointed to us from off screen, so that's why we're chuckling.
Kalen said it's
he's manifesting it. So if it happens, it's the commentator's curse from himself.
But we haven't saw Mihir play, but he is also running a different version of Charizard stuff altogether. Again, that Charizard Garchomp core, really the centerpiece of this format. And again, another matchup where we got Sun versus Sand, everyone deciding that the way to beat these omnipresent Charizard Y teams is Tyranitar, and Mega Tyranitar specifically, being able to set weather twice.
Yeah, interestingly, we're seeing the Mouse Hold here, which is something that's been kind of popping up here and there. Mouse Hold being a pretty solid support Pokemon in this format with access to Friend Guard. A lot of the same tools that it had in Scarlet and Violet, but unfortunately not really being able to take advantage of that population bomb set without Wide Lens unless you're really feeling risky. But yeah, Mouse Hold proving to be a pretty good support Pokemon, just offering a lot of good support options like Helping Hand, Encore, Follow Me, Super Fang, Faint. You just have so many options to choose from with this Pokemon. And yeah, with Connie's last Pokemon being this Sinistcha, if there is Charizard in the back, I think Mihir has this all but locked up, because, I mean, Sinistcha doesn't carry usually any coverage for Charizard, and if you're able to Encore it into a move that's suboptimal, like, Charizard can just kind of sit here. Yeah, Sinistcha can click Matcha Gotcha all day, but... Wait, that was really crazy.
I was like,
wait a minute, was the Tyranitar always there? That was like it was like a jump scare, honestly. I thought I was like forgetting something, but there is no Tyranitar that was there, but yeah, it's only Sinistcha going up against Charizard, Garchomp, and Whimsicott. And
someone clip that. I needed to.
That was hilarious. That was legitimately like a jump scare. But yeah, Sinistcha being encored into Matcha Gotcha in front of a Charizard Y. I think we know how this one goes. Charizard having the 100% accurate move Weather Ball, doesn't need to worry about missing. Fires the Weather Ball into Sinistcha, and that is going to be the game for me here. I don't know what game this is, but judging by how much time has passed, maybe means that they won the set.
Yeah, I
mean,
the thing is, we've only seen a couple 2-0s now, so I don't actually know, but it's always. We'll see if they queue back up. But no, I think that these Weather Wars always require such precise play. They're always so challenging. It doesn't look like they left their table yet, so they might be going into Game 3. We're going to see.
Oh.
Nope. Okay. We'll give it a second. No, that might
looks like that was Game 3, maybe.
That might have been Game 3. Or that might have been a 2-0. I guess we could check the room, huh? That is how that works. Yeah, Mihir has won 2 battles in a row, so we do know that Mihir managed to win. So now we got a really interesting situation where, again, we have 5 people who are trying to one undefeated, who we don't know, who I guess we could watch right here. Get a little spoiler here. And then we have 4 people who are 3-1. One of them is going to miss top cut. And so probably not the person who started out 3-0, given how tiebreakers work. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But at least we'll get a sneak peek of whoever is on the undefeated table, and it looks like once again we maybe got to just miss out on the Alakazam.
Wait, no, Alakazam is still alive.
Yeah.
It might be the last Pokemon here for Nick. So, depending on what the speed order situation is here, Alakazam maybe if there's not a King Gambit, but I would like bet most of the money in my wallet that there is a King Gambit in the back.
Just hit your Focus Blast.
That's true. That's very true. But like, the single target move feels bad to click here. There's 2 turns of Tailwind, I think, for Darius' side. There's 3 turns of Psychic Terrain. I think this is the first time I've ever seen Psychic Terrain in this game, by the way. I think I've not seen a lot of manual Psychic Terrain in this game, believe it or not. So I think this is literally the first time I've ever seen Psychic Terrain in this game, besides the tutorial, of course. But yeah, I mean, if there's a King Gambit in the back, that might be the difference maker here, or else Expanding Force we might be able to see Expanding Force do Expanding Force things.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't think that even with Psychic Terrain up, Expanding Force is picking up Floette. Floette is just really specially bulky. It's the new Flutter Mane almost, and yeah, I just don't. And Alakazam, notably, not a very bulky Pokemon, so I don't know if Alakazam can pick up Floette from full. But I guess you know what? Hopefully we get to find out. I imagine there's another turn of Tailwind too. That's why they were.
Yeah, there's one more turn of Tailwind, but interestingly, that's stalling out their own turns of Psychic Terrain.
I didn't realize we could do this. This is crazy.
Oh yeah, we can see active effects for both sides.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So we are going to see the Mega Alakazam. Finally, we're going to see it on stream. Let's see what Mega Alakazam has in store for us. It is going to be firing off an Expanding Force. It will not be faster than I think either of these Pokemon, so it will have to take 2 attacks for its troubles. But maybe there's a... Oh, it actually gets a double protect.
Yep.
But interestingly enough, that means that now if Darius wants to, he could protect next turn to stall at the last turn of Psychic Terrain. So it just eliminates Expanding Force being a spread move off the table pretty much. But yeah, I mean, that is a way forward. I mean, stalling out the Tailwind does give you maybe a play that you can do now. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, I don't know if Alakazam is going to really be doing too much in this position. But yeah, because like we're going to see at least a protect from Floette here. Maybe Darius wanting to get some mileage out of Aerodactyl here. I think is it at full HP? Has Focus Sash broken?
No, it just down to 1.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like you said, probably King Gambit back, and now with Psychic Terrain gone, Sucker Punch is also a threat as well.
Yeah. I think Darius knows exactly what he's doing here, just trying to position that King Gambit in. Yep. So now without Psychic Terrain, you have no protection from Sucker Punch, and the fact that you have to log into a single target move is bad enough because Alakazam can't take more than 1 hit. So yeah, that's going to be Darius locking up this match and advancing to 4-0 and will be our top seed in our top 4. Nick just trying to stall it out, goes for another protect. Don't really know if that's going to save you. I don't even think Darius, if he needs to click Sucker Punch, I mean, realistically...
you could get Focus Blasted.
You could, but like I feel like Floette probably wins this 1v1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean...
Because it has to take an attack first.
It does, and so you're not living 2 Moon Blasts.
But yeah, there's the Sucker Punch.
There it is,
Easy one-shot. And congrats to Darius for moving on to Top Cut.
Well, yeah, and honestly, most likely we're going to see Alakazam in Top Cut as well.
Yeah, could see a rematch between these two.
Again, theoretically, 1-3-1 will miss Top Cut, but I don't think it's going to be the person to start at 3-0. So,
yeah, probably not. Usually not how that math works.
We're going to have to wait and see. Have to wait and see who that is. All right, and we're back here. Should I go and see if we can get someone to interview?
Yeah, you want to take the interview? I can do it this time if you want to. Because I did the last one. Sure, I'll find somebody that's down for an interview. Who won those last? Who did we?
We had Vihir, Lacey, and we had first one was.
Has Kalen been on stream yet? I don't think to talk.
We could get Kalen or Darius. Round 1. I don't think we interviewed him though.
Oh yeah, we could do Kalen or Darius. All right,
yeah.
I'll see if any of them want to hop on. BRB.
Yeah. That was a fun one. But yeah, so again, it's gonna be interesting. Now we are down to 4 players. I was thinking like, what do we do during the? So there's gonna be a little bit of a break until the next until Top Cut as they do team checks and whatnot. And I was a little, I was like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna play a match. Um, maybe we'll do that. But yeah, we're gonna have. I think we're gonna try to get Kalen on to chat about the teams. Um, I am curious why. I'm curious why everyone chose to run Sun or like everyone chose to run Weather except for Darius, and Darius was the undefeated. So it was pretty funny to see that. The one person without a Weather on the team actually did make it to the 4-0. We'll see if they can win. And we are here with Kalen, who that's your mic. Yep, who did just win your win it in theoretically. 1x1 misses. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah. And so we got to see your team, and your team is really cool. Uh, I was, we were oohing and ahhing over the feather dance on Talonflame, the first set of yours that we watched. Yeah, yeah, and especially I believe it was this round where you got to feather dance at Garchomp and take a rock slide, and basically stick the Garchomp on field, and then you took another Dragon Claw with your own Garchomp. Like it was game deciding essentially. Yeah. And then the other thing that we saw on your team that was really cool was your Garchomp undersped their Excadrill. Yeah, and then I think both games you took a combination of attacks that I would not expect Garchomp to take. Okay, and yeah, I mean it looks like it came up. How have you been feeling about your team overall? Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Kellen, I have good news. You did make it. You did make it tough cut. Big sad to me here, who was the 1-3-1 that missed out. So you're gonna be playing Darius in top cut in the rematch. How you feeling about that? Okay. And then I guess the last question I have for you, for Glamora, not a mega that we've seen a lot of. Um, how has that felt? Hmm. Right. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like all the other Tyrantars we've seen on stream are almost always Mega Tyranitar, and you chose a different Mega Rock type to pair with Tyranitar. Right. And we saw you put I think Glamora next to Talonflame and say, well, these are not Pokemon that really want to take these boosted fairy moves, but they can take them pretty well. You don't get O-code, and you're threatening it back. All right. Well, I know you said that you want to go and think about your matchup with Darius, so we'll let you go, and hopefully we'll get to watch you play in Top Cut. And if you see me here back there and you want to grab him, we can get him on too. You want to interview me here? That's good. You can talk to me too that way. Hello, hello. We are here with. You want to talk again, real quick? I don't think they can hear you. Can they hear me? They can hear me. Hold up. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, the entire Kalen conversation didn't happen. That's tragic. Now talk.
Hello. Like this side? Okay.
Whoops. Okay. Well,
Podcasting.
sorry guys, we missed the entire conversation with Kalen. We'll get him back when he before Top Cut at some point or after Top Cut. But we're here with me here.
Hey, how's it going?
We got to watch you at the very end of your set.
Okay.
Where you won your win in.
Yeah.
And then missed Top Cut.
Okay.
So really sad to hear that.
Yeah.
But how did you feel first tournament of champions? How did you feel overall?
It's really fun. I feel like the meta is sort of being decided. I rep like one of the Japan winning teams. So I'm seeing a lot of weather, a lot of cool like trick room stuff. I faced like a Farigiraf team that was really interesting. I think it does kind of suck not having a lot of items. So that part could be maybe improved a little bit. But I'm having a lot of fun like playing my games.
Yeah, and so you decided to bring a Charizard Sun team. And one of the interesting things I think is just people deciding how much do they want to lean into Sun. So I feel like I've seen a lot of Sun teams that are like, yeah, I have a Charizard, but I'm really like Kangaskhan, Sinistcha, balance type stuff. You have not really leaned into Sun. You don't have a second Sun abuser, but you do have Sunny Day on your Whimsicott to enable your Charizard. So tell me about what your thought process there was.
I really like the Charizard Whimsicott lead. I had like Venusaur on one of my teams, and then I faced Whimsicott Charizard, and I felt like the Tailwind Heat Wave opening is just really strong against other Sun. With the Whimsicott and Sneasler, I think you have enough options into like some sort of sand or rain that could be annoying. And like Chomp Zard just seems really, really strong right now. And then the Mousehold, I don't feel like I brought it a lot. I tried using it as a Farigiraf. It brought some value, but by and large, it just really feels like strong mons. And this team maybe struggles in the Trick Room a little bit, but otherwise, it feels really, really strong in the current meta.
Yeah. You are, interestingly, you're really leaning into these type resist items with Choppleberry, Mousehold, and Yachi Berry, Garchomp, Citrus Berry, and Cinnamore. Which to me, I look at, what people are doing to beat Charizard, and it's either everyone's running Tyranitar. Feels like there's a lot of Tyranitar here. Also a lot of Aerodactyl.
I faced an Aerodactyl, and the funny thing is, I think I just outled him game 1 because I led Sneasler and Incineroar, and I just killed everything. Game 2, he leads Aerodactyl, and I have like Sneasler Chomp to open, and I don't kill him turn 1. So Aero kills like Whimsicott, Sneasler, Charizard, like it kills all those mons. So what I end up having to do is switch in Charizard to the Whimsicott and then kill Arrow on that turn. So it was like actually kind of awkward dealing with Arrow, and I was like kind of impressed because I thought it wouldn't be that good in format.
No, but it's been seen a lot of play. Yeah, and then one of the other really fun things about your team, looking at it, Sneaslers. I always thought I've seen some White Herb Sneasler here and there. I mostly feel like Sneasler has Fake Out. you and a few other people are dropping Fake Out, and your flex move is actually Rock Tomb. So tell me about that.
Rock Doom seems really good. Just to hit Zard Y, I think I lost a set thinking it was like a spread move. But I do like the set a lot. I kind of wish I had Fake Out in a lot of these games. It seems like good into like the one matchup you want to fix, but then Fake Out seems good in like 90% of scenarios. But those are navigable without Fake Out. I think Rock Doom is kind of necessary for like the certain things you want to hit.
Yeah. And so I guess talking more broadly about champions, do you think you're gonna keep running Sun throughout the format, or are there other megas that you're excited to try out?
I'm kind of excited to try out Sand. I haven't practiced with it at all. I've only practiced with Sun on the ladder. My guess is if I don't really go like seriously into VGC and like I end up busy, I'll probably just end up running the same team if I go to a regional. So that's my thought for now. I'm not signed up for any regionals like coming up at least until the fall.
You're primarily a singles player, right?
I am. I play on like Smoke.
And so, and I know you've dabbled in VGC before. But yeah, tell me about as a singles player, what are your thoughts on champions, and are you planning on spending more time playing champions?
I think a lot of my time currently, like I'm still gonna play single sets and stuff, but in terms of singles, I'm more on the managing side. I'm kind of done with like playing a billion tournaments. My playing is primarily gonna be like grinding champions, and then showing up to some VGC events here and there. But for me, VGC is like mainly like I get to meet my friends and then play Pokemon. So if I don't know a lot of people that are going there, I might not show up. But this was my first year playing VGC. I went to Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, and then Orlando. And the team I ran ended up winning the regional. But I just missed Top Cut. I ended up at 5-3. And my goal going in was to get like 4 or 5 wins. And at 4-2, I had like a completely one game. Calyrex Zama against a 20% Farigiraf and Iron Hands, no electric terrain up, no trick room up. I choked that game in game 3. So that was the end. But for me, it was a huge accomplishment because I just kind of thought, oh, I'm a singles player. I don't really know how to play doubles. But seeing my own success and then seeing Freeze win the regional has kind of fired me up to like really give champions a go.
I love that. I love to hear that. It's always great seeing newer players come into the community, and it's great to see you come out to locals. Especially, I don't think I've seen you at these DC locals before.
Never been before. I went to a local like 8 years ago, and I think you might have heard me bring this up. I beat Rajan in the semis. He gave me a 3DS loaded up with like a whole team. My first time seeing the team, I beat him in semis. I got lucky and won a 50-50. And then I lost to Ariados in the finals.
An Ariados?
Which,
no.
It's a stream moment, but it's really good. Like coming in and seeing people that I've known online for a long time.
Yeah.
And you kind of get to see a lot of like other sides of people. And yeah, big fan of the pod.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Glad you like it. All right. I will let you go. If you want to go, if you're going back there, if you want to find someone else who wants to hop on.
Okay.
I just figure we just have a rotating cast of people chat.
Yeah. I don't know the people like in Top Gut or whatever, but I'll like ask around and see.
Unless you want to host the interview and I can go find someone.
I can stand here.
Yeah, you were talking. You want to do commentary. Ahead of time. Okay. So I'll let you chat to stream, and I'll go grab someone.
Good evening, stream. It is Saturday. Subscribe to Dub Nation. Can't see how many people are watching.
It barely fits on my head. What's up, everybody? So funny story actually is that a lot of our players that are either still in the competition or out of the competition are currently on break as well. So I guess we kind of just have to sit here and fill some time for y'all. But here we know that you went on stream. I'm sure Audie's already talked to you about that. So yeah, I mean, how are you finding this team so far? I know this is this idea was on a pretty prevalent Japanese team, I think, with
It's
the
I think it's the team that won the first Japanese tournament. I saw like a
yeah.
video and I saw like this team
Mhm.
and then the Mega Gengar Bear Strap team, and that thing looked like you have to lab too many lines. So I was
Uh-huh.
like, Sun good, Zardwise strong. Let's just run
Yeah,
that.
it's very good. Yeah. Um, how have you found Mousehold? Mousehold is was one of my favorite Pokemon to use like in towards the end of like Reg H and stuff. So I've been
Mousehold's strange because when I ran Marco's Sun, I think in Pittsburgh, I didn't really know how to like use it. I think that one had Pop Bomb and mine has Super Fang because I don't know if White Lens is in the.
no,
Okay.
it is not.
So I'm guessing we're just gonna be running Super Fang, Follow Me, Dawn Protect, like a bunch of support moves. I didn't bring it to anything except for the one game I played against Fridgraph, and then it got fake outed. I couldn't block the trick room, and I like misread the play. And I think I either lost that game or won it in like a very, very tight comeback. I should not have won that game. So I think Mousehold's mostly droppable. I don't know if I'm using it properly, but it feels like the main five I'm bringing all the time, and then the Mousehold is just like it's just there.
Yeah, I feel like that core of like Charizard, Whimsicott, Sneasler, ground type attacker, whether that be Garchomp, is usually pretty staple, pretty safe to bring into most things. Yeah, I mean, Mousehole doesn't really have a lot of its usual like partners in the meta in like a good lot. Like Archaludon doesn't really do the body press stuff anymore. So like I've seen side beat up on it, but it just seems like kind of mostly ineffective. And then you have like Population Bomb not really usable either.
Yeah.
And you also don't have Annihilate anymore, so you can't beat yourself up. So I mean, like it's kind of in an awkward spot. But I mean, like I think as a friend guard supporter, I think it's in a unique spot where it kind of has to find new partners to do stuff with. And I think Super Fang plus like powerful hits seems like a pretty solid niche for it.
I think that's what it's going to be end up being used as. But it will be kind of passive. The reason I don't end up bringing it a lot, I feel like there's a lot of spread moves on the board, so Follow Me is kind of useless. And then if I don't kill you with Super Fang and then like Heat Wave or whatever, and like if Trick Room or Tailwind are up, like it just feels like I can't clear the board with Mousehole the way I can with like the other mod. But Friend Guard does seem like useful. I haven't really calced with it like that much, so I don't know what stuff I live where I should be bringing it. But like you said, all its partners just seem to be like significantly nerfed, so people are gonna need to do some searching to see how to make this thing useful.
Yeah, I know for a fact that I've not opened a damage calc for this format yet, so I can understand. Yeah, just not even knowing like, do I live this? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I remember putting in a damage calc for Mega Delphox, and then I had to put in all like random EVs and stuff and make it level 50.
Yeah.
It's like the fact that the sets aren't in just makes it so annoying to calc. But
Yeah.
I'm really surprised I didn't see any Mega Delphox, and it seemed
No,
really
it's been the
really
Tyranitar
strong.
show today,
Yeah.
to be honest. Like it's been nothing but sand.
I mean, Sand's been really, really strong.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just gonna be the thing. Do you see a lot of extra drills with Rock Slide, or do you feel like they usually drop it?
Did we see? I think we might have seen one Excadrill today with Rock Slide, but um, I think probably most of them I would assume they're running like Earthquake and high horsepower probably, just so they have like a single target option
Yeah.
and also a spread option. Because like T-Tar can't Terra anymore, so like you're kind of a little bit stretched thin on Earthquake partners. I guess you could probably put Carbonite, Rotom, and maybe if you want, you could run
I
something
faced,
like that.
I faced a sand like Dale room with like Corviknight Dar lead and like bulk up Dalewind Corviknight. That was really cool, like to face. The Dalewind Tyranitar and then the Trick Room options. But I do feel like with Excadrill, facing an Excadrill that's walled by Dar gives Sun a lot more ins. Just thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, has anyone brought like the Gamo O Gengar stuff or no?
No, the metagame mostly today was just like Weather Wars. I think we literally have all three types of weather, and or I guess minus Frostlass. I mean, we have like 3 teams with a weather option at minimum. I think Darius might be running something. I don't know if he's running a weather setter or not, but we do have a Charizard, we have a Pelipper, and we have a Tyranitar. So yeah, I think that's kind of the majority of the megas that made up the usage stats for today. Haven't seen Gengar yet. I've seen it a couple times on ladder. I think people are still trying to figure out the best Gengar stuff. I think Gengar Como is really good. I think Gengar like Perish Trap stuff is probably pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I think Gengar will have its time. It probably will pick up in usage once people figure it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I also wonder if like the really fast megas like Electric. I saw a Zam. Like I was watching stream in between rounds. I saw a Mega Zam. Did that
Yep.
end up being any good?
The Mega Zam player is our second seed actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was our round 4 match at the 3-0 table. So we did not see the Mega Zam do anything, but it's here.
Moral
It still
support.
has the opportunity to do stuff. What do you want to do, Adi, for the rest of the time? You just want us to keep yapping, or
I'm down to play a set. Yeah.
all right?
Oh,
we're
are we
trying to
play?
play a
You want to play
set.
out here? Yeah, I'll play some. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I'll just look at how you're going up and down, and then based off of that, that should be fair. Yeah, how you move? Like, oh, he's clicking whimsical.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
yeah,
can
the
like
thing-
stream
the thing
snipe each
everyone
other. It'll
does.
be cute. Yeah.
All right. So where am I sitting?
Not here.
Okay, I'll go on the other side. Okay.
Right? Whoop. I don't know why this keeps happening, guys. This was bigger. This lock that in. Professional streamer. That's not true.
Guys, we're gonna need you to hit the subscribe button to Tub Nation TV so Adi can buy another computer.
So true.
Yeah.
I've never once claimed to be a professional streamer.
I mean, like, technology permitting, everything's been pretty good so far, so I don't think it's necessarily your fault.
I don't know off the top of my head. So I've literally closed everything off my laptop except for I don't know how many people are watching. I've been trying to keep up with chat on my phone. This is... All right, and let's check.
Try to open up.
Okay. All right, and then we have the room. Oh, I should not. Hold up. I should not show the room off while I'm putting it in. Are you still in the room? Okay.
So awkward because I'm not gonna really to like commentate this because you guys are right in front of me.
Yeah.
Thinking Audie's gonna click the. Oh.
Let's just say I have. Okay, I told you. I got my own take.
Oh, okay. We might be seeing how this whole.
I gotta show you how it's done, and it's not open team sheet. I'll flip your team sheet over too, so I don't have it.
This will be a treat for sure.
No. Rajan was not involved in this team.
Oh, good lord.
Oh yeah.
This looks like this is
You
certainly. This is certainly a team of 6 Pokemon. I will say that much. This is. This is certainly the most team of 6 Pokemon I've ever seen in my life.
This is decidedly a closed team sheet team.
Yeah.
By the way,
this is a closed team sheet match.
Team is closed team sheet as fuck.
I'm like trying so hard to not comment on the choices here as to keep the element of surprise for our players. I will just be making various reaction faces in the corner. Did you guys know that Grab Apple got buffed in Pokemon Champions? Yeah, so for anybody who likes Flapple, you might be able to see it on full display now. We're thinking very hard here.
Oh yeah. Super hard.
We're thinking.
Thinking too hard.
We were discovering Meowstic's moveset every single turn. Oh, it gets way too many moves.
What did I bring? Right. Okay.
There is the manual psychic terrain. Hey guys, we have Indeedee right here. What are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, Joe UX9, thank you so much for the raid.
Yo, Joe.
That is a
thank you for the
huge raid. Thank you so much. We don't really have chat like open on screen, so I'm kind of just like having to squint, and then all of a sudden I see that. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the stream. We're kind of in an intermission right now. We just finished up Swiss, and we're waiting on our top 4. All the team sheet stuff. You guys know how it goes, but we're having a little bit of a exhibition match between Audi and one of our players, Mahir here.
Mahir sadly bubbled out of Top Cut as the 3-1.
Yes, unfortunately, yeah. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Pokemon is indeed back.
Huh. I don't know my damage calcs off the top of my head.
Nobody
which
knows
is a
their damage
problem.
calcs. This game's been out for 3 days.
You're right. Correct.
Well, this one is particularly fast. This one is quite fast. We got the Meowstic. Yeah, we're diving into some crazy territory here. We have the Mega Delphox. Now, guys, I don't know if you'll ever be able to see this again, but Mega Delphox being able to use Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain is going to be a sight to behold. Actually, you didn't even set up Gravity, did you?
I did.
Oh, okay. So, yeah,
My
that
flop
might
blade
be
missing.
that might be on the table. We might have solved Mega Delphox, guys.
Oh no, it's not.
Oh.
It's Scarf Flap, but it's still slower.
Oh.
That's so sad. Yeah. This guy sucks.
Yeah, this Pokemon,
Its V tier is real awkward.
we might have this one. This one's going in the nope pile.
Nope. That's right. Yeah, rip.
Rip Flapple, rip Delphox, rip the dream.
I did just get 4-0'd by Instant Whims. So
Yeah, you did.
I sure did.
I looked away and these Pokemon are still on the screen.
They're still on the screen.
Yeah.
I've been trying to set it up so I could kill the Whimsy and get but yeah.
Yikes.
4-mon setup for Delphox Flapple. Hey man, it's been working in Great Ball rank, okay? Let me have my
The
fun
true
while I can.
pinnacle of the ladder.
I haven't.
I did in the
I don't think so.
beginning. Yeah, some people are just like people who play like bots.
I've been saying everyone here brought some try-hard teams. There's so many Charizard, so many Sands. Who would know it? Except for Nick, who showed up with some fun stuff, some size spam.
Yeah, Nick locked in.
Nick locked in. All right, run it back.
I mean, are we starting Top Cut soon?
Are they
4:30?
people back?
Yeah, they just came back.
Oh, they just came back. Okay. In that case, we maybe not. Dave is my favorite mod. Hey man, it's a work in progress. Okay.
I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody using the ZA Vivian.
But so here's my pitch, because Nick had Meowstic, but it had a Colberberry, I think, which probably is better. But I thought it was the idea of running Mega Meowstic with Expanding Force and also Delphox with Expanding Force is funny because then you can choose from anyone Mega.
Oh.
So if you want to set up Psychic Terrain, you can just go. And I thought about ripping the Mega on Meowstic because it was in front of Whimsicott Instant, and I was like, either I copy the Intimidate or I copy Prankster, and both of those are pretty good. Yeah. Right, but those are both good abilities to trace. But then I don't get my Mega Delphox, which I thought might be more important to this art. Right. Yeah, it's fun. All right. I'm using a Garden Vivillon. Do you have a favorite Vivillon form?
I was talking about the one that I think people should be using the one from ZA, the exclusive, the form that was introduced in ZA.
Which one's that?
Isn't there Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a Vivian form that's brand new in ZA? It's you get the if you get the Spupa from the quest, you evolve it, and it's a new Vivian pattern. Am I right about that? Did I like gaslight myself into thinking that was like a thing? I'm pretty sure it's a thing. Chat, somebody in the chat will correct me. But I guess before that, did I have a good normal Vivian? I don't know. I like the base Vivian a lot, just like the pink one. I think that one looks cool. I like the, I don't even know what the form is called, but like the Sunset Vivian one. I don't know if it's, oh, we got some good gotchas here.
These are not bad. I think Bulk is the best one of these.
Well, I've been asking, it's Marine Vivian?
Marine Vivian.
Am I crazy? Hold on.
I already got my Palafin. I'm picking, I think he's not bad too. The thing is, I have all these Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, so I don't actually need to permanently recruit any Pokemon ever. So I've just been trial recruiting them to complete my dailies. It feels silly, but that's just literally what I've been doing.
Yeah, I was right. There's the it's the marine pattern. Yeah, it's the marine pattern Vivian, but you can only get it in ZA. It is exclusive to ZA. At least that's what Google is telling me. So I was right. But I guess I don't know if it's a new pattern. It might be a new pattern.
I haven't got the screen yet.
The Pokeball Vivian is really cool, though. How we doing in the warm-up challenge?
I have not entered the warm-up challenge. I don't think I'm going to play in it. I guess I should probably play my 3 games to get my stuff, right?
Yeah, you get a free Gardevoir and some V-Bucks, I think.
As it looks like my friends Donald and Harrison have played exactly 3 games.
Yeah, I've played exactly 3 games and I put it down. I was like, I will go back to ladder.
Yeah, I wonder if this is Diego who top cut Worlds with Ursaluna.
Maybe.
Because it's Spanish Latam. I get it. Like as per usual, dominated by Japanese players, right? All these ladder tours. I do see some players I recognize down here. MDB, that's Kutash Yan. This is Tia Team.
Just like there's no point in playing in this tournament. Some of these people are just tryharding for the love of the game.
You know what? I think I was saying earlier, we are all going to be really nostalgic for when we were really excited about Champions, and like, especially now.
I'm already nostalgic for it, actually.
So like there was like a 2-day period.
I'm nostalgic for my hype before this game came out.
Where we had now the ladder's up on Pokemon Showdown, so everyone can go and like test their teams out there. But for a while, like if you had a test, you had to go log on to Champions and test. It's only 2 days, and it feels like it was forever. I saw people begging for Showdown to be ready in some of my Discord servers. But like, no, we're gonna really miss the time where it's like everyone is like, yo, let me, I'm gonna get this team in game, and we're all gonna hop in call, and I'm gonna stream, and we're gonna queue up, and that was like, it was really fun. It was a really fun time, and we're not gonna have nearly as much of that.
I guess that's true. That's kind of what I've been doing for the past couple days. So I mean, like those days I think are coming to an end. We'll be back to the old grind sooner or later.
Yeah, it's just a little sad.
I guess we should probably make a room again for.
The room should still be open.
Oh.
I'm assuming. Are you still in the room? Oh, okay.
Well, because you were the host of it.
Yes. Well, I think that if everyone left the room, then it might turn off. Oh, yeah. Hold up. Give me 1 second while I see if I can enter the room again. Me?
Oh yeah, if we want to be in the little
sure.
picture box.
All right.
I'm sure there'll be like a countdown.
Yeah, let us know when. I don't want to switch back to the just us mode because apparently that keeps breaking things. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to make a new room. They're taking a photo, guys.
Yeah,
so
we were posing it. Somebody waited to follow at the exact time.
So yeah, they're trying to follow it. They can get in the photo. I like it.
It's like the people that say, "Hey, YouTube."
Okay.
Are we gonna do both top fours and finals? Do we have a plan for that?
Oh yeah.
Both top fours?
No, just one top four.
Just one top four?
Yeah, they want to
Okay,
get us out.
That makes sense. All right. Yeah.
Ooh. So, do you have Scarlet and Violet? You played the game at Sword and Shield. Okay. The Pokemon that I found out you can't get in Scarlet and Violet or in Sword and Shield is Simisage on that list.
Yeah. It's
not
only in ZA.
Yeah, and so that's the one that like I was like, where do I get a Simipour from? Trying to make a video including it. It's fake out now, yeah.
Yeah, if you open up your wallet and find your credit card and go to the Nintendo eShop, you can go purchase a Pokemon game called Legends ZA for $70, and you can have access to so many new Pokemon, including one of the top tier Pokemon in the game, Floette, which you also have to beat the game and do a lot of extra stuff to get. So have fun with that, guys. Yeah.
Okay. Turn this back on. So we have 2 matches in Top Cut, as that's how Top Cut works. We got Darius versus Kalen, and we got Nick versus Lacey. And we haven't really seen a full match of Darius yet, have we?
This is true.
We should probably put Darius on stream.
I think so, because the other match, both of them have been on stream, right? Like in entirety? Yeah.
And we also know that Darius and Kalen played previously in Swiss.
They did.
Well, we know that. I know that.
Now you guys know.
You guys didn't know that because Kalen's mic was muted when we were talking to him.
Yes.
But yes, that was something that happened. So yeah, I think that's the match that we're gonna get on stream. I think we'll get Lacey and Nick on. As I do want to see Alakazam, but
You do want to see Alakazam.
I really do want to see Alakazam, man.
I think we need to put the commentator bias aside and showcase our top seeded player, Darius, doing the go undefeated to dodge stream run. So
we got so unlucky with our stream matches because I think every single time we're like, okay, we got to play round 1, we got the round 2, and then the players who were on stream in round 1 and round 2 kept facing people who were not on stream, and we never got to like. I think by round 3 and 4 we both had repeats. Or round 3 we did a 1-1, and then round 4 we had a repeat.
That's true. Yeah, they weren't playing each other. They were always like. Yeah, they were always like mix and matching. Like somebody was on stream, somebody wasn't on stream. I mean that's just kind of the way it goes at locals.
Yeah.
A limited pool of players. We gotta have some repeats.
Right. All right. Go ahead. We got top 4. And then we're going to have Darius
H
versus Kalen B. All right. And this is a hype match. It's Top Cut. They're all good players, right? Can't go wrong. But yeah, like I said, Kalen, he was here. I was chatting with him, and he was like, "Yeah, that was my one loss. The Aerodactyl cooked me. I'm going to take some time to think about the matchup while everyone else seemed to go and get food or something." So we'll see if Kalen has thought up a new strategy to take on Darius.
Yeah, I think we saw Darius was running the Floette style team, kind of similar to what Kalen played in the first round. So maybe, Kalen's had some experience with this matchup a little bit, has the tools to deal with it. Obviously, was able to deal with it in round 1, but yeah, just another. We've seen that Aerodactyl has been a bit of a problem, but yeah, so we'll have to see how Darius potentially approaches this a little bit differently with the Aerodactyl Floette sort of mode. But yeah, we've seen Kalen's team a lot already. Interestingly to know that Darius has a lot of different tools to be able to deal with something like Glamora, which I think was a really big threat into the team that Kalen played before. So it might be a little bit harder to position some of the pieces to effectively deal with a lot, because I mean Darius' team had just a lot of offense, and it's going to be just an offensive mirror match going back and forth here.
We don't have team sheets in front of us because they had to tactic the players, but I'm curious what the Floette set is on this team. A lot of the ones that we saw do well in the grassroots tournaments online, limitless tours, were combined. And so I think that was like the dominant set, but most of those players had an Incineroar on there to position a little better. And so I think Darius might be a little more offensive with this Floette on Tailwind offense style team.
I think he is running Light of Ruin. If I remember what I saw from some people spectating the matches, I think he is running Light of Ruin, but I could be wrong. It would make sense because, like you said, this looks like more of a Tailwind go hyper offense mode type team rather than just like a traditional setup style Floette team. But we're going to see Tailwind plus Floette lead on both sides of the field.
Yeah, and again, even though Talonflame is naturally slower than Aerodactyl, because it has priority, it is going to go first. And this Floette, I don't know how much damage Floette does to opposing Floette, but it might be a lot.
Couldn't tell you, but I mean, I would assume the one that has Light of Ruin is probably in the better position here, or
Right.
maybe not, because if it doesn't KO the opposing Floette, then you take the recoil. Do you then get KO'd to the Floette that has Moonblast? That's the question. Again, not an expert on calcs in this format, so we're going to be learning as we go here. But I think Darius has a pretty safe protect play with here with Floette, and you know, Aerodactyl can just kind of go for its own Tailwind, cement itself as the fastest thing on the field again. Has to take a Dazzling Gleam for its trouble here, but Aerodactyl, yep, just going to match the Tailwind, and yeah, Rock Slide plus Dazzling Gleam is looking, or Rock Slide Light of Ruin. There's a lot of offense being threatened here because like nothing that Kaelin has in the back really wants to switch into that. As we saw, even Glamora doesn't even like taking moves from Floette very well. So we'll have to see what happens here.
You say that, but we saw Acrobatics do a lot to this Aerodactyl, and this might be range. This is about where it KO'd from last time.
Range. You might be right, actually.
And suddenly, if you don't get rid of the Talonflame, the board is a lot more threatening from Kaelin's side.
Yeah, there's the Acrobatics into Aerodactyl. Oh, it just barely missed it this time. So not quite Acrobatics range. But Aerodactyl is going to whiff a Rock Slide into Talonflame. This is what Kaelin needed after that first round. This is the better Aerodactyl luck, because now Talonflame, even though it's not able to get the KO, it is able to escape being just straight up knocked out. And then I guess we're going to see if Floette is able to take the Light of Ruin. It is not able to take the Light of Ruin. That was absolute destruction right there. And yeah, Floette just goes down immediately.
Yeah, that is some big damage. And again, I'm really curious if that was a speed tie or if Darius's Floette just is naturally faster, right? There is a lot of, I think there's a debate there, you know, Floette being a point slower than Garchomp, but speed tying Garchomps, but being and a little faster than max speed Charizard, but also a Pokemon that benefits from bulk investment, especially defense investment, a lot of different ways you can train it. And as you can see, the faster one seems like it has a big advantage.
At least in this kind of matchup it does, because like I think we kind of saw this in all the sort of Tailwind style games we see, is that like keeping the pressure on and just finding any way to keep that like speed advantage even in when both Tailwinds are set up is huge. But unfortunately, the Floette, I mean, it's going to be faster than the Garchomp because we know Kaelin's Garchomp is super slow. So, I mean, Talonflame might be able to knock out the Aerodactyl here, but Floette is going to be able to get another attack into this Garchomp if it wants to. But, so it kind of brings up this interesting situation. It's like, do I need to protect Floette from maybe like Talonflame? Because, I mean, if Acrobatics is doing that much to Aerodactyl, it might be doing a lot of damage to Floette. And if it's a faster, frailer Floette, then I don't know how much it's going to take from Acrobatics. So maybe that's a thing you have to consider now. But yeah, Darius is going to retreat the Aerodactyl here, possibly saving it to set up a second Tailwind once Talonflame goes down, as the Talonflame is going to hit into the Garchomp here and take a little bit of rough skin, as Floette is... Oh, so we're running Light of Ruin and Moonblast. Interesting. Okay, so maybe just 3 fairy moves on this Floette?
I think so.
Yeah, just so you have all the options for spread, no recoil, and then you have the nuke move in Light of Ruin, but you just need Moonblast to get rid of Garchomp, and all of a sudden, Darius is up 2 Mons, and yeah, Kaelin's down to the last 2, being Talonflame and Rotom.
And also, really notably, I think, you know, Kaelin was trying to preserve that Gale Wings for as long as possible, maybe get a second Tailwind off in front of that Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl switched out. Aerodactyl, I believe, is naturally faster than Talonflame too.
Yes.
And so if now because of that rough skin recoil, Talonflame probably not going to be able to get a Tailwind off if Darius can reposition that Aerodactyl in front of it as Tailwind expires.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit of... I mean, yeah, because you still have all 4 Pokemon left if you're Darius. I mean, you're all chipped reasonably, but... I mean, with how fast Floette is too, and like you have the option for Light of Ruin too. So like if you somehow live the acrobatics here, which we're gonna see if it's able, it's able to live the acrobatics. So Light of Ruin here into plus Rock Slide, probably gonna be able to KO the Talonflame, and then Light of Ruin on top of that, probably just gonna be able to wipe Rotom off the field as well. So this first game might just be going to Darius here, preserving a perfect 4-0. Well, I guess technically not a 4-0 because Floette's gonna KO itself, but you get the idea. It didn't, like, a victory that seems pretty decisive on paper, but I mean, like, I feel like there was a lot of turns in this game that could have gone back and forth.
Yes, but also, notably,
the faster Floette.
Despite the miss on Rock Slide into the Talonflame.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
That could have been a knockout, too.
The faster Floette being basically a really big difference maker here.
Yeah, absolutely. And another interesting interaction that I don't really know how it's going to play out is that the Floette and Garchomp, again, they can speed tie. And we saw the Garchomp go first. So we don't know if the Floette is max speed or not, and whether or not the Garchomp is max speed and just won the speed tie, or whether the Floette has
I'm
a little
sure
less speed,
they're trained. They got to be trained differently, right, to speed check each other, right?
Maybe, but
I mean, it's also day 4, and we might not be thinking about this kind of stuff.
And this is like the most important speed tier in the entire format. Is
yeah,
that 102.
The 102.
101 is a common. Again, there's a Glamora that theoretically could be 101 speed if it is max speed timid. And so outspeeding Glamora. What's the other? There's one more 101 speed Pokemon I think that's relevant. There's a couple things out there, and then 100's obviously is huge.
Yeah, 100 is
Charizard and Kangaskhan, big one. So it's not the worst thing in the world to make your Pokemon speed tie. Again, Kalen has played this matchup once before. Probably already has some info. I don't know. But yeah, Darius managing to clean up that game really effectively. Faster Floette, even despite the Rock Slide miss. Talonflame not really being able to get a second Tailwind. Darius preserving his Aerodactyl to get a second Tailwind. I wonder if Kalen is going to, and we talked about this earlier, it's really hard for him to find ways to KO Aerodactyl and avoid that second Tailwind. Once it's on Sash, he can actually get rid of it that easily. I wonder if he prioritizes getting rid of that Aerodactyl this game.
Yeah, I think if you were able to if Darius decides to match Tailwind here, obviously, like, Talonflame is probably able to keep its Gale Wings, but, like, also Garchomp is a pretty free attack here. So you kind of have to think, well, also, if you don't break Gale Wings, then, like, you just get knocked out next turn by Priority Acrobatics. So there's also that to keep in mind here. So I mean, I think I like Darius's position here because, like, he has an option to go for Rock Slide or Earthquake, depending on which Pokemon he wants to KO just right off the bat. And then Aerodactyl has a Focus Sash, so it's going to need to be doubled. But, I mean, Glamora is not faster than Aerodactyl, so Aerodactyl is basically guaranteed a Tailwind here. But we're going to see Glamora click Spiky Shield. Maybe this is a turn where... No, we're just going to see the Tailwind. Probably going to see a matching Tailwind from Darius' side here. I just think this is a pretty big advantage state for him. And now Garchomp, we'll see what move it decided to click here. It is going to click Rock Slide. So Talonflame, no Feather Dance on this Garchomp. Talonflame dodges. I don't know what this Talonflame learned its lesson from the first round of the day, and it's like, no, I'm not letting Kalen getting scammed by Rock Slide again.
Talonflame not letting his trainer down. I know it has no item to enable acrobatics, but really it has a Bright Powder.
Yeah, it's been showing off the invisible Bright Powder.
And yeah, that's absolutely huge. I mean, getting the turn wrong, because Darius did have to decide between threatening to KO on the Glamora and threatening to KO on the Talonflame. And I think making the right choice, because Talonflame was way less likely to protect. We did see Glamora protect. It could have, on that turn, gone for a rock move into the Aerodactyl, brought it down to Sash, gotten toxic debris off. So getting the turn wrong, but not necessarily getting punished because of that big Rock Slide miss.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Glamora Mega Evolve here. I'm curious to see if Glamora will actually even be able to get off an attack here, but the Feather Dance coming out from Talonflame still has that priority because it dodged the Rock Slide, so maybe this could be a difference maker. Oh, no. Well, Aerodactyl's going to go for Rock Slide here, and it misses once again into the Glamora, but now we'll have to see if Feather Dance was enough to potentially save Glamora from getting one-hit KO'd by this Earthquake. I reckon it might be close. Oh, but it's going to be a Stomping Tantrum, so it's going to...
Stomping is doubled in power, right?
It is doubled in power because he missed the Rock Slide, so... Yeah, that's going to be an easy knockout into Glamora. And just like that, Darius able to take 2 quick KOs yet again and still keeping the speed advantage because as we've seen earlier, Kalen's team is on the slower side. So we know this Garchomp is slower. We don't know if this Garchomp on Darius' side has Dragon Claw. So maybe in kind of an awkward position here as far as dealing with two of these Pokemon. So it has Stomping Tantrum. It has Rock Slide. I would wager that the last move is probably going to be Earthquake, because I would imagine you want Earthquake next to your Flying type Pokemon, but here comes another Rock Slide from Darius' side. We'll see if Aerodactyl is fortunate. It does get a crit on Garchomp, so... Oh, there is a Dragon Claw. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, with the Feather Dance, that's doing pitiful damage, but we now see the full moveset revealed here. But Garchomp going to go for a Rock Slide. Aerodactyl does not avoid the attack. It's the Garchomp that avoids it. And we'll see what Rotom decides to do here. If it's going to be a Thunderbolt or a Will-O-Wisp, or it's going to be a Thunderbolt. Yeah, Thunderbolt to prevent the second Tailwind from going up, potentially. But now we're kind of in a position where Floette gets to come in here, and I'm not really seeing a lot that's going to prevent that thing from sweeping you.
Right. We know that Kalen's running a bulky Garchomp, and bulk really, really powerful. We saw in his win that it basically won him the entire set.
Not going to save you versus Floette, unfortunately.
But, yeah, against these heavy hitters that could just, I mean, when it's so ignorant, when it can just outdamage you, even if you, I mean, like, Fairy or Light of Rune will, chunk things that resist it, much less things that are super effective against it. So it doesn't matter how much bulk you run on it. And the speed tier, and now in this case, missing out on the speed tiers, not that you really could KO a Floette anyways with Garchomp, but like, at least if you had a speed tie, you could maybe go for Rock Slides. Now, not even getting that, always going second and always getting knocked out. I don't think that there's a way for Kalen to come back from this one.
Yeah, it's a tough one because, I mean, Floette just being able to switch in here, we know it has, like, basically any form of damage it chooses. It can go for Dazzling Gleam if you want to just cover the Garchomp, or you can just go for Light of Ruin and blow up the Rotom, or you could go for Moonblast and probably still blow up the Rotom. Like, you have a lot of options here if you're Darius, and even when Tailwind goes away, we know that since this Garchomp is a lot slower, that it's probably still going to be slower than Floette, even without the Tailwind up. But interestingly, we see Kalen... Oh, wow, the Moonblast actually just barely not picking up the KO here. But interestingly, we did see Darius not target the Garchomp, so Garchomp is going to get a Helping Hand Soft Sand boosted Earthquake here into both of these Pokemon. We'll see if it's enough to pick up any knockouts. Not quite. So, yeah, I mean, now you have a Garchomp that is likely slower, and then you also now have a Rotom that's facing down Flash Respects at a very pitiful amount of HP. So I still very much like Darius' position there, especially since there were no knockouts.
Again, like we said, we know the Floette is faster than the Garchomp. There's not really much that you can do to either Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast or whatever. Wave Crash also on the Scarf Basculegion, also the fastest thing on the field.
Probably also safer, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no counterplay when you have the two slower Pokemon, both at low health. Not a lot you can do here.
Yeah, and that looks like Darius is going to clean up this set 2-0.
Yeah, and again, Kalen said he was going to really struggle against Aerodactyl. He said he was missing a priority move on his team because he couldn't deal with the Sash. He chipped out Aerodactyl down to Sash very effectively with the Rotom, with the rock moves. But with the rock moves. But once it gets down to Sash, having to do a second chip damage to it, you really only have Talonflame, and Talonflame often is taking a Rock Slide and kind of being out of luck. Okay. I want to hop into the other top 4 match because it's a thing we could do, which is very exciting.
He really wants to see Alakazam pop
I really
off.
want, yeah. This is also a hype match because this is
it could be a matchup for it to pop up because I don't remember Lacey's team having a Psychic Resist, like actually having a Psychic Resist.
Right.
There is an Incineroar. I'm sorry, I lied, but besides that,
everyone's got Incineroar. You surely build your teams to.
Yeah, I just kind of like it. Just kind of like subconsciously doesn't show up in my mind. We don't know what game this is, but I mean, we've seen... Didn't these two play in Swiss?
They did.
Yes,
I think we did. I think we saw the end of their game in Swiss.
Yeah, and Nick was able to take it. So I guess we'll see if this set has gone any differently. Maybe Nick deciding to bench the Psy-Spam mode here, because I do see Whimsicott and Basculegion in the back.
Yep.
So maybe deciding that was not the correct move for this particular set. Sneasler going for the Dire Claw into Charizard. Are we going to see stat? Nope. Okay, the nerfs are coming in plenty here. So the Moonblast into Charizard does a little bit of extra chip damage, maybe just trying to get it off the field, but now this Mega Evolved does get the special attack drop. Not sure if that's going to matter, but the miss is going to matter. Oh, no, it's not a miss. It's Akaberry. Okay, so the Akaberry... Actually, the special attack drop means that probably both of these live. Yeah, with the Akaberry, yeah, both of those took those... I mean, not comfortably, but Whimsicott looked like... Whimsicott taking that better than Sneasler is actually hilarious.
And wow, Moonblast getting the 10% now special attack drop. It got
Yeah.
nerfed, and it makes it feel even more debilitating when you get it, because that Sneasler sticking around, being able to threaten the Incineroar is huge. It's absolutely game changing. Now being the fastest thing on the field, threatening Charizard with Dire Claw, close combat into Incineroar. I mean, yeah, that's an absolutely huge special attack drop. Also, the Akaberry coming in clutch. I mean, obviously, surely you EV your Whimsicott to live a Heat Wave even without the special attack drop. It looks like it took it quite comfortably. But
Is that possible? Can you live a Heat Wave from Zard Y?
With an Akaberry?
Oh, with Akaberry. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you meant without Akaberry. I was like, that's crazy.
So the Moonblast special attack drop not coming up there. And we do just see a Protect from Sneasler, allowing it to stall out. I think what is that Tailwind? Is that why?
Maybe. Oh,
No, she doesn't have Tailwind on her team.
Yeah. Because our eagle-eyed viewers might know that Charizard does not get infected Tailwind anymore, so that is not an option. But
Yeah, so interesting turn to Protect when you were threatening a knockout onto either slot, but maybe try to scout out a Protect on the Charizard. Get a free switch into your Basket Legion on that turn. Instead, yeah, we do see the Charizard get a Heat Wave off, not doing too much damage, but also a nice switch into Sylveon with the Basket Legion, losing a stage of attack now. Probably still enough to KO Zard, but you have the Incineroar. The Incineroar can come back in.
that's true. Yeah, the Incineroar does have the ability to switch back in here, and then now I think since the Sneasler has consumed its White Herb, it is able to be intimidated here. So, yeah, Charizard maybe potentially... Yeah, the switch into Incineroar for Charizard seems pretty likely here if you want to preserve it for later in the game to potentially just win the Weather War here. But I would imagine that Sneasler is probably, going to switch into Pelipper here just to get Basket Legion that damage buff from the Wave Crash. It potentially wants to read this Charizard switching out in Incineroar. And maybe, just maybe, the Rain Boost with adaptability Wave Crash into Sylveon might be able to knock it out, because Sylveon is not very defensive. Oh, okay, wow, that thing ate it like a champ. Basket Legion -2, right? It got parting shotted, yeah. So, yeah, Sylveon actually proving that it is able to take those hits and, yeah, able to fire off a massive Hyper Voice back. So, that's kind of the thing we saw, like, how it almost tripped up Nick in the first time these two played. Like, letting Sylveon get free hits and, like, trying to play that pivoting game, and Sylveon is just such a good Pokemon at punishing those kind of like defensive switches. But we do know Nick has Wide Guard, so, and we also know he's not afraid to leave in Pelipper when he knows there's an opposing weather in the back. So there are still a lot of potential mind games here.
And yeah, especially awkward since the Sylveon is Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, Calm Mind, Protect.
Yes.
So, and I believe Wide Guard is the same priority as Fake Out, right? So
yes.
So, and the Pelipper is faster, so it can get the White Guard off, if I recall correctly, and then force a Sylveon to click Hyper Beam to be able to do anything, even through Fake Out.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can happen this turn, but Nick, acknowledging that, you know, the Weather War is probably still very much underway here. Yeah, as the Incineroar probably going to switch back into the Charizard here, and I mean, Sylveon definitely not going down this turn, because now Basket Legion's Wave Crash is actually doing nothing. Interestingly, decides to protect the Sylveon here as the Whimsicott comes back in, as the Wave Crash is going to catch the Charizard on switch, and that's going to be able to knock out, because Charizard is very, very damaged at this point. So Nick calling the turn there right pretty well there, and now you have a Sylveon that just protected in front of a Whimsicott, but you do have the option for Incineroar to come back in and click Fake Out. But now Nick in full control of the weather here, still with 4 Pokemon left.
Yeah, and really, I think Nick almost wanted the Basket Legion to go down there, right? It's going to be at -3 if the Incineroar comes back in. It's really not taking a KO. Sylveon's got enough leftovers recovery that it could easily take a Wave Crash now. Like, at this point, if there's another Incineroar switch in, maybe even in the rain, probably not. But, yeah, so the Sneasler being able to pick up the Sylveon in the late game, really not as much of a concern. It's the Sneasler that's going to, I think, be the win condition for Lucky. And if Sneasler can maybe get a Dire Claw, maybe get a I don't know, get a big close combat off. But the Basket Legion, I think it makes a lot of sense to ignore it and just try to target down the other slot, because really the Basket Legion is not doing a lot of damage in the sun at -2 attack.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward spot for Nick to be in because, like, he kind of does have to do a lot of positioning and pivoting here to try and get his Pokemon in a better position, but we do have Wave Crash at -2. Wow, okay, that still does a lot to Sneasler, but those attack drops really doing a lot of work here. But now, with Basket Legion down, this is a single target Hyper Voice that is coming out from Sylveon, and that's going to easily be able to knock out Pelipper. And now all we have is a Whimsicott and a Sneasler that have to take down a Sylveon, a Sneasler, and an Incineroar, which, I mean, technically is possible, but you do have the Incineroar here that can switch in and get the Intimidate down onto Sneasler, and I mean, like, that's gonna allow Sylveon to potentially live the Dire Claw, and then, like, if Sylveon just able to keep clicking Hyper Voice, then I think Lacey might have this.
That's the big question, right? Is whether or not Sylveon can take a Dire Claw. You don't really want to switch in Incineroar here, because you kind of want to just attack with both and say, you can only take one KO, and your Whimsicott can't KO my Sylveon, and my Sneasler is faster than your Whimsicott, most likely. So
Yeah.
Nick is in an awkward spot where if Lacey just clicks 2 attacking moves, something's going down.
Yeah, I see what you're saying here, because, like, yeah, most likely, if we're assuming the Sneasler is faster than the Whimsicott, you have just the option to click Dire Claw and just be like, okay, we either make this into a 2v1 versus your low health Sneasler, or we just, or we do this, or we potentially try to fake out Protect in front of the Whimsicott, interestingly, but yeah, you kind of just force the decision of whether or not you want to get damage and try to KO the Sylveon, or let your Whimsicott go down and, like, suddenly it becomes like a 3v1 or a 2v1. But no, Lacey choosing the third option and deciding to protect Sylveon, and trying to get this Incineroar in. Luckily that the Fake Out is now active, so Lacey can get around Encore. So if Sylveon is able to take this Dire Claw, Fake Out Hyper Voice just wins the game.
Right. Was the Sneasler previously, had it click Fake Out? Or what was it getting Encore locked into there?
I don't know. I think it was getting locked into CC, maybe?
I thought so too, where it wasn't as effective as locking it into Fake Out, but now
yeah, Sylveon left alone.
Really, really well positioned, protecting Sylveon, super safe, guaranteeing yourself a Fake Out into that Whimsicott, so you can't even Encore your Sylveon to protect. And then again, because it's at -1, you're able to take a Dire Claw, and then able to basically lock up. Yeah, I mean, here you go, lock up the game with that play.
Yeah.
Maybe a Dire Claw into Sylveon, like, could have gotten out because the Incineroar was not threatening. But yeah, I think that was a really well positioned, guaranteeing the Sylveon could. Sylveon took so much damage from that Wave Crash.
Yeah, it did.
And then leftovers.
It also, like, didn't take that much weight. It took a lot less than I thought it was going to.
That's true.
It was rain boosted -2, so, like, it was like,
yeah,
I don't know, but
it looks like we're going to game 3, I think.
Yeah, there is a game 3 between these two. Okay, so we're able to catch a little bit of top 4, a little bit of both the top 4 matches. But yeah, it also, like, took way less than I thought it was going to, because, like, Sylveon doesn't have great defense, but I mean, the Basket Legion was intimidated twice, so yeah, I don't know. Sylveon actually being able to hang on, like, really, really well throughout that game, and I think, like, sort of what I've been saying is that, like, if you got to play this position. I think the strength of Sylveon in this matchup is, like, the fact that you have to play a lot of switching games in this kind of Weather War matchups, and Sylveon, if it's ignored on the field, those Hyper Voices are just going to chunk everything on the opposing side of the field. So I think leveraging Sylveon's place on the field is going to be really clutch for Lacey to lock up this next game.
Right. I mean, when that Sylveon was low, I kept waiting for Nick to target it and try to knock it out, and he kept ignoring it, and he kept healing a little bit.
Using Hyper Voice.
Healing it a little bit here and there, protecting, getting your Incineroar back in, clicking Hyper Voice on opportune turns, and really chipping away at Nick's team, like what you said, because it came down to this Weather War where Nick said, well, if I take a KO here, I'm going to be caught out of position. I'm not going to have my weather, and I'm going to lose the game. And so yeah, Sylveon, really, really impressive. The damage output was a little lacking when you're Calm Mind, when you have a lot of bulk, but again, we saw the bulk come up. haven't seen Combine come up in the couple sets that we've seen.
Yeah, she hasn't really had any opportunities to use it. I think she has been playing against, like, she's played against Whimsicott twice. So I mean, like, it's not exactly the most opportune setup Pokemon to be in front of, but I mean, yeah, Sylveon's still doing really respectable damage despite being more than likely a bulkier Combine set. As the leads for this game are going to be Charizard, Venusaur, so we're finally seeing the Charizard Venusaur mode here in front of Sneasler and Basculegion.
Yeah, and so again, that's not a lead that you expect to see if there's now Alakazam in back, which you feel a little sad, but
Womp womp.
No, I mean, again, we've seen Basculegions, depending on how the Charizard trained, depending on how the Basculegions change it is potentially able to knock out Zard, but
In the sun, yeah.
also in the sun, but being threatened by this Venusaur. Interesting, we double switch, so both the guys that are threatened switch out.
Both scared of the weather switch in. Or at
Yeah.
least Lacey was.
But Venusaur not really heavily threatened by Nick Sports State and can potentially get a free attack off, if not for the fake out.
Yeah, so you reposition the Incineroar in here. You kind of have to take your pick of what you want to fake out. Like you said, Venusaur not super threatened here, but Dire Claw still does a decent amount of damage, and I think in one of the earlier sets we did see the Sneasler put Venusaur to sleep. So I mean, like, you don't exactly want to let Sneasler Dire Claw something. So you do have fake out on board. I mean, Venusaur can obviously get a hit off into the Whimsicott, maybe break its Focus Sash, maybe get a Sleep Powder off. There's a lot of options you have here. But yeah, I think dealing with Sneasler here is going to be pretty important. But no, we're just seeing some more revolving door of Pokemon action coming out here. We have Basculegion coming back into the battle, maybe trying to preserve Whimsicott's Focus Sash, but no fake out coming out from Incineroar. Just going to drop immediately to the close combat. And Incineroar, yeah, not able to take that now that Sneasler's White Herb blocked basically the Intimidate drop. But Venusaur being left alone this turn. Let's see what it goes for. It goes for Sludge Bomb, so Basculegion switching it into a resisted Sludge Bomb. So Nick basically getting the best possible turn he could have gotten there.
Yeah, I think Lucky expected the I think Nick expected the fake out Sludge Bomb and switched out that for that. But if you're not going to click fake out, you're going to lose the Incineroar. So
Yeah.
it was a win-win either way. The only real punish was fake out to Sneasler, and like, is fake out to Sneasler really that punishing? And so now this is the one benefit of running Charizard Y as your weather setter, is that you do get this one turn of guaranteed weather up.
That's true.
Unless the Basculegion goes flip turn, and first off, the Venusaur's going to move first. Anyways, yeah, you do get this one turn of weather. And there is likely a Pelipper back, so Lucky is really going to have to take advantage of the one guaranteed turn of Sun when they get it, because now their options to switch out with this Incineroar gone are a lot more limited.
Yeah, with the guaranteed Sun turn here, like, you can't exactly switch in Pelipper. Like, you do have resists in the back, but you don't exactly have the ability to, you have to switch in Whimsicott here to, like, not bring in rain too early before the Charizard sets up the Sun. So, but now with the turn 1 Mega, you at least know that there's no mind game here of like, oh, okay, maybe Lacey could protect and, like, maybe anticipate, maybe save the Sun activation for whenever it's convenient later. But now you know immediately for Nick, which is good news, that you have this, like, immediate Sun on the field. But no, just an Energy Ball into the Whimsicott switch in. So Nick, has the Whimsicott Sash broken, but I mean, potentially saves it from just getting knocked out, like, right off the bat. But now we have Whimsicott in here, and with the ability for Pelipper to switch in at any time.
Yeah, like you said, Pelipper now able to switch in. If you switch out the Zard, I mean, you're leaving your Venusaur on field with no Sun up, and yeah, just having one fewer Pokemon in these Weather Wars is so hard, because it just means you have fewer and fewer options to reposition and make sure that you are the one with the train up. And now we just immediately see Whimsicott come out. Guess who's coming in? You guessed it.
Yep.
It's the Pelipper. And all of a sudden, both of these Pokemon so much less effective. Yeah, Zard's going to come out, but it's easier to pivot this Pelipper than it is to pivot the Zard at this point. Game, and it's a Sneasler.
That's a crit.
That is a crit.
That is a crit. This Venusaur cannot catch a break with these Dire Claws, man. Like, first of all, it gets put to sleep, and then now it gets absolutely just critical hit out of the game. That's huge, because now Lacey has no more positioning pieces left, and now so Nick officially wins the Weather War. And with that being the case, you can kind of just switch in your Whimsicott, sacrifice it, bring back in Pelipper, and then now you have Sneasler that can take care of Sylveon, and then you have a Basculegion, which whenever it decides to come in, it can click Wave Crash, it can click 150 base power Lash Respects if it wants to. So very, very good position for Nick here, getting very fortunate with that Sneasler once again.
We know Pelipper's going out. Lacey can call the slot that Sneasler attacks, but even if you take the KO on the Sneasler this turn and not...
You just give a free switch back into Pelipper, yeah.
The Pelipper Basculation endgame does beat the Charizard Sylveon endgame, so
Correct.
you can just give up your Pokemon here for free
Yeah.
if you want to.
Yeah, because like if the Whimsicott goes down here, like it just is a free switch back into Pelipper, and then once the Weather War is done, like Charizard's effectiveness becomes pretty middling.
Yep, and yeah, I think
Also,
I think
Sneasler's not intimidated, so Dire Claw might just wipe Sylveon. Like Dire Claw, you could also just like double the Sylveon also, and just get it off the field, simplify the end game a little bit. But no, yeah, the Pelipper is just going to switch back in here, just immediately set the rain back up, just make Charizard a non-factor. As Sneasler goes for Dire Claw into Sylveon, actually able to hang on to it. So this Sylveon is probably very, very defensively trained. But now we have a Heat Wave coming out. Does pitiful damage to both of these Pokemon in the rain. But now that means Sylveon, okay, does burn the Sneasler. Probably not going to matter a whole lot because it's probably going to go down to this Hyper Voice right here. So Sneasler goes down. Pelipper able to live it just barely, but... we all know who's coming back in here. It's the fish.
Right, and I kind of thought switching in the Pelipper at that turn was a little greedy because I kind of want the Pelipper to be healthy.
Right.
It does beat the Charizard if it's healthy, and now it's not.
Like you have the guarantee, like you said, the Pelipper Basculegion endgame is like so free. Like taking the unnecessary extra damage on Pelipper was probably not necessary, but I mean, you still have this position in the endgame, and it's pretty simplified up to this point.
Yep, it's gonna be hard to find a way to lose this one where. Unless this, I mean, we saw the Sylveon needs to Hyper Beam to get rid of this Basculation, and even then, it didn't KO from full. So, Wave Crash gonna go into the Charizard, gonna take a knockout. It's gonna take a lot of recoil. So maybe the Sylveon can Hyper Voice, take 2 knockouts, and then 1v1 a Whimsicott. But
I mean, it's such a low HP though.
it is a very low HP.
It's not even faster than Pelipper.
It is slower than Pelipper, so Pelipper gonna be able to take the knockout here, and that's gonna do it for top 4. Nick is going to beat Lacey to move on to the finals.
And interestingly, this finals will be a rematch of our last round of Swiss. So we're getting the best 2 players in the tournament squaring off in the finals, so which is a very interesting sight to see. So congratulations to Nick, congratulations to Darius, and we should have a pretty exciting finals coming up for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why they left the lobby. They were going to have to play in here. Darius was going to have to play in this lobby anyway.
I also don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they want a little bit of a break before finals or if they're just gonna hop right into it.
I can go ask them real quick if you want to check, see how the pace.
Here. Okay. Yeah, I can hold down the fort.
Yeah, I'll go check it quick and see if we're gonna start finals right away.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. So get ready. This is, this is a pretty stacked top 4. Very, very exciting, and. I mean, 4 really good players who we saw throughout Swiss really take control, and we saw our top 2 seeds overall make it to finals. I'm really excited for the Mega Alakazam in finals, even though I feel like every single time we've seen Nick play, he has not brought the Alakazam, and he's just been doing it with the same 4 Pokemon, right? It's just been Sneasler, Whimsicott with Rain, and I mean, what can I say? I think the Sneasler Basculation, we saw that lead so often in Regulation H back in Scarlet and Violet, and it turns out that lead is still absolutely crazy, right? Really hard to stop with Fake Out because Basculation is immune to Fake Out. Yeah, you can Intimidate it, but now most Sneaslers are White Herb to be able to eat and Intimidate and threaten a close combat onto Incineroar or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's really been the core combo. But I hope we get to see a little bit of Meowstic Alakazam action at some point in the finals. What's up? What's the situation look like?
So I think they're taking a short little break to like use the bathroom, charge switches a little bit,
Okay.
and then we probably should be getting into the finals relatively soon. But we do have a short little intermission here.
All right. Sounds good. So looking forward to finals. I'm trying to remember. Darius was the one player who did not have a weather setter
Yes.
on his team. Basically, I think not the entire tournament, but like really darn close to it.
Yeah, the one player that was in the consistent top tables that did not have any sort of weather setting Pokemon. Of course, we've seen like 3 different ones pop off. A lot of Tyranitar, a couple Charizard here and there. There is a Pelipper in finals. But while that seemed like the Weather Wars were like the big like story of this tournament, like Darius just quietly dodging stream and just like winning every single round with the weatherless team, having a lot of techs to beat these certain weather teams like Aerodactyl, like as we've seen, has just been so good into the sun matchups and has been a really good tailwind setter into just about everything, and just having the offensive Floette as compared to the Calm Mind variant, the more offensive Floette strategy, just like proving that it's maybe equally as good as the Calm Mind Floette. Just being able to just destroy things with Light of Ruin and Moonblast and spread damage with Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah.
Who?
You want to do an interview?
Sure, yeah.
Cool.
All right, guys, we're back on stream. We have Lacey here with us just to talk about, just talk about the tournament a little bit, talk about Pokemon Champions. Is the headset finding you okay?
Yeah.
That probably works.
Okay.
I guess the chat will yell at us if there's an audio problem. But so we saw that you were running the Charizard Venusaur combination today. What exactly kind of drew you to this combination to start the first format of Champions?
I just kind of thought that clicking Weather Ball with Charizard Y was a delete button.
That's
and
true.
I like clicking the delete
The
button.
more accurate delete button.
Yes.
The accurate delete button.
Yes, it's an accurate delete button that doesn't lower your special attack. So I'm
This
like,
is true.
I am in for that.
Yeah.
And then Venusaur, I had a shiny one, and I like shiny Venusaur, so I thought that's a good match. Cover for some water types, put things to sleep, go fast.
Yeah.
And I just kind of built it out a little bit from there.
Yeah. You ran into a lot of like different hostile weathers in your run, I'm sure. There are a lot of Tyranitar in the field today. A lot of Pelipper, or I guess one Pelipper that you just happened to play twice.
Yep.
What is it like playing that, like, as a Charizard player, it feels like it's kind of public enemy number one right now, and like how do you feel like having to navigate all these different weather wars, and like which one do you think like Charizard is better into, or which one it struggles more into?
I was like thinking about the Weather Wars, so I was so close to not playing this team today. I was just like obsessing, like, oh, do I have matchups into this? What do I think I do into this? Because I knew I was going to face it. And I think I just like, because it almost feels like there's like a sun mode on the team, but the team doesn't need sun. And I didn't even bring, there was a game I didn't bring Charizard to.
Yeah.
So I think just like believing that I can lean into the other modes of the team, and also maybe prey on the fact that my opponent would maybe over prepare for the Charizard Venu part, and then kind of like lean into the other mons that do, I have like White Herb Sneasler that helps into sand. Sylveon was weirdly like just the unsung hero today.
We were talking a lot about it on Sylveon on stream, like how it was actually really valuable.
Yeah. Just having that consistent spread damage of Hyper Voice. I did get to click Hyper Beam one time, actually twice.
We saw it miss the KO on Basket Legion. That was very sad.
I was so incredibly sad.
We were very
Sylveon,
surprised.
So I will say, I think if I were to change up the team a little bit, I think the Sylveons, this is an old Sylveon spread I just imported from Scarlet and Violet. And I think I'm running a lot of bulk because I did live an Iron Head at neutral from a Excadrill.
Oh wow.
So and then I could scream back, and then that won me the game.
Yes.
So the bulk can come through, but it can also be a liability.
Yeah. I mean, Sylveon was still doing plenty of damage with Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just like, it didn't seem like you had a lot of opportunities in the games that we were able to jump into to click Calm Mind. It felt like there were just a lot of situations where you were just facing down, okay, just like damage, and just Whimsicott, and just like it felt like the Calm Mind was maybe not the most, you know, the best move you could click in that particular situation. But like, yeah, just being able to scream at everything, maybe that informs an idea of maybe to switch Sylveon to more of like an offensive set, maybe.
I was definitely thinking about that. I will say I played against a Trick Room team with Mega Venusaur, and the Calm Mind, like being able to really capitalize when my opponent plays a little bit passive. Even though the Calm Mind didn't work out in those games, it has had value. But I think definitely switching to like a quick attack, Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, maybe Fairy Feather set with more offensive, that's a little bit faster and has a little bit more special attack investment is, I think, like I would definitely look at for the team. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know. Back in the day, Charizard Sylveon was really good back in like 2014. So like I think Sylveon's a little bit underrated right now. I've also been kind of looking at Sylveon also because like Fairy Feather, it has items that it can be used in this format to do really well, and just like even the offensive attacker sets or even Calm Mind like are also like really good sets for it. So I think it's a really good choice for a Charizard team, especially because they just cover each other so well. Still kind of wish Charizard kept Tailwind because that would have been nice for Sylveon.
Yes, say it louder.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
It's kind of unfortunate that guy lost Tailwind because now you kind of have to run something else. But I mean, there's plenty of other good Tailwind setters out there.
Yeah.
You know, since this metagame is like so young and everything, what are your, you know, you've been obviously grinding the game a lot. So like, what do you think of the sort of, you know, Pokemon champions as a whole so far in this like initial VGC meta that you've been experiencing with everybody else?
I mean, I think like weather.
That's kind of, yeah.
For it. I didn't play any snow. I almost said hail, but I didn't. I didn't play any snow today.
Yeah.
But I did play rain. I did play sand. I played a sun mirror we had 3 of our Pokemon were speed tying. It was so painful. It was, that took years off my life, I swear. But I think like, overall, you know, the smaller decks, the less amount of items, I could definitely see it being a little bit restrictive, but I also think like this is a great time for new players to jump in, and it's also a great time for seasoned players to really be able to like, you know, flex their team building muscle, and you know, like we're seeing like White Herb Garchomp, like it's, I don't know, it's just like a fun innovation, you know, and it's kind of cool because with Terra, you know, you so rarely saw the damage reduction berries, so it's so cool to just see them come back like instantly, and they're here to stay. So you gotta memorize them. Remember what they are, because I get the dark one, and the ghost one confused. Colbur and yes, I think that's right.
Yeah, I think I only know that because like Lunala once upon a time in like 2019 ran Castleberry specifically for other Lunala. I think that's the only reason I know the difference. And then Colbur Berry's been around forever, but yeah, I think the lack of items has been really interesting. I think I kind of see both sides of the argument. I think for like us experienced players, like having been spoiled by like having access to every item under the sun for the past like however many years, we kind of walk into a game like this and it's like it feels very restrictive. It's like, oh, I can't run, like our Chaladon is horrible now because I can't use Power Herb or Assault Vest. But I also kind of see the opposite end of that argument where like it kind of forces you to be a lot more creative because you have such limited tools that you're supposed to, like you said, like we haven't seen resist berries in a long time because Terraring was our resist berry. Is we just changed the type chart. We just changed the type chart.
Oh, Incense weak to ground. I'll be a grass type.
I'll just be a grass type. I'll be a ground type or a bug type or whatever. Yeah, I'll be whatever type Incin needs to not be taking super effective hits from. But yeah, it's interesting because like you see a lot of innovation in terms of like what Pokemon are able to run. Like Incin is a really good example. Like it can run any berry. Like somehow, like it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. I was like, oh yeah, I can Terra it into whatever type I want. It's like now I can supplement that by just running whatever type berry I needed to resist. So I think it's like it's forcing a lot of creativity, but I think it's also, you know, I can understand where a lot of us are coming from, where it's like a lot of these Pokemon like kind of were, their entire niche was kind of defined by their item. Yeah, so like Pokemon like our Chaladon not being able to hold either of those items. Please, Assault Vest, I need you to come back. Like we were not meant to deal with Mega Charizard Y without Assault Vest.
Yeah, it's like actually that was one of the other reasons that like drew me to the Charizard. You know, it's a special attacker, assault vest gone. Now I get to click my delete button.
Yeah.
You know.
We were not meant to experience some of these, like especially like the good megas right now are all special attackers too. So like we were not prepared to deal with this without assault vest.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Mega Floette. Too,
Yeah,
right.
like that guy's new, but I mean like even Xerneas we had assault vest to deal with.
Yeah.
Like we had. Like, everybody's like, oh, yeah, like, safety goggles, Clover Clo, Clear M. It's like, no, we need Assault Vest back, and we need it now, because these megas that are 1 million special attacks that are just running rampant.
Yeah.
Okay, I think they're getting ready for top 4, but before you leave, I do have the question that I've been asking everybody on stream. What is one Pokemon that you think is super underrated right now that you think everybody should be using, or one that you think you're going to take a look at in your next team you build?
So I'm not allowed to say Sylveon because I've already taken a look.
Okay, well, Sylveon's already here, so if we had
Okay,
to pick something besides Sylveon, I would be right there with you on Sylveon, but
Okay.
since it's already here,
My first answer would be Sylveon, but Sylveon aside, I actually think I'm going to pronounce this Pokemon's name wrong immediately, but Vivillon?
Vivian.
Sorry, Vivian.
Yeah, it's
I think, like, no safety goggles, you have accurate sleep powder, you have accurate hurricane outside rain,
Yes.
you have tailwind, you can EQ next to, like, I don't know. I think there's, like, obviously, yes, weak to a lot of very, very common mons, but I think that there could be a niche.
yes.
There could be something there.
Well, because we saw Vivian Garchomp was really good in Reg H.
Yes.
So we
yeah.
do have a lot of the same tools. We still have Friend Guard, we still have Rage Powder, Sleep Powder, and yeah, Compound Ice Hurricane if you really want to. So yeah, Vivian I think is one that's definitely underexplored, and you do have the Vivchomp synergy still in this format. So I think that's a good shout. Thank you so much for joining me on stream.
Thank you very
and
much for having
good,
me. I appreciate
yeah,
it.
very good performance today, and
Thank you.
we'll hope to see you with more locals in the future.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And don't go away, guys. We'll be getting into finals in just a little bit. Welcome back. We're about to get started with our finals here.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
We finally get to see this match in its entirety. We also finally get to see... Actually, wait, no, we saw Darius play a game last set, but he's fighting to keep his he's fighting to keep his name on the cameras. So finally get another set to feature Darius here. These two, like we mentioned earlier, did play in the last round of Swiss. So this will be a rematch. It will be a rematch of our top 2 seeds. So arguably the 2 best players today. So that should be exciting.
Yeah, and you know, when 2 players play a 3-0, you might think, well, Darius won the first set, he should be favored in this, but they both didn't really have much to play for. They both might have been playing a little bit more for fun, knowing that they were both locked into top cut. These are 2 players who come to these locals pretty often. They know each other pretty well, and so now it's serious.
And now it's this is the finals. This is the one where everybody's gonna lock in, and we're gonna see the peak performance of both of these players. A rivalry as old as DMV locals since like 3 years ago. I don't know. Both of these guys are pretty new to the game. So, but this is a matchup that's happened time and time again, and it's finally happening in a new generation. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here. We're going to see the teams on the screen now as we see Darius has the Mega Floette, or the Floette Eternal with King Gambit, Garchomp, Basculegion, Aerodactyl, and Sneasler. Meanwhile, Nick has the Meowstic, Sneasler, Alakazam, Basculegion, Pelipper, and Whimsicott.
Yeah, and as we hop into finals, I do want to let you guys know, make sure to follow if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. Because, yeah, this is part of basically a week-long bonanza of VGC content that I've been doing, Pokemon Champions content. Really excited, and hopefully, you know, if you guys enjoy this, we can stream some more locals here in the DC area. We got a great venue here at Player One, and
Buddy needs a new computer.
And I might need a new computer.
Need the chat to donate to the computer fund.
No, it's been going okay. It's been going okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is really exciting. Again, we did not see really much of this. We got to hop into the very end. So I am curious. We haven't really seen Nick get to bring the Psy Spam mode. There is a King Gambit on this team, but you know, Gravity. If you get Alakazam with Gravity and Psychic Train up, it's a lot to ask. It does feel like it could sweep to this team. I wonder if we're gonna have a chance to see it.
This is the one set from Nick's side that we did see Alakazam show up. It didn't do anything, but it did show up. So maybe there's hope. But with the Sneasler King Gambit, or the Sneasler Basculegion lead, maybe we're saving the Pelipper. Maybe we're telegraphing that the Pelipper is going to be in the back, as Darius is going to lead with the Basculegion and Aerodactyl.
Yeah, now remind me, Aerodactyl, does it outspeed Scarf Basculegion?
It has to be Jolly.
It has to be Jolly.
Basculegion doesn't get past the 130s unless it's Jolly.
So that is a big interaction that we don't really know whether or not this is Jolly or Adamant. You really can run both. Adamant gets some nice rolls onto Charizard, but Jolly, wins the speed ties, outspeeds things like Gengar and Aerodactyl. So, and Dragapult, right? Like this is a big interaction here. Just seeing it protect, not too surprising there. Don't want to lose your Focus Sash and then potentially get Wave Crash. And then wait, no. Do we know if they got
flip turn each other? I don't know if this one does.
Oh,
but they're gonna Lash Respects each other maybe.
I'm not surprised it doesn't knock out.
Yeah, that's the Jolly difference right there, I guess. But yeah, Nick actually coming out better on that trade because you just get a big chunk of damage into the Basculegion. Still only 50 base power though, but like adaptability boosted, that was almost a knockout.
Yeah, and now, I mean, it's a little awkward being locked into a relatively weak move on turn 1, but if that was not a speed tie and Nick is actually faster, now threatening the Basculegion, guaranteed, especially assuming he's Jolly, you make that play if you're Jolly. Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. We see this Basculegion switch out, scared of the Last Respects going into a resist. Who is this Last Respect going into? It is the King Gambit, taking it like a champ, base 50 power, and allowing this Aerodactyl to... Wait, what? I did not know it had dual wing beat.
Yeah, Aerodactyl gets dual wing beat now.
I had not gotten a chance to see Darius' team sheet. Dual wing beat, KOing the Sneasler. I don't think the Sneasler was sashed anyways.
Yeah.
Because it's on the Whimsicott. But yeah, just outspeeding, taking a big knockout, and all of a sudden, this game's been flipped on its head. Darius in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, that's the kind of the downside of click. But the thing is, like, now that you KO'd Sneasler, you did boost Last Respects, but I mean, you did just click Last Respects into a King Gambit, and I mean, like, the Aerodactyl still has its Focus Sash intact here, so like Basculegion, like maybe not in the best position to click Last Respect. Also, you're pinned by Sucker Punch. Also, something to keep in mind here that the Basculegion on Nick's side did outspeed Aerodactyl, so we probably have confirmation that this Basculegion is Jolly. So that's something to keep in mind. I wonder if they had known about the speed interactions beforehand, but yeah, it's kind of an awkward spot to be locked into to Last Respects here, because now we do see the Alakazam. Bad news is there's a King Gambit on the other side.
Right, yeah, and so we did see the Sucker Punch take a knockout from full on the Alakazam in the one match that we did get to watch of this set earlier. Alakazam does outspeed Aerodactyl. It is really fast, and it does have Focus Blast to threaten King Gambit, but might not be able to get those moves off. And yeah, I'm wondering if the Basculegion had locked into Wave Crash, did start have had more of an ability to threaten this Aerodactyl, maybe it would have been in a better spot. But now, yeah, this Alakazam kind of pinned down, not most likely going to be able to get an attack off. And Basculegion, well, I guess you gotta kind of call the Sucker Punch slot, right? So maybe he's gonna go for an attack here.
Yeah, I mean, like, also if you're Darius, you're not like super like convinced you have to click Sucker Punch in this. I mean, I think you want to pin the Alakazam because you don't want it to click Focus Blast in your King Gambit. So I think if there's one Pokemon you want to click Sucker Punch into the Alakazam. Is this Alakazam? I think it's just 3 attacks, but no, yeah, Darius gonna get the targeting right here, just gonna get the one shot on the Alakazam, and yeah, Nick is gonna lose the Mega on turn 1 as Aerodactyl now just gonna get the Tailwind up here. Not going to matter a whole lot for King Gambit, but I mean, the interesting thing now is that Basculegion being in the back versus King Gambit, there is no terrestrialization anymore. Basculegion is straight up just pinned by... I mean, I guess you could scout the move, was probably the safe thing to do, is like scout whether or not it goes for like Aqua Jet or something, but yeah, I mean, no matter what moves it locks into, King Gambit is in a prime position here. I don't even think, even if it doesn't have a Steel move to hit Whimsicott, Darius still has all 4 Pokemon left, so you have plenty of options to win the Ascend game here.
Aqua Jet, probably the only move that can get around Sucker Punch at this point, and encoring the Aerodactyl, so making sure it's not a threat, locked into Tailwind. But it still might not be enough now that you know this Basculegion has to click, like, even though Darius got the turn wrong by clicking Sucker Punch, he made sure that Nick was forced to click Aqua Jet to be in the game, and now this Bastion Legion is not going to be able to have the damage output, and now we can safely click Kowtow Cleave, knowing that Bastion Legion can click Aqua Jet. So just playing it really, really precisely, not giving any chance to Nick to come back from this one.
Yeah, just very, very solidly locked up endgame here. Doesn't even have to switch the Aerodactyl out. Aerodactyl can just kind of just sit here and do whatever it wants here. Potential Moonblast critical hit? No, probably wasn't going to get there, but yeah, Kingambit able to survive here. Just get the safe Kowtow Cleave into the Basket Legion. And Whimsicott versus all of these Pokemon in the back, probably not looking too good for it. So I think Darius has pretty securely wrapped up this game. Another dominant victory from Darius here. This is the second time I think he's won a game with all 4 Pokemon. So he's definitely been showing that he's been playing on top of his game today.
Absolutely. And just kind of looking at that Alakazam, man, Zam did not look like it did very much that game.
Did the same thing it did the last time. It came in and it died to Sucker Punch.
Right, and it's one of those, I mean, it's a Pokemon that so threatening in Psychic Terrain, but because Nick didn't manage to get Psychic Terrain up, didn't even bring the Meowstic, all of a sudden Kingambit is so clean into some of these Pokemon. I wonder if, because there's really 2 directions that Nick can adjust as we go into Game 2. Either he can bring the Meowstic, say, if I set up Psychic Terrain, maybe I set up Gravity, Alakazam can sweep the game. Alakazam and Bastion Legion are no longer threatened by Sucker Punch with Psychic Terrain up. Or alternatively, you maybe drop the Alakazam altogether and more lean into the rain mode. But even if you do that, I still am really scared of this Kingambit being able to pin down slots really effectively if you can't leverage Sneasler perfectly.
Yeah, just letting Sneasler go down like super early. Like maybe if you were able to set up an endgame position where like you have, it just feels like so much you have to dedicate to the setting up of that Alakazam for it to work, because you have to set up the Psychic Terrain so you don't just get clipped by Sucker Punch. You have to have Sneasler in so you can actually threaten the Kingambit, or you have to have Meowstic also set up Gravity for the ability to consistently hit your Focus Blast. So, I don't know, maybe the Alakazam just like, because like Darius has been really good about preserving this Kingambit in the back and being very like intentional about dealing with Sneasler, so like he just has been able to find the win cons like pretty easily. So I wonder if Nick, after this many successful Alakazam attempts, is finally maybe going to throw in the towel or try something different with Alakazam, and maybe just try to do a better line that better kind of deals with the Kingambit in the back. Because I feel like if you're Darius, you have to bring Kingambit in the back just because like it's so good into Basket Legion and it helps you respect the Psy Spam mode. So I mean, yeah, keeping that in mind, I mean, Nick has got to definitely go back to the drawing board on the strategy here. I don't know if Alakazam is it, but like you said, there are favorable conditions for it to pop off.
He took a long time to lock in side Moonblast, so I think that he was deep in thought.
We can only hope.
Last turn, spent a while trying to figure out exactly what his game plan is. You got to imagine he's not going to run it back. You got to imagine he's thinking about switching it up, maybe figure something else out. And again, like I said, I think you got 2 options. Either you got to bring that Meowstic and go all in, or you got to go Pelipper and go all in on the rain mode. But it's one of those things where I feel like you're playing a 2-2-2 team and you've kind of split up the modes with what he brought that time. And generally speaking, that doesn't work too well. And we just see Hootie on 3-game win streak in the private battles. I like seeing that.
It's so funny how I like list the win streak. It's like this guy's been doing really well at the local.
But now we see a Whimsicott Alakazam lead, not something we've seen before, into the Aerodactyl and Basket Legion that has just been working so well. But now all of a sudden, right, we have the Alakazam on lead, and it's fast, and it's not being threatened immediately by a Kingambit that's presumably in back. And yeah, I do kind of like this mix-up. All of a sudden now you can maybe throw out some early game damage and maybe even, deny this Tailwind or force the Aerodactyl to get locked into an Encore. Like, Nick's got a lot of options here.
Yeah, the awkward part about Alakazam here is that, like, what are you KOing? If you don't have the spread expanding force and you're still really frail, and Whimsicott kind of has to take oh my god, it traced adaptability. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, you get the Tailwind up, so, like, if Whimsicott goes down, if you're able to set up Psychic Terrain with this thing, wait, this is actually pretty interesting, but I mean, like, the Tailwinds are going to go up. Alakazam, unfortunately, is still going to be outsped by Basket Legion, and I would bet a lot of money that Lash Respects gets the KO here, even at 50 base power on a Mega Alakazam. So unfortunately, we might not see the adaptability Alakazam actually get to do anything, which seems to be the theme of Alakazam in this matchup. It just kind of comes in not able to do anything. And Whimsicott not really in a great spot too, because now it gets outsped by Aerodactyl, and I mean you could encore the Aerodactyl, which is nice, so you don't go down to dual wing beat, but then like what are you really doing in return? As we actually going to see Meowstic come in here, so Meowstic more likely to probably live the last respects.
I was not sure if Alakazam outsped the Basculegion, especially if it's adamant, right? It's like 145 speed or something like that.
That's
it's real
true,
fast.
yeah.
And I was kind of hoping to see what adaptability
so
boost the expanding
much.
force
That's
can
only
do.
50 base power last respects.
That is a lot.
Yeah. Meowstic, not exactly a tank. See, that's the thing here, is that, like, if you have to switch in Meowstic at any point, it's going to take a massive hit, and so it's only going to be able to get, like, one of Psychic Terrain or Gravity or whatever it needs to set up Alakazam to do whatever it's got to do. So, I mean, like, yeah, you can get a Psychic Terrain, you can stop the Sucker Punch, but, I mean, there might be a reality where Nick has to rely on a 70% accurate Focus Blast to win this game.
And you know what? 70% chance to win the game ain't bad.
It's not bad.
The Meowstic going down to the last respect, but you have set yourself up where all of a sudden this looks like expanding force range, and this is certainly Focus Blast range, right? So you put yourself in a position where maybe if you hit a Focus Blast, you can win the game. Maybe not though, just because you are this Alakazam is being double tapped this turn.
Yes.
Right, almost certainly.
Yeah, it has a lot of hostile threats. So you now have the Sneasler here, so you can get rid of the King Gambit. But unfortunately, the downside is if you get rid of the King Gambit, like what are you doing to Basculegion with Last Respects? If you power up Last Respects, like you're just making that sweep more and more likely by the turn.
Well, I think that, like you said, the Last Respects, even at 50 base power, might just KO Alakazam. It might not ever have mattered.
Yeah.
I was surprised I really thought it was Basculegion, in fact. Where you set up Psychic Trade, and maybe then you can Last Respects the opponent's Basculegion. Moving first, you can throw a Focus Blast out. Instead, we just see the Sneasler in back, and we do see a Dire Claw. I think realizing
There's a
that...
para.
Ooh, that's huge. The Basculegion is the threat. You got to get some chip damage on the Basculegion, get it so Whimsicott can KO the Basculegion, and then eventually throw a Focus Blast, and that's your win condition here. So really double tapping the Basculegion, trying to get through that, and smart switch. But this Aerodactyl's real low.
Yeah. Now the awkward part for Darius here is that he doesn't really have a reliable way of removing the Sneasler, because now Aerodactyl is paralyzed, and you don't really have a way of threatening the dual wing beat knockout onto Sneasler now that you don't have the speed advantage. You do have a switch in for Basculegion. Obviously, you can switch in the King Gambit for Basculegion, but I think Nick's Sneasler might have Throat Chop, if I remember correctly. So, like, that's also something you have to keep in mind. There's also the reality where he just doesn't attack the King Gambit at all, and King Gambit can just freely attack here and maybe get some damage off. I don't remember if this is ST Gambit or not. There's a chance it might have Iron Head. If it has Iron Head, it's in a pretty good spot here, since it's able to get an attack off. But Moonblast going into King Gambit, this is a risky game because, I mean, even with the reduced chance to drop, it still always scares me a little bit, but the Kowtow Cleave into Whimsicott. Okay, so it does some good damage there, but now this allows the Basculegion to come back in here.
I'll take the 10% odds so much better than I'll take the 30% odds.
True.
Three
It's very
times less
true.
likely. And notably, getting that close combat off, getting that unburdened. And so now all of a sudden, I forget the Sneasler set, but now it is faster than this Basculegion.
Yeah.
That's going to be really big because now it can get an attack off, threaten a close combat, or threaten a potential. I think we saw earlier that Nick went for Dire Claw Moonblast into Basculegion, hoping it would knock out. So I got to imagine there is no Throat Chop. But yeah, you can throw another double tap into this Basculegion and try to take a knockout. You can protect the Sneasler as well, guarantee yourself a Tailwind this turn so that you know that, or guarantee yourself a Moonblast to preserve this Sneasler, and hopefully get 2 attacks off later. We do see a Protect. So we'll see if Darius called this turn right.
Yeah, potentially trying to catch a Protect on the King Gambit here, but I don't think... Yeah, Darius did not Protect with either of his Pokemon here, so he's going to fire off a Last Respects into Sneasler, going to Kowtow Cleave the Whimsicott again. And I'm curious, is Psychic Terrain... Is there one more turn of Psychic Terrain? If there's one more turn of Psychic Terrain, then... I mean, it's a little awkward, but I mean, like, you can obviously just switch out King Gambit and preserve it for when Alakazam has to come back in.
Yeah.
But also you can risk the... Oh, yeah, Trace's adaptability again. Is that really going to matter? Because there's only one more turn of Psychic Terrain, so, like, you could just stall it out and just, like, have a pin here with Sucker Punch plus Last Respects.
Well, you can, but you're going to lose the Basque Legion, right?
Oh, that's true, because Alakazam's going to be faster. So I think the play here might be to switch out Basque Legion, sacrifice the Floette to adaptability. Okay, we actually might see Expanding Force actually get a KO into this Floette, because it's going to be adaptability, Mega Alakazam with Psychic Terrain up. So if Floette goes down here, I think if you're Darius, you want Floette to go down here, because then you have the pin, right? You have the pin of the Scarf Lash Respects into Sucker Punch into Alakazam. So we have the Expanding Force. My first time ever seeing Expand... Oh, it doesn't go down!
That's actually, I think, bad, right?
That's really bad. Yeah, you wanted Floette to go down if you're a Darius, so now you're in a very, very awkward spot where...
Is it bad?
Well, because...
You're threatening a Sucker Punch onto the Alakazam, and so the Alakazam kind of has to protect.
Oh, I see,
Close combat, the King Gambit, then Floette can Mega, and it can throw an attack off into the Sneasler, and KO, and King Gambit also is threatening protect. So in some ways, it's a little bit of a read now, whereas if it was Basque Legion in back, I think it's still kind of the same situation, pretty much, except now, I mean, it's just the Floette on the field, too, right? So you have one more Pokemon, you have the threat to, for example, Aqua Jet, if you just barely miss out on a knockout from Basque Legion as well. Or, again, if you do get this KO on the Alakazam, Basque Legion is still around to threaten the Sneasler.
Yeah, it's an interesting turn here, so it might come down to... Okay, so we're going to see the King Gambit switch out here. We'll have to see if Nick called this and potentially wanted to attack this Floette here. Well, yeah, because now you just can KO Floette, and then... Oh, I see what's going on. Okay,
Right. So it could have been a protect. It might not have been a protect. We're going to see if Alakazam protects her. He just goes for the attack.
Oh, he does go for the attack. The close combat does go into the Basque Legion. Alakazam goes for Dazzling Gleam, so it's going to get damage on both of these. And the Fairy Aura boosting the Dazzling Gleam there. Going to be doing a little bit of extra damage there to Basque Legion. But now we're in that situation where Sucker Punch plus Last Respects is, I believe, a pin in this situation.
I actually think that this is locked up for Nick if he just double taps the Basque Legion.
But isn't Scarf Lash Respects going to outspeed Sneasler?
No, because it has Unburden.
That's true. Yeah. I forgot about the White Herb this time. So, yeah, I think this is actually locked. Yeah, this is locked up for Nick, I think.
Or
I'm pretty sure. Does he have Throat Chop? I think this might be the one with Throat Chop.
I don't think he does, because he's gone for Dire Claw into the Basque before.
Maybe he's just greedy. I don't know. But, yeah, there's the Sucker Punch. Now, into the Alakazam.
If it was Aqua Jet from Basque Legion, maybe Aqua Jet plus Sucker Punch might have picked up.
Yeah, I think maybe you had to click Sucker Punch here, but or Aqua Jet here. So yeah, the Dire Claw is going to be enough to knock out, and critical hit. That's maybe mattered. I don't know. I guess we'll never know now. But yeah, King Gambit probably not. Oh, there's still Tailwind on the other side. I didn't even realize that. Oh yeah, so that was locked up from. Always locked up. So yeah, I think this game 2 is going to go to Nick, and we're going to have a decisive game 3 for finals.
Yeah, wow. Like I said, Alakazam, man.
Alakazam finally had its time.
It finally had its time. Would I say it put in work? Not really.
I mean, it
clicked Dazzling Gleam.
It clicked Dazzling Gleam and got a KO, but the fact that it didn't KO Floette with adaptability boosted Expanding Force is actually kind of insane. I don't know if that says anything about how bad Alakazam is or how good Floette is, but Floette does have insane special defense, so I will give it...
That was pre-Mega.
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. I mean, Alakazam kind of been... It did really well that game. I will say that it was more of like a positioning piece, rather.
Right.
Like, it did a lot of damage, but it was very much like, okay, the threat of Expanding Force on this board is what is really driving Alakazam's purpose here.
Yeah, and I mean, a very, very like tricky endgame to maneuver for both players, where you had to keep track of Psychic Terrain turns, had to keep track of Tailwind turns, had to... I honestly, like, Nick did such a good job of never making it come down to Sucker Punch mind games, basically. Actually, that's not really true, right? The turn he switched out King Gambit, there was attack, and that was really...
There was a Sucker Punch mind game somewhere in there.
There was the one Sucker Punch mind game.
Yeah.
And he got it right. Sometimes what it comes down to. Didn't have to click Focus Blast, though, notably, which is the other scary one. Again, it's really hard to get 2 attacks off with Meowstic, right?
Yeah.
And so it might come down to hitting, and you're going to prioritize Psychic Terrain because of these multiple priority moves that Darius can click. So it wouldn't surprise me if this game came down to a Focus Blast.
We'll have to see. I mean, there's one thing I know about Nick is that he is not afraid to make plays that may seem unorthodox to some, but are sometimes crazy enough reads that get him back into the game. So especially in a game 3 situation, like there is definitely some maneuverability, like like the sucker punch mind games, like there's definitely some volatility in these turns, and I think like maybe 1 or 2 good reads is enough to put him in a good position to win the game and position Alakazam and Sneasler. I think he did a really much better job in that second game of positioning Sneasler, and ended up being the difference maker in the end. So we'll have to see if he can replicate that. We'll see if Alakazam once again has the opportunity to pop off. So yeah, let's see. We have Sneasler Basculegion going up against Pelipper, Aerodactyl Basculegion.
Yeah, so this time mixing it up again. This time not choosing to bring the Alakazam on lead, which I honestly thought was a pretty nice mix-up here. But yeah, instead going back to this one. This time I wonder if he's going to lock into Last Respects again. That looks like a really, like, put him behind positionally, even though it immediately threatens the Basculegion. Yeah, I think that Wave Crash might be a little stronger. And threaten the King Gambit switch in. But again, if you don't set up Psychic Terrain in this game, the King Gambit Sucker Punch really felt like it took over.
Yes, these are going to go for the Protect here. Maybe just trying to scout out what the Basculegion goes for. Actually, we're going to see the Last Respects lock in for Nick here, as it does just barely not enough to get the KO, as Last Respects on the other side, it does about the same amount of damage, maybe indicating that these are both Jolly Basculegion, because they did about the same amount of damage. The dual Wing Beat goes into Sneasler there, so Sneasler avoiding getting KO'd by the dual Wing Beat, and no Tailwind being set up.
Yeah, but again, because this wasn't a Wave Crash, you're not actually threatening the Aerodactyl, right? So now you're both threatening a dual Wing Beat to KO the Sneasler, which we know is not allowed to happen, because that's the only way you ever get rid of the King Gambit, right? You have to keep the Sneasler alive. But then also, if you want to read that, you can't just put Tailwind and guarantee yourself speed control for the rest of the game, especially since we seem to see that Darius's Basculegion keeps going second.
Yeah.
So getting a Tailwind off would be really good there too.
Yeah, there's another situation where Basculegion once again goes second, but yeah, the double up into the Aerodactyl. Interestingly, the double up is going to KO Aerodactyl, but if Aerodactyl goes for Tailwind this turn, then like, oh no, it just goes for dual Wing Beat and it knocks out the Sneasler. So Darius just getting 2 KOs on turn 2. And I think with, considering the positioning that was in, how pivotal these two Pokemon were before,
Show me Meowstic.
Yeah.
It's got to be Meowstic, right? He didn't set up Tailwind, and
it's Alakazam.
It's Alakazam.
Is there going to be Meowstic? It is Whimsicott. So, I mean, now, I guess you get to match Tailwind, but now, I mean, I don't think you have the damage without Psychic Terrain.
Yeah, and
also no Sucker Punch deterrent.
No way to stop Sucker Punch, and I think one of the big downsides was that there was no switch into that dual Wing Beat. You did not have a single thing that he could really do into dual Wing Beat,
yes.
And that seemed like the deciding factor because, now never really felt pressure to set up Tailwind at all. And even though this Alakazam does outspeed Aerodactyl, and I think really might outspeed the Basculegion if it Terras, I feel like the Whimsicott isn't actually needed if you set up Psychic Terrain, because and you can deny Tailwind, and clicking Tailwind's hard when you really want to KO the Sneasler. I don't know, so
let's trace adaptability again, so that's fun.
Adaptability again, but yeah, I think the Alakazam and Whimsicott board state never gets through this King Gambit. Assuming this King Gambit in back, it's gonna be a uphill battle.
It doesn't even KO Aerodactyl with Dazzling Gleam, and this Rock Slide is going to hurt a lot. Even if you go for Rock Slide, you could just go for dual Wing Beat into Whimsicott. Yeah, just guarantee the KO there. It's gonna be close. Oh, it does survive on 2.
We got the high roll and the low roll.
Yeah. But yeah, with King Gambit in the back, I think it's not looking great, because this Alakazam can never click Focus Blast now. Unfortunately. Yep. I was kind of hoping he would get the opportunity to click Focus Blast, because I want to see if it would hit, but I don't think Nick is going to get the opportunity to, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really like the Meowstic, the adaptation in the adaptability in game 2. But yeah, now just taking the Sucker Punch, we've seen it knock out a couple times. Yep, gonna knock out again. I really thought that Psychic Terrain was important, and without it, it's gonna be a pretty quick game 3 where Darius is going to win the first DC local on Pokemon Champions.
Yeah, undefeated also, undefeated in Swiss and all the way to the finals. Darius, showing that he is on top of his game for Pokemon Champions and has been locked in. Really, really decisive wins in this tournament run, too. I think a lot of the games we've seen Darius play this tournament have been really, really impressive and able to win multiple matchups or like multiple sets against the same player. So, yeah, congrats to Darius. Played really well, very well deserved. And yeah, we're seeing in a tournament full of weather, the one weatherless team coming out on top here, showing why Floette is maybe the best Mega in the game right now.
Right, and showing how to beat weather without running your own weather setter and without playing this weather wars. The Aerodactyl was so important for him throughout the entire tournament to deny sun. We saw Kalen struggle with it all tournament. We saw
today I learned
Nick
Light of
struggle with
Ruin
it.
could miss. I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. But yeah, like that Aerodactyl has been key the entire tournament. Did not feel like people respected it nearly enough. And combined with King Gambit, combined with Floette, we see Darius Hootie win our first DC local. Big congrats to him.
Clap, clap, golf clap.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go over and see if we can get Nick and Darius on stream real quick. And maybe we'll literally just let them talk.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'll do it. I'll do it because I need to go use the bathroom anyway. So I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, so we're going to try to get both these guys on stream real quick to do a quick interview. By the way, congrats to Nick as well, getting second place with a super cool team. And also, like, basically the reason this tournament happened, he's the one who's been organizing it. He does Thursday night Pokemon leagues where people play VGC and other stuff. Sometimes you have to ask him for the details. I'm sure he's going to shout it out, but he does that in downtown DC as well. She has the Player One games, Player One services up here in Kensington, Maryland, for hosting this, opening early to accommodate us. They originally, they opened I think at 3:00, and they were going to do no top cut, and we asked them really nicely, hey, we want to see more hype champions. Everyone is so excited to see champions, and so they were kind enough to open up early to let us do a full tournament. And they're going to be hosting locals. I know they host Scarlet Violet locals. It's going to host locals over the summer. So if you are in the DC area, make sure to check them out. They got so much Pokemon content, and they're such an awesome local TO. They're both coming. Oh yeah, that's good. It's gonna be fun. So yeah, Darius undefeated throughout Swiss. I don't think we've got him on to chat about his team. And Nick, we had him on briefly, but yeah, he also not only brought the coolest team in the tournament. I feel like he should get a prize just for bringing the coolest team in the tournament and really like trying something different when no one else is willing to try something different at the tournament. I think a lot of like really standard teams coming out, or at least a lot of the less standard teams maybe didn't finish up at the top tables, but showing that yeah, you can bring some unexpected megas, really take advantage of like some cool speed tiers people aren't expecting, and have a lot of success. All right, yeah. Yo, that's your microphone. Give me a sentence real quick.
Test.
Okay, sick. Last we had Kalen on stream and we didn't give him the instructions and we didn't hear a thing he said. So, so yeah. Couldn't do that again. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Winning the first DC local on Pokemon Champions.
I appreciate it. Thank you for streaming this. By the way, this was fun. It was nice playing Champions is a breath of fresh air, and I had never got to play with Megas before.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, so it was great. I'm glad I won this one like pretty solidly too.
Absolutely, yeah. You undefeated.
Yeah.
Not just pretty solidly, very solidly.
Thank you.
And so yeah, tell me about what your experiences has been in the first 4 or 5 days of Pokemon Champions.
It was more so just so I would say as far as the pieces on my team goes, I was Sneasler, King Gambit, and Basque Legion day one, a million years ago in Scarlet and Violet.
Yep.
So it just felt natural just using those guys for myself. Discovering that White Herb Sneasler just felt more consistent than the Focus Sash version. Just to get the Unburden boost felt really nice, and it's just more so just a comfort thing using just the Basque Legion and King Gambit. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, it was a really strong core in Regulation H.
Yep.
We saw you. I felt like you led like Sneasler, Basque Legion so often,
Yep.
or Basque Legion, Aerodactyl, and just exerted so much pressure every single turn. Notably, you are like the one person in this entire tournament that did not have a weather setter.
Wait, was I actually?
Not the only one, but like the only one in the top tables. And so, yeah, tell me about how that was. Did you fight a lot of weather wars today, and what made you decide not to opt into that?
It was more so. It was more so. Just, I guess if when it comes to opting into the weather wars or opting out of it, it's heavily influenced by your mega. And since I decided to go with Mega Floette, just try it. It was flavor of the week sort of thing. I didn't really want to run Tyranitar at all because that's like the most like splashable one out of all the weather setters in my opinion. It just doesn't clash well with having another like fighting weakness to have on top of King Gambit, and with like previous teams that I've used before today, I had like a lot of like ground weaknesses as well too. So like I didn't want to deal with another one. So like that's why there's no rhyme or reason like I just didn't want to play weather. So no, I just want to play Mega Floette and just build a nice like team around it, and then I found out too last night that Aerodactyl was like, oh wow, Aerodactyl was like really helpful into like a lot of these matchups that I have been struggling with. Is really good into the of course the Mega Charizard Y matchup. Able to hit the Venusaur depending on the role can one shot with dual wing beat. And just being able to just spam fast rock slide into that matchup, and then setting your own tailwind and take advantage of potential miss opportunities, potentially powder miss as well too. So that was like one of the ways to deal with weather. I don't, other than Nick, I don't think I fought like any like hard rain today. So more testing kind of needs to be done with that. But I feel really good about the team so far, what it is right now.
And so now, having played 6 sets here at a tournament setting, obviously still early format, things are going to change. We're going to learn new things. What are your big takeaways from the first week of Pokemon Champions and about your team specifically? What's good?
I want to say the biggest takeaway is that Mega Floette is here to stay.
Yeah?
It's here to stay. This is Mini Xerneas 2.0. I don't know what spread to run on my Floette. Friend gave me a spread. I was like, sure, that looks good. My old spread was too slow. And I have a feeling the Mega Floette Wars is going to... it's just going to be a speed war, I think, with the Floettes as it becomes more popular. It'll be kind of similar to like Fluttermane, where it's like, run it however you feel like, with the Calm Mind set, the Draining Kiss set, Triple Fairy move. Like I had Light of Ruin, Moonblast, and Dazzling Gleam on there. So it's just like a preference thing with that. And I think the Weather Wars are just here to stay. For the rest of MA, we'll see what it is once MB drops for the world settings afterwards. But I think one other Mega of note that I kind of want to test more after seeing Kaylin play was Mega Glamora. I think it has a really unique chance to do well at Indy, personally. I think Rockstab is really nice right now, too. Defensively is really good, especially with Charizard Y is going to be the most popular Mega, I believe, going into that.
Yeah.
And being able to hit Mega Floette with the poison coverage and with that third spot being whatever you want it to be. Whether it is how Kaylin ran Dazzling Gleam, or you can run Energy Ball, you can run Earth Power. I think Mega Glamora is a Pokemon that I think people should be aware of going forward.
It definitely looked very potent. All right, we're gonna get Nick on, our runner-up. But thank you again for coming on, and congratulations winning the first local.
Stick around.
Yeah, you want to interview each other? You only got.
Oh my god! All right, give them a break.
Hootie.
So that's what I was about to say. Okay, chat. It turns out, and I knew this when I was making it, but I forgot that Alakazam outspeeds Scarf Basky Legion. It's nature dependent, but were you adamant?
No, I was Jolly.
Oh, okay, so maybe it didn't matter. So we were like what, speed tying then? I think.
Were we speed tying?
Apparently.
What's the base speed?
Well, I never went for it because I didn't know, and if I did know, my God, that makes my lines so much easier.
Yeah.
It makes that feel playable.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't sleep too. I'm starting to lose it a little bit. I kept forgetting Sneasler versus Aerodactyl. I thought I was faster. I close combated into the King Gambit switch in. I was like popping off. I was so happy, and then it just goes first and OHKOs me.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a 90% accurate move. In 1 out of 10 worlds out there, I just won the game on the spot.
No.
I can't believe I took game 2, honestly. I'm really proud of that.
I think I made a misplay
out of my mind.
I think I made a misplay towards the end game. I was talking to Kayla afterwards, like, I had a secured win, but oh well, it is what it is. I'll do it later. But let me ask you, how did you come up with Manual terrain.
Manual
Mega Alakazam.
No one is expecting it. No one thinks for them, and when Spice Spam's good, everyone has their Spice Spam plan. But when Spice Spam is bad,
Nobody
or
has
at least
one.
unexpected, nobody expects it. The main problem is Insane and King Gambit are amazing mons, which are on teams anyway, which are tough to deal with.
Yeah.
I can deal with one, but because I thought Scarf Bask was faster, I'm like, I can deal with 2 problem mons, but Sash Arrow physical plus Scarf Bask plus whatever the other thing King were all difficult to deal with. Now if I knew I outspent maybe I just should have played for it. I totally forgot. Oh, and if y'all at home don't know, me and Hootie are rivals. We've played in finals many times. He commissioned a rival battle theme for the two of us, which I should have played on chat. Next time we're on stream, we're gonna choose no music and they're gonna play our rival battle theme while
Audie,
we're going.
take the mic away from
So
this
look
guy.
forward to that. And while I have a public audience, I would like to say, at a party at my house a few months ago, I'm not canceling it. I'm not canceling. Don't worry. We did a money match, and the winner would get the loser would have to buy the winner a plush. And I won, and I said, Hootie, buy me a hip out on plush. And he has not bought me a plush. So now with public witnesses, I would like to let people know Hootie owes me a plush. Please shame him and get him to buy me a hip out on plush.
I will buy him a hip Howdon plush.
Thank you. If you
There
don't
you
know,
go.
he lost Wolf. But that was fun. I'm so glad to Player One for having us, to everyone for competing.
Yes.
Congratulations to Hootie.
Thank you to
You get
Eric
a $50
Bartlett
gift
and
card
to
for
Audie
winning.
for hosting.
Yes, thank you so much to both of you guys for streaming.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful judge and to everyone.
thank you,
This
Son,
was
for-
a great
for
event.
judging.
And
Appreciate
I
it.
look forward to fighting Hootie in the finals
Again.
coming forward. And twitch.tv/themisfetcher.
Yeah. Oh my
Thank you.
Not a shameless
Thank you
plug.
all so much.
Take this away, Audie.
You guys can close it up.
Same plug.
Nah, for real. Go give a follow to Nick. Nick, you really put this entire thing together. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it was really fun to have an event this early on where no one knows what's going on, where Alakazam can make a run to finals.
Yeah.
It was fun, and I'd love to do more like this, new formats and all that kind of stuff. It was a great
I hope
time.
so. I hope that we can continue to host like locals in this area, especially in Champions. So much excitement for this, even without official locals in Champions.
Absolutely, and this was a great venue. So I'm hoping
It's a great
we can
venue.
keep
I mean,
this-
they set the stream. They're awesome. Like seriously, this has been
check out
awesome.
Player One if
Big
you're
shouts to
nearby.
Player One if you're in the DC area. We are going to send you over to Moxie Boosted, who's playing some Glamora, which was Darius's hot take that this Pokemon's really good. So gonna raid that channel.
Moxie.
And any final words, Eric? Anything else we gotta shout out?
Real VGC is back.
Real VGC's back. We're so back. All right. Thank you all for watching. And until next time, we'll see you later.